Fast as hell, Cap. Literally just got home. Hell yeah. Good timing. Figure we'll stream a couple more hours. What's up, Brightside? Well, alright, what do you got? Coconut requesting up. I'm going to go ahead and pause this. Let's go ahead and get you up, man. That was quick. Oh, hell yeah, Woodenson. What's up, Coconut?
Hey, what's up, man? I just have a quick question. I don't even have time to debate because I gotta leave in a little bit. I just want to know your thoughts. Like, what's your thoughts on the transcendental argument?
It's completely presuppositional, special pleading, and God of the gaps.
So could you kind of like expound on the errors in it and stuff?
Yeah, you want the number one?
Sure.
It's impossible for something without time to have causal relation with time. And the only way for you to argue otherwise is a special pleading argument of God created all things and can do whatever the fuck he wants. You have to demonstrate that to be possible. The transcendental argument is absolutely fucking demolished by any and all philosophers. It's a joke.
Okay, just curious from the atheist paradigm because even a lot of Christians don't like it.
Yeah, it's a horrible argument across the board.
Okay, did you ever talk to Jay Dyer? Have you heard of him?
I have not, no. Never heard of him.
Okay, I would really like to see you debate him on transcendental argument. He does streams and stuff. I don't know if you join other people's streams or not, but
Sometimes. Not super often, but sometimes. If you want to shoot me a DM of his TikTok, I'll check it out.
absolutely, yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. Just want to act real quick.
Sure. Yeah, sure. You have yourself a good day, brother.
You too. Bye.
Can demonstrate the existence of God. Wonderful. Request up, George. We just went live, so haven't had a debate yet. Hey, that's fair as fuck, Finley. That is the most valid argument I've ever read in my life. Love that. Congratulations, man. Love that for you. I'm gonna turn back on the song because it's just awesome. Ooh, Sam, request up. Morals are subjective. Request up, Sam. I'm not arguing with you in chat. For God so loved the world, he drowned it, literally. Cool. Don't request up. You're never getting an answer. Fuck off. If you're too much of a coward to have a conversation with words, I'm not debating you. Yeah, it's an AI song, yeah. Rolex? No, it's a fossil. Yeah, cry harder, Sam. It's funny. Depends on what you're interested in, dog. It really depends. Yeah, we're laughing at you, Sam. It's okay. Keep hiding. It's okay to be a coward. You just gotta admit that you're a coward. Nope, there's evidence for the foreign city. Song is AI. What's up, Jaren? Moscow exists. There's evidence for it. You got photos. People live there, etc., etc. There's evidence for it. Not a single fulfilled prophecy. Yeah, Dannon hit the nail on the head. That's why I wasn't answering. That's just a dumb argument. What's your definition of evidence? The definition of evidence in Oxford languages is going to be facts and information leading to a true conclusion. It's quite simple. Books are free at your nearest library. You can walk into it, pick up a book, read it, and then walk out. It's pretty awesome. Hey, don't ghost Dean for me. Dean is a sweetie pie. Dean deserves the love. Yep, I'm spending time on it. Cry harder, Sam. It's hilarious. Love the crying. It's adorable. Jaden.
Always fucking here. Listen, this has become like my agenda. I see you go live. Fucking gotta show up.
Hell yeah. You're good at making false statements sound legit. I explain all my claims with evidence. Like, literally, I do not believe something if there's no evidence. So that's why it sounds legit, is because it is factual. If I'm wrong on something, I update my thoughts on it. Could you please post the info on Biogenesis one more time? Yeah, sure. I've got the notes here. So I'll go through it like one by one. When we look at Miller and Urey, the Miller-Urey experiment, you got non-organic becoming organic through natural means in early Earth scenarios. So they set up a closed early Earth system with glass apparatuses, lower, upper, and tubing connecting everything. They filled it with inorganic gases, which were going to be methane, ammonia, hydrogen, water vapor, non-oxygen gas, and then they sealed it so that nothing outside of it can contaminate and ruin the study, right? And then they, because there was a lot of lightning and whatnot, they added energy sources, being fire and electrodes, which is allowing the chemical bonding to happen. And then they cooled it down and recirculated that, which is exactly what happened. The Earth had a massive cool down period. They let it run and run and run. And then when they withdrew the samples, they found spontaneous formation of amino acids and other organics from inorganic gases. They used chromatography and other methods to separate the compounds to identify the amino acids as glycine and alanine and other small organics. So we know for a fact inorganic can become organic 100% naturally, especially with early Earth, how it was during early Earth. And then we have multiple different hypotheses on how that organic can become like self-replicating and the protocells come about. The reason it's not a scientific theory is because we don't know which actual mechanism is the direct causal mechanism for it. But there are multiple causal mechanisms that are verified as true plausibilities. We just don't know which one it was that did it. We have not been able to demonstrate that. And science is extremely hardcore about that. So we look at hydrothermal vents, atmospheric synthesis, meteorites with UV-driven reactions, Okay, and like the meteorites also brought all like the amino acids building blocks for life here. So, and then you got hydrothermic vents were able to do that as well. I think that's the leading hypothesis, is the hydrothermic vents. And the amino acids link into chains under the right conditions. Dehydration on hot surfaces or in tidal cycles can drive condensation reactions. Minerals like clays can catalyze polymerization of nucleotides into short RNA-like chains. This has been shown in labs. The random peptides and nucleic acid-like polymers with no design, just chemistry. That's what you get from that. The emergence of information-bearing foldable polymers. So some of the random polymers will have structures that let them bind, fold, or catalyze reactions. Some sequence fold into stable 3D shapes, which is going to be primitive enzymes or ribozymes, which is going to lead us to the RNA world hypothesis, where RNA like molecules can both store information and catalyze reactions. And then obviously RNA can become DNA. So it literally, there's a few more steps. The selection on replicating or quasi-replicating molecules, onset of Darwinian evolution. Once any molecule can help make more copies of itself directly or indirectly, selection therefore kicks in. So the imperfect copying becomes variants of the original sequence. Some variants replicate faster or more reliably in that specific environment, which is where we get survival of the fittest. It's not the strongest, not survival of the strongest, not survival of the fastest. It's literally survival of the fittest for that specific area. Like me and you are not going to survive very well in the Amazon, but there are animals in the Amazon that are perfectly fit for that area, right? So that's all it's about. And then evolution in and of itself is literally just determined by the change in allele frequencies over generations. Allele is just genes. So when you have a kid, that is evolution. That kid has a kid, that kid has a kid, that kid has a kid, that kid has a kid. You have tiny you have tiny gene changes, and that is literally what evolution is. So you having a kid is proof of evolution. All right. Yeah, that is Miller and Urey, to better phrase that. We can get Buddy up in here. What's up, buddy?
Yo.
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
What?
Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, which religion do you follow?
Christ is my Lord. Jesus is my Savior.
Cool. Christian. All right, what you got for us today? Why should I believe in your God?
What?
Why should I believe in your God?
Say it again.
Why should I believe in your God?
Brother.
Why? Okay.
Yeah.
Because your life will be better.
Nope. My life's better as an atheist. I grew up for the first 22 years of my life. I was a Christian.
Okay, prove me wrong.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
personal
prove me
subjective
wrong.
story. When I was a Christian, my life is better as an atheist.
Well, that's anecdotal.
Duh. Your entire claim is anecdotal. If you're going to provide me no evidence for an argument, I don't have to provide evidence for an argument either. Like, that's stupid.
Yep. So the rest of the claims for a savior are trash.
Yes, I agree.
Did you read the prompt?
We're just going to drop him. That was too slow.
Alright.
Yeah, this is like become my agenda. See you on live, gotta go co-host it. It's I always have a good time over here, and it's fun to watch them crash out because you always have the crash outs over here, always.
Yep. That's for sure. Cosmological argument is not evidence for creator. Nope, you have to provide a causal mechanism. 100% of all arguments for God are not sound. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God because you're missing any causal mechanism. There's no evidence for a God. The cosmos being precise is not evidence that a God made it precise. Why don't you believe in God? Because there's no evidence for a God. Do I need to change my prompt back to there's no evidence for God? Seriously? I was trying to do something different.
You might have to, man. Can you go into a causal mechanism?
Yeah, fire is caused by friction. That's the causal mechanism that produces fire from sticks rubbing together. Friction. Oh, boy. So did anyone else skip third grade science or just him? Hi, Mother. The evidence that your God doesn't exist is the fact that you can't have causal relation without time, and your God transcends time, therefore your God is not real. So would you guys like to actually accept the burden of proof that you have as a theist claiming that a magical unicorn created things, or would you like to keep on burden shifting like absolute pathetic cowards? I mean, it's up to you, but I highly recommend actually using your brain sometime. Just an idea. I know you don't ever have any of those, but that's what they look like. Yes, I'm 100% condescending. Absolutely. The cool thing about the internet is you can fuck off to the next channel. It's the dope thing about the internet. You can turn it off. There's not a single contemporary witness of Jesus.
I'm pretty sure he's referring to the 500 people claim that Paul makes. Name one for me, and then you might have some business.
Yep, that is one sentence made by an anonymous author, written by the Marcions. There is no such thing as a contemporary witness for Jesus. And don't bring up Josephus. Josephus also talked about fucking Hercules. Josephus also isn't a contemporary witness. He's a historian that was saying what other people believed in. Tacitus was edited, interpolated.
Yeah, there's a. If I'm not mistaken, the first 7 letters of Paul is actually attributed to being Paul's letters, and then the rest.
I'm a Paul mythicist, brother.
Well, I know that. I'm asking in general. Because you seem to know a little bit more about this. I'm not very informed on the whole thing with who existed, who didn't. I don't really think it proves or does anything if Paul or Jesus existed.
Oh, discordant. That's so true. 500 people saw this. Who were they? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Literally. Alexander the Great has contemporary witnesses. Nice try. Y'all, books are free. Libraries are free. Best of luck. Go open one.
I'm about to start having like a counter on my computer of how many times you say that.
It's redonkulous. So you don't believe in George Washington? We have his lineage. We have his DNA. Yes, I believe in him.
Gavin's back.
Yeah, I've just been letting him sit there. He's going to be a good boy and just sit there. Matt with the $5 Canadian. Yo, I rip on religious people as much as the next guy, but I say as long as you don't try to force your beliefs on me, then believe whatever you want. Yeah, to a degree. I say fuck indoctrination, destroy that horse shit. That's how I feel about it. We'll get Gavin. Fuck it. What you got?
Are you disproving the idea of like a cosmic force that runs the universe though, purely from a scientific standpoint?
If you want to call it energy, go for it. It's not a god.
But you believe there is some like
physics are descriptions of the universe, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I meant like you brought up the balance of the universe and the stars.
No, I haven't.
I don't know if that was the other guy, but
the balance of all the things are caused by other deeper physics like gravity, for instance, and the causal mechanism for that is space-time curvature. It has nothing to do with a god or some sort of deity.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, purely scientifically, do you think there are different, like, energetic dimensions, though, that could be
There are
seen as
4 dimensions:
amorphous?
height, length, width, and time.
You don't think there could be things beyond that?
Prove it. You don't think that you live in a simulation? You don't think that Voldemort is real? You don't think that's fucking stupid. There's no justification to believe in something, so I don't.
I meant like purely because.
Is it possible that Lord Voldemort fucking exists? Sure. In some magical hypothetical universe that could be true.
Not religiously. I meant like because we don't. From what
You
I
said
know, we
Voldemort.
haven't
What you talk
measured
about
other
religion?
dimensions. Like,
Brother, there are 4 dimensions. If you disagree, prove it. Like, I believe things
no,
based
I
on
don't-
evidence.
I don't disagree.
Is it possible there are other dimensions? Yes, it's also possible Voldemort exists in some sort of fucking universe. I don't give a shit. I care about what's true.
So, from a scientific standpoint, it's measurable from what?
What did I say?
Yeah, if it's true.
What did I say? Like, I've said it. I've answered you like 4 times in a row. If you're not able to keep up, that's your own fault.
So you're not gonna believe it until it's proven.
I'm not going to believe it if there's no evidence justifying a belief in it. Correct. That's called logic and critical thinking. You are annoying. Edward, let's get you in here. What's up, Edward?
Bro, you
You over the age of
wanna
18,
come up here
Edward?
and create an image like
Yep. You over the age of 18,
all
Edward?
this all-knowing thing, like.
Yep. You over
Bro,
the age of 18,
know
Edward?
Nothing of what you even talking about.
Correct. Prove me wrong.
Because
It's
if you wanna come down to talk about real.
you done? If you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. Chill the fuck out. TikTok terms of service. Are you over the age of 18? Yes or no? Unmute and answer.
Folks, I've been over it.
Go fuck yourself sideways. Give the evidence God is fake 100%. The Abrahamic God exists outside of time. Without time, you can't have causal relations, therefore it's not true. Let's get law in here. What's up, blah?
What's up?
Hey man, you over the age of 18?
Alright, bro. Have a good day. I'm 17.
Ah, that's a shame. Yeah, you have a good one, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, me kicking someone for refusing to answer the terms of service question. That's not me being angry. It's me following the fucking rules. If you guys have a problem with that, fuck off to a channel that gives a shit about your feelings, because it ain't here. Inner New Yorker. Dude, I'd get fucked up so bad in New York. Those guys don't play around. Nothing created the universe. How is it here? It's always existed. Energy can't be created. Oh yeah, 100%. I'd get beat up so fucking bad in New York. Hell yeah. What category would you put dreams in? Well, it's going to be a sleep state, subconscious. So when you're asleep, your subconscious is processing the information of the day. So that's where dreams come from. Mother would protect you in New York. Bet. Yeah, I don't grant Aristotle saying unmoved mover. I am, yeah.
God damn you, tall bastard.
Your consciousness is being projected from your brain. Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. It's global workspace theory. IIT is not accurate at all, but they can function like a self-contained reality generated by consciousness. What? Yeah, it's you experience. I would argue I could grant the argument that like you're actually experiencing these things, but it's not reality. The dreams aren't actually happening in reality. It's all imagination. It's your hippocampus. How did humans come to life? What? We didn't just magically come to life. We evolved. That's false, Edit. The Big Bang Theory, thanks to cosmic microwave background radiation, shows that there was a hot, dense state that 13.8 billion years ago expanded thanks to dark energy.
You know, Cody, I don't have any dreams.
I don't know if I believe in free will.
Oh, I don't. I don't at
I'm
all.
pretty agnostic about that.
I don't say that we have free will just because of the fact that most of our decisions are made off of what we desire most. Like when you look at, like, for an analogy here, you're in the center of a Walmart. You have cookies and treats on the left side, and you have toothpaste.
Nothing caused
and
energy Edit.
And hygienic products on the right side. You're gonna look at which one's more desirable, and you're gonna make your decision based off of that. If you had free will, there wouldn't be no such thing as desire. You would be able to make the choice without anything.
That would be the definition of free will. You have multiple options from a set that you can choose from.
I don't think that. I don't agree.
That's why I stay agnostic, because there's some studies that show that there's no free will, and then there's some studies, and it also seems as though we have free will. So I'm agnostic on it. I don't care enough to dive into it. It's not going to change how I live my life. How does evolution create sexual organs and organisms? Self-replication and evolution, which is going to be the change in alleles over generations. So after so many self-replications, the self-replicating organisms were developing sexual organs. It didn't start out as sexual organs. I can imagine some ideas and thoughts behind there not being free will, but also it seems as though we do have free will. So again, I'm just completely agnostic on that stand.
I can see both sides, but I can't see it. I can't see it at all. Like, I don't see how we could have
Nope,
free will.
Edit, we are not saying nothingness created anything. Prove to me that nothingness has ever existed. It's a paradox. The second you describe it, it's no longer nothingness. Energy cannot be created. That's the first law of thermodynamics. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed. It's a logically sound argument. The hot dense state was that of energy, specifically radiation, and it has always existed because it cannot be created. The universe is eternal. Prove it, Chris. Understanding we don't have free will definitely changed the way I live. Yeah, I mean, in accordance with neurology, I can grant that it seems, in accordance with all the evidence, that there is no free will. There's so many philosophical arguments about that I haven't studied it enough. I'm too ignorant to make a decision or make a justified belief on it. That's not true, Gavin. Nice precept. God is outside of space, matter, and time, therefore he doesn't exist. Good job, James. You just debunked yourself. Anything that has no time has no causal relation, therefore cannot create. Thank you. Yeah, I'm with you there, Zen. It's like, it's a really cool idea, and I do enjoy debating free will with friends and whatnot, but I don't have a serious stance on it, so I can't have like a decent debate over it, you know? I can ask questions and be philosophical in concept, but the hypotheticals don't really dictate the truth. Yeah, prove it, James. You can't create something if there's no time, there is no causal relation, therefore your God can't create space, matter, and time. Y'all need to study the basics in physics. Yeah, I agree with you, Zen. Maybe one day I'll have like a random like spike in desire of studying that, and I'll like look into it or whatever, but I don't have any desire. And I agree with that, Infexus. I do agree with that. You can only choose from the available options your previous experience offers you. I do agree with that. Like I said, there's arguments for both free will and not free will, which is why I completely stand agnostic. Oh, yeah, your God can't be outside of time and have causal relation, and it's in accordance with the universe, not my understanding. So you can prove otherwise. That's a special pleading fallacy. You are being illogical. If you would like to prove that it's possible, request up. Faint change gives the illusion of free will. Yeah, that's valid. I also grant that argument as well, Papa. There's so many arguments for and against. I'm too ignorant. Evolution is a theory, which makes it a fact. Chris, you don't know what a theory is. The verb of theory, to theorize, guess, or assume, is not what a scientific theory is. Again, books are free. Go to the library. Dictionaries are free. Go to the library. Google. You have a supercomputer in your pocket. Best of luck. I can also agree with that, Cosmic. I have started to say free choice over free will.
I can agree with free choice. I can't agree with free will. I just don't think that by the definition of free will that we have any just because we desire things. Like if we had I just don't I can't see it, because if you desire something, then you're gonna be more your will is gonna be more towards that. I would say that you can say there's free choice. I 100% agree with that. Free will, no.
Edit, I stopped believing because there's no evidence to believe. Someone brought that up, made me critically think about why I believed. I realized there was no justification for my belief, and I started deconstructing. That simple. Evidence and facts matter over my feelings and opinions. So whether I feel like something is wrong or right doesn't fucking matter if the evidence justifies otherwise. Matter is an emergent property of energy, correct? That begs the question, host. Huh? What did I say? Begging the question is inserting the conclusion in the premises. The Bible is true because the Bible is true. If I provide a causal mechanism for a conclusion, that's not begging the question. No, that's not what I said, Justin.
There's so much talk. Okay, will anybody come up on the panel?
Nope, they're all cowards. What if God is pure energy? You can consider energy a god, but God by definition, in accordance with capital G, is an all-powerful triomni creator of the universe, and lowercase g is going to be some divine entity that has some intent and relation with morals and reality as we know it. So no, energy has no intention, it has no intelligence. So no, it is not a god. If you want to worship energy, I have nothing against that. Spinoza's God is the closest thing to God that we'll ever have. Yeah, no, you're perfectly fine, Infexus. I was implying that. Yeah, that I can grant that. Like, the closest thing to a god we'll ever have is the universe. I mean, but it doesn't make it a god. You know, there's a difference between God and God. 100%. Yeah, capital G is going to be like creator of the universe. Lowercase g is going to be things like Hercules, Zeus, Odin, etc. Can you agree that Jesus Christ was a human being? Nope.
We do have a guest wanting to come up.
There is one. What's up, Simple? You over the age of 18, brother?
I'm sorry, I just got a call immediately right when I came on here. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, doing all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yeah.
All right. Which religion do you follow?
Christian. I'm Christian.
Awesome. All right. What you got for me? Why should I believe in your God?
Can we argue the existence of God first, maybe?
Sure. Why should I believe a God exists?
Have you debated the ontological argument? I'm pretty sure you have. I mean, you're hosting this live.
Yeah. Do you know what ontology is?
Yeah, like the series of things.
The things that exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you got to demonstrate it. You got to have a causal mechanism.
Yeah.
So what about the ontological argument provides demonstration of a God?
So everything that exists has come from.
Nope. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. That's the argument. So energy cannot be created. So why the fuck would I believe that it has a cause?
So energy cannot be created. So you have a universe that starts with potential energy, correct?
No, radiation and potential energy, yeah. When I say energy, I'm talking about actual energy, radiation. That's how we have cosmic microwave background radiation, how we know about the Big Bang Theory, redshift, come on now. So energy cannot be created. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed. It's a logically sound argument. So there's no reason for a God. I believe in eternity.
So you believe in an infinite past?
Nope. I said eternity, not infinite. Two different things.
So you believe in an eternal past?
Time had a starting point at the expansion from Planck. So no, I do not. Even if I did, infinite regress is still possible. So it's still not a defeater, and it also still doesn't prove a God. Also, if you were able to prove that energy was created, that also is not proof of a God. It's proof of most likely, most plausibly, that it's going to be a deeper mechanic in physics. Again, you have to provide a causal mechanism that God created the universe. I can show you causal mechanism to people making cars. I can show you blueprints. I can show you engineers, etc., creating a car from scratch. I can tell you which process it becomes a car. You need to provide that for a God.
Yeah, I know. For me right now, I'm just trying to understand what you believe so I can.
I believe in facts based in evidence. Would you like to prove to me why I should believe in your God? You don't need to know anything about what I think at all. Do you?
No, because I'm talking about the start of the
Dude,
universe.
it really doesn't fucking matter. This exists. Fucking deny it. You can't.
Relax. I'm here to have a fun theological debate.
I'm here to have a debate, and it is good faith, as long as you keep on asking actual questions and stop pivoting and burden shifting. So again, what is your evidence that a God created the universe?
All right. Well, I was gonna go with the ontological argument, but we got really sidetracked.
Well, energy can't be created. Demonstrate how energy could be created.
From God.
Prove that. No. Energy can't be created. That's the first law of thermodynamics. Prove the causal mechanism justifying a belief that energy was and can be created. You just making a claim is not evidence for the claim. That is called begging the question. God created energy because God created energy. That's fucking circular reasoning. It's fallacious and it's false.
No, I just wanted to know because you believe that energy is eternal. So I'm trying to see.
We know for a fact that the first law of thermodynamics, thanks to the conservation of energy, energy cannot be created. You're saying otherwise, so debunk the first law of thermodynamics, please. You will change all of fucking science. You will get a Nobel Prize if you do this. You will prove God and get a Nobel Prize, so best of luck.
Yeah, I know. You know, Isaac Newton was believes.
I couldn't give a flying monkey's ass about that at all. If Einstein said unicorn farts heal broken bones, I'd call him a dumbass. It doesn't matter what someone believes. It matters what evidence justifies the belief. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't appeal to authority. I appeal to evidence.
All right, well, how about this? The fact that you're conscious is the proof that
Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. Prove that God created consciousness. You're just making claims. You literally just said, look at the trees. Trees are proof of God. No, trees are proof of trees.
Do you believe that we live in a matter-based universe, right?
I'm waiting for the evidence for God.
Well, I'm trying to do that, sir.
No, you're asking me questions that have nothing to do with you providing evidence. You need to provide evidence. That's going to look like this. Here is my evidence for God. What do you think? And then I will say I grant or don't grant that because of X, Y, and Z. You don't need to ask me my fucking favorite color to be able to provide evidence.
Intelligent design by DNA.
Prove there is any fucking intelligent design behind DNA. Complexity proves that it is natural over billions of years. Occam's razor. If God was intelligent and made DNA, it would be simple, not complex. You just debunked yourself.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I know, facts are pretty hard, aren't they?
You should need to take a breath. Like,
I'm not out of breath, brother. Would you like to provide evidence for God?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you another one, bud.
You haven't provided any.
How about I do this? Have you ever heard of the let's do the maximum necessary being?
Yep, my maximally great being is greater than yours, and it's going to be energy because it can't be created. So, defeat that. You can't. That's the problem with that argument, is you can use that for fucking pizza.
But you can't because a possible maximum of there being necessarily exists.
It's subjective, is it not?
How does a pizza necessarily have to exist in reality?
Pizza does exist. You disagree with that? That's crazy. You need grippy socks.
Question.
So when it comes to a maximally great God, that's purely subjective because each person can imagine greater things than the other person. How do we know which one is actually greater? That's why that argument fails. My maximally great being is going to be energy, if you want to go down that route. Therefore, your God doesn't exist. Mine does.
The burden of proof is on you now.
Wonderful. Energy exists. You can demonstrate it. Check it out. So here, yeah, you just, no, dumbass. You said I have a burden of proof. Here's my burden of proof. Energy exists. There's protons. Here's protons. I just proved energy exists. Energy can't be created. Therefore, it's the most maximally great thing that exists. Your turn. Prove God. I'm waiting for the evidence for God still.
Oh my goodness, brother, you are free. Bro, you don't even.
Yeah, heat is a form of energy, yes.
Bro.
Photons, my bad. Thank you, guys.
Okay, well, how about Isaiah 53 prophecies in the Bible that were
Not a single one. The Isaiah one talking about the cross is actually not talking about Jesus at all, nor is it even talking about anything to do. No, I didn't say Isaiah 1. I said Isaiah when it's talking about the cross, supposedly. Here, I'll bring it up for you.
Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53.
He had no beauty, no majesty attracted to us, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. He was despised, rejected by mankind.
Congratulations. It's describing some sort of a being or person. That doesn't make it exist. Harry Potter has descriptions of Harry Potter in the wizarding world. Is Harry Potter real?
Well, tell me what this sounds like. He was pierced for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities.
That's what I'm saying, is that is incorrectly translated. I'm going to get you the Hebrew and Greek.
I got the Hebrew right here in front of me. What do you want to translate, brother? You better believe I came prepared. You better believe.
No, you didn't. You believe in God. You're not prepared for anything. You have no critical thinking or logical skills.
You think you came from fish. Calm down.
Oh, no, we know for a fact we did thanks to the evidence of embryology, fossils, archaeology, and geology. Thank you. Where's your evidence for God?
Your ancestors is fish?
Yeah, 100%. There's evidence for that in the fossil record. Where's the evidence for God?
What? Oh my gosh, prove that evidence.
Yeah, the fossils. Yeah, fossils.
What?
Fossils.
What fossils?
Fossils. You can go look.
What fossils?
I'm asking you where your evidence for God is, dude. I know we have evidence for...
What evidence?
You cooked me?
Yeah, what evidence of a fish?
We are related.
We're related how? From the fossils?
We come from the same fucking tree, my guy.
My guy, you said you got...
We can follow the fossils all the way back, and we can see all the way back thanks to all the different testings that they do. We got embryology, for instance, which is evidence that we come from a fish. You have a fucking tailbone, first and foremost, by the way. That is evidence for that stuff, okay? You're still burden shifting, and it's really fucking pathetically hilarious.
You made a truth claim, bro.
Brother, we're still on your claim. Why are you still pivoting? We haven't even gone over Isaiah 53, and I just provided you evidence for evolution, and your only argument is... That's your greatest argument. So, anyways, Isaiah 53, he was despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows. He was wounded for our transgression. He was bruised for our iniquities. The Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. He has brought us as the lamb to the slaughter. He was cut off out of the land of the living. That's taken as the prophecy of Jesus of Nazareth centuries before his crucifixion, the interpretations of the nation of Israel. So when it's talking about it's talking about Israel. And that's going to be in accordance with scholarly consensus, especially including Bart Ehrman. So what evidence do you have that they had no knowledge of Jesus at all?
Mr. Scholar, do you know what Israel means in Hebrew?
God's chosen people.
No, it doesn't.
Along the lines, right? No? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means man who struggles with God.
There you go. Man. Cool.
Cool.
So you just provided me a piece of paper that said man is going to struggle. Okay. They have for all of history. It's not a prophecy. That's not a prophecy. That's saying that people struggle. Congratulations. It's a piece of paper. Furthermore, the Gospels are completely anonymous writings. And this was written way before the gospel. I'm not pivoting at all. How about you shut the fuck up for a moment and learn something? So this is written way before the Gospels, correct? Correct? Correct?
That's what the prophecy is, yes.
Correct? It's written before the Gospels, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people that wrote the Gospels had access to read this, correct?
The Jews actually... the ones
that was a yes or no question. So the people that were writing the Gospel had access to read this quote-unquote prophecy, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so the anonymously written decades after supposed advanced gospels, who we have no fucking idea who wrote them, and they're non-eyewitness accounts, people wrote something down to correlate to a previously written book that they fucking read. Congratulations, it's not a prophecy. I can do the same thing. I can write down right now that in someday it's going to rain for 30 days straight. And then in 200 years, some dude who read what I did sees in Austria or some other country or whatever that it rained for 30 days, therefore a prophecy is true. No, he read a fucking book and then wrote more pages. Congratulations.
Well, you do know there's multiple authors.
They're completely anonymous. Thank you.
The authors, we know.
They're completely anonymous, yes or no? Why are you running? Why are you running, slow tier?
I studied psychology.
You didn't study shit except for stupidity. Go back and get a refund for your... So what evidence do you have for your God? Because that wasn't a prophecy by any means.
Well,
I mean-
let's discuss it in a good faith conversation.
No, we already discussed it, and it's not a prophecy. So where's your evidence for God? It's a piece of paper written, and then later, people that read that piece of paper wrote another piece of paper saying that something happened. That's not a prophecy.
Well, let me explain my.
You have to provide a prophecy is something that is causally a causal mechanism from a divine source. You have to demonstrate divine interaction for a prophecy. That doesn't fucking exist for that piece of paper written by anonymous authors. Would you like to provide evidence for God external of the claim? Would you like to provide evidence for God external to the claim for your God?
Mr. Fish, I will explain it if you let me speak.
Mr. Dumbass, would you like to provide evidence for your God external to the claim for the God, so you're not doing begging the question? Would you like to do it non-fallaciously?
You want to go through
Be a good boy and provide evidence that is not begging the question.
You want to go to the letters of
I'm going to kick you if you don't provide external evidence. All right, you are just too slow. Best of luck in life. Let's get Salazar in here.
Just real quick, I googled what does Israel mean in Hebrew, and it says in Hebrew, Israel generally means one who struggles with God or God strives. I will fact check this completely. But yet I don't get what was the point.
Yeah,
of
it's not
bringing
a
up the
prophecy.
prophecies, 'cause it doesn't prove anything at all. And they're heavily debated all over the place on if Jesus was false Messiah, true Messiah.
Yes, I know. All right, we're going to move on to Salazar. Next person that brings up the Bible, I'll let you.
Salazar, are you there?
He's not. They haven't joined yet.
Oh, okay.
All right, he's not been able to join, so we're going to get User in here. User, hello.
Yes.
Hey, man, do you over the age of 18?
Oh, yeah, I'm 24.
Awesome. All right, which religion do you follow, brother?
I am Orthodox.
Awesome. All right, is it Christian or Catholic or?
I'm Orthodox Catholic.
Okay, gotcha. What you got for us? Why should we believe in your God, brother?
I believe that you should believe in a God because of the church.
That is a horrible reason. You should believe in the Islam God because of the Islam church.
Yeah, because of the church.
Okay, so be a Muslim.
Or just leave it as that.
You're going to have to expand on that because you should be every single religion if that's the evidence for God.
Nice. Alright. So I apologize if I'm a little too jokey or something. Just my personality.
No, I love it.
Nice. Yes. So because I used to be an atheist, and
I used to be a Christian.
Nice. And the reason why I ended up becoming a Christian.
Dude, I'm going to pause you right there. Logic doesn't follow it, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's literally no such thing as a logically sound argument for God at all. It doesn't exist.
Oh.
I'm adjusting, guys. I'm reading your comments saying you can't hear the callers. I'm adjusting it. Right now, my volume is 100% lower than theirs.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn you guys all the way up. There you go. Test, test, test.
Yeah. This is the worst time. Hey, shut. So, this is a horrible.
Are you able to go inside or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in Texas, man. Everybody got trucks over here. Yes, but I would say.
Yeah, I can't adjust his audio anymore, guys.
Oh, but you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I would say that Christ.
I don't believe he existed.
Really? Oh wow, that's. All right. Well, let me at least layer this down, and then we can get into that. So Christ, being a human being, who prophesied his death, burial, and resurrection, and proved it through his resurrection and his miracles. This is the person who I end up finding reliable.
Well, he didn't exist, so you shouldn't.
He tells me. All right, so let's get into that.
Yep.
Why do you believe that Christ did not?
There's no evidence for his existence.
Okay, what would you take as evidence?
Evidence. What evidence do you have?
Documentation.
Evidence is going to be facts and information leading to a true conclusion. So what evidence or documentation? Do you have one single contemporary witness for Jesus? Name them.
Yes, Matthew the tax collector.
False. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are made up names by Irenaeus in the 2nd century. They're completely anonymous.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
The church had. Hold on, give me 1 second.
The church put the names on there. They're
Give me 1
attributions.
second, I'm buying the beer right now.
Valid.
All right, appreciate you, man. I got my Four Loco. Now let's go crazy. You got a good smile, man.
So the Gospels are 100% anonymous. The names were attributed by Irenaeus in the church in the 2nd century.
Irenaeus lived in the 1st century.
Incorrect.
Irenaeus was in the 1st century, late 1st century.
I'm looking it up to double check myself.
Oh no, I might be thinking about Ignatius. Maybe I'm thinking about.
Yeah, Irenaeus is 125 CE to 202 CE.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking
2nd
about
century.
Ignatius.
Yeah, so he attributed the names in the 2nd century. The names didn't exist prior.
And where do you think he got those names from?
He got the name of John supposedly, and this is according to hearsay from Polycarp, and Polycarp has zero evidence for having ever known John. So he just made them up.
What? Okay, so somebody in the 1st century is saying that he knows this person.
No, Polycarp never said that.
Hold on. I'm sorry. These freaking Texans, man. Yeah, I'm from Connecticut. Yeah, we don't drive trucks like that. So these fools over here, man, they be wilding.
User, I do have a source by Bart Ehrman. If you want to go check that out on why the Gospels
I don't
are
find
named
him a
what they
valid.
are.
I don't find him a valid authority.
Valid.
Fair enough.
Only because I only accept the teaching. So here's my thought process. You might find it fallacious, but it is my thought process nonetheless. The church are the people that gave us the Bible. Without the church, there would be no scriptures as we hold them today. No one can interpret the scriptures apart from the church. So when people who do not have the nous or the mind that's proper to read and interpret them tries to interpret them and insert all this extra stuff into it, we cannot trust them. We can only trust the Holy Father.
You can't trust the people that spread the gospel, bro. It was spread through the Edict of Theodosia, where they made it illegal to be anything except for a Nicene Christian, and anyone, even of Christians that didn't follow Nicene Christianity, all pagans, everyone was imprisoned and just fucking slaughtered. And you have 9 crusades in the name of your God. They're not trustworthy. The only people here that are not trustworthy are the church. On top of the church lying and making up names for the Gospels. And also, there's not even a single original manuscript. 100% of them are all copies. The Gospels also written decades after, and they couldn't have been contemporary witnesses.
So it was written on papyri. Those things don't last nothing. They don't last as long as my drawers. Bang. See, hey, man, I just want to see you smile, dude.
I got to turn back down here.
But yeah.
I readjusted my volume, guys. So TikTok chat is saying that I was quiet YouTube chat is saying that you're quiet. We're gonna keep on going,
I'm
and
about to cut through the park soon, so it's gonna get real quiet.
you're good. I'm gonna turn myself up a little bit and you down a little bit, and as everyone in chat tells us, we'll adjust.
My bad, Carrie. You're really pretty though. Hey man, I'm trying to shoot my game, man. I'm trying to spin my game. Yeah, but
Best conversation we've had yet so far today. You're fucking awesome, dude.
Jesus Christ. We'd be friends in real life, brother. I like you. You're awesome.
I think we would. You're a cool dude. You're a cool dude.
No, he called one of the mods on TikTok pretty.
That'd be cool.
Spit that game. That's what YouTube said.
Hit me up. So, so the church, through oral tradition, is how we get these names, such as how we know who wrote Hebrews. Of course, there was
an oral tradition prior, though. The only oral tradition is going to be from Polycarp to Irenaeus, and that's all hearsay.
I would, through apostolic succession, the oral tradition would have passed through
The names did not exist prior. The Gospels were the Gospels were just titled Gospel. There was no names attributed at all.
And through the oral tradition, we can attribute who wrote such a gospel. In the same way that Hebrews, though there has always been debate within the Christian community about who had wrote it, whether it was a scribe or whether it was Paul or whatnot, we attribute it to Paul through this very same method of oral tradition. The traditions of the church
here.
continue to hold this.
I'm going to read this to you real quick. This is going to be all of the research behind the Gospels. The Gospels are anonymous. The authors don't identify themselves. Mark supposedly was the interpreter of Peter, but never met Jesus. Luke supposedly was a companion of Paul. Paul never knew or met Jesus. So it's all 100% absolutely hearsay from anonymous authors. According to Acts 4:13, both Peter and John were illiterate, so neither of them wrote shit. The Gospels were named by Irenaeus of Lyon in 180 CE. If his naming was correct, we run into an interesting problem. Matthew borrows from Mark, which is akin to writing about a personal friend, but borrowing details from someone who never knew your friend. Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. None of them. Matthew 2:6 references Jesus coming from Bethlehem in Micah 5:2, but the verse is to Bethlehem Ephrathah, an individual in the small clan of Bethlehem. That's a lot of noise.
What source is that?
This is going to be
I was just about to ask, what are you reading?
yeah, this is going to be Jaren's website.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have that. If you're curious, user, you know the website or?
No, I've never heard of this. And before we continue,
I'll add
Carrie,
you.
my ex was 45. Baby girl, don't think you're too old for me. I like him in all shapes, all sizes, all ages. Of course, legal.
I was about to say, bro.
Smart.
But yeah.
I gotta clean my stuff up.
But yeah, I added you. What it's called? I would definitely suggest checking it out. It's very organized, and it basically has a majority of a lot of quote unquote evidence for all this. And I would also like to say this much: the reason that I like this is my own stance for why I don't trust the Gospels besides the anonymous writings, is because they contradict each other a lot. They do not normally agree with each other, and they especially contradict each other when it comes to Jesus' death and his resurrection.
All right. So I definitely want to attack that, but first, for the host, I believe your name is Evidence F. That's all I can see. Wait, what's your name, host?
Cody,
my man. Yeah. So in terms of what you said about Matthew borrowing from Mark, I forgot which church father it was, but many of them have different listings of who wrote what first.
Irenaeus was the first to name the Gospels and asserted Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. No one else. It was Irenaeus.
Yes. I don't see Matthew borrowing from Mark. I personally, they're all independent. I don't see them borrowing from one another. I would say that
They do.
Matthew would have been the first one because it would have been.
That's false. Even in accordance, it's Mark.
There are some church fathers who argue that.
No, that is the consensus.
Well,
church
We
is
don't.
about
The only
or
things we have are ML and X. Is that it? MLX,
is this the
which X is going to be source, which is where M and L borrowed from. So there's only one original, and it's completely 100% unknown. And the name Mark and Luke was just attributed randomly by Irenaeus without any evidence.
yeah,
it would have
and
been through oral tradition.
It's 100% internally and externally anonymous.
It would have been through oral tradition, I'll argue. And
No,
for
it's
the
not. The oral tradition is Irenaeus claiming and asserting those names to it. There is no justification for it.
He got it through, so you wouldn't be able to.
Okay,
refute
who'd he get the
it
names from then?
Through oral tradition.
Who?
Through the apostles.
Who?
And their students. Oral tradition.
Who?
Oral tradition.
Who?
Not a single
That's
name.
not an answer. That's not
There's
evidence.
there's no single name.
So you have no justification for your claim except for the claim as being the evidence for the claim that is begging the question. You are logically fallacious and false. So the facts are that Irenaeus added the names and attributed them to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in the 2nd century. The names were never before seen, and that's that. They're anonymous. The original name is just gospel. No attribution, no authorship, no nothing.
And they got the names through oral tradition.
That is your claim with zero justification, and the evidence says that you're full of shit. So I don't know where to go from here.
Only the church is allowed to interpret our history.
Well, according to Irenaeus, you are wrong. So again, you are just stating claims.
Four people as read it.
Yes, he did. Irenaeus was the first to name the Gospels and asserted Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are canonical. Irenaeus was the first to claim Pope Linus was appointed by Paul and Peter and against heresies.
He made it up.
Yeah, there's no evidence justifying where he got the names from. Absolutely.
Hold on. So because he's the first person to say it, that means he made it up.
Yes, because there's no evidence of them existing.
So I'm not actually sure what I'm allowed to talk about on TikTok.
Brother, there's no justification.
Hold up. So we all know what happened in 2001. If somebody didn't write about it until, which I don't know why they wouldn't write about it. But
Yeah, exactly. There would be writings about it because it's an actual story in a historical event.
And the gospel's written.
Why do I know about George Washington and Julius Caesar? Because of contemporary witnesses with authorship.
Hold on. When was the earliest writing on Julius Caesar?
They're contemporary. I'll have to look it up again.
But if I remember correctly, those were everything written about Julius.
You don't remember anything correctly. You're just making claims and using the claim as the evidence for the claim. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, I'm only using the lens of we are the only people who can actually interpret it.
Yeah, you have no justification for any of this at all. You're just stating it as a fact.
Because Irenaeus is the first person to mention something, that means that he made it up. So
There is no evidence. Yes, Caesar has his own writings. So, the readable Julius Caesar, a modern retelling of Caesar's writings, is a comprehensive collection that presents Caesar's legendary accounts of the Gallic Wars, Civil Wars, and other major campaigns in a fresh, accessible, blah, blah, blah. He has his own fucking writings.
You said contemporaries of him.
Yeah, him writing and putting authorship on his own writing is a contemporary fucking writing, dude. It's a first-hand eyewitness account.
My bad. That pause was out of awkwardness. It was because I was drinking my beer.
You can have the rest of this one, Jaden.
No, man, come on. Ooh, hold on, let me tuck this. Hey, what's good, baby? What's your name? Dub me. Damn. Bitches out in, I'm sorry. Women out in Texas, man, they be tough. They be pretty though. Okay. J. Dubois. Nice name. You said there's contradictions about the resurrection of Christ. Let's get into my man.
I gotta wait for him to come back.
Oof. But where you from, though? Cody.
Hmm?
Where you from, man?
Bible Belt.
Ooh, that's tough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Me too.
Yeah. Baptist dogs, man, they be wildin'. They be wildin'.
I grew up Messianic Jew. My dad's a preacher.
Really? Oh, shoot. Man, I might have to have you talk to my mom's, man. She be tweaking off that kind of stuff.
She'll be an atheist after.
Honestly, what she be up to now, I'd much rather. I'd much rather, man.
I'm back.
All right, he had a question for you.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yes. So you said there's contradictions in his resurrection. What
Not
what do you
specifically
think?
the resurrection part. All the gospels do agree that
Sure.
he did resurrect. It is the specific details that happen, like what happened at the tomb. All the gospels disagree on what happened there. John and Mark disagree what time it took place. Let me think of another one here. Matthew also just bring up a whole different story that none of the other gospels account for, which is just something interesting I like to bring up. But if you want, I can provide the verses for these.
All right. First of all, Carrie, you might be 60, but that don't mean nothing. That profile picture say you pretty. Also, so my man Jay, which one do you think would be the strongest one? I've heard the time one multiple times. I don't really find it that interesting. But which one do you think is the strongest of the contradictions that you listed?
I think I would say that the time one is the simplest and the easiest to go over because it's very direct and it's very obvious. I think the strongest one though would be the tombs, and the reason I say that is just because it really shows the disagreement that they're having here and the contradictions. It's very interesting once you do read the passages where they speak of this. And like I said, I can provide the verses for this. But I don't really say that there's one stronger than the other because they're all pretty obvious once you read them. But if there was one I specifically go for, it just go for the time one just because that's the simplest one.
Okay, so the time one, I have heard. Oh, let this. Ew, he's running a Buick. I have heard people answer. Hey, don't make those eyes, man. Buicks is crappy cars. So I have heard people answer that question. I personally, I would not be able to answer it, but in the same way, I really don't care. Like, like I don't believe it's a contradiction because I know there's an answer to it, one of which I cannot provide. But even, let's just say I were to grant you that yes, they contradict each other about what time he died.
It's the definition of a
What does that prove?
contradiction.
Yes. Let's say they contradict each other on what time he died. So we know he died, we just don't know what time it was.
Exactly.
That's it.
I mean, that is literally
that
one
doesn't
of
change
this
anything
is
about our
like
theology.
for the New Testament, this is the biggest moment of the whole book. This is like the biggest story, the biggest end goal, and the fact that they're getting literally the smallest, easiest details and completely disagreeing with each other shows a lot about how trustworthy they are. And the fact that they all disagree at what happened at the tomb of all places shows once again how hard it is to trust them.
Okay, so the tomb would be a better one for me to actually argue because I remember that story. I remember all the stories better than I remember.
You want to know why the tomb was empty?
Or the 12th. I'm sorry, say it again.
You want to know why the tomb would have been empty?
Okay, so you're a mythicist, so let me guess. You would say there would have been nobody in there to begin with.
Well, there's zero writings of a man named Jesus having done any of these things, being crucified, of which they wrote down all of that stuff. The Romans were extremely detailed people, and there's no writings of him, none contemporary at all. But let's say he was crucified. What they did with peasants was throw him in a fucking pile of other bodies and let animals take care of him. So yeah, there's no body, no shit.
Yeah, and on top of that, we don't have any historical reason to believe that, like, the claim that the Bible makes is that this guy, Joseph of Artemis or some shit like that, was a wealthy rich man that the Bible makes a claim that he had given Jesus the tomb, but the problem with that is we would expect that there would be writings of him since he was a wealthy rich man, but there isn't any, so it's fair to say that he didn't exist.
Whoa, that's a weird claim. You think every rich person in Rome was written about?
Pretty fucking much. All the people that were of importance were written, yes.
Not of importance. Everyone who had wealth was written about.
Well, that I can't claim.
I mean, that's what you said. Because Joseph of Arimathea was a rich man, he ought to have been.
No, he did a legal transaction of which would have had a writing.
Yeah.
In accordance with the story, the mythology, he did a transaction. There would have been writing. The Romans were extremely anal about that. There's zero evidence except for an anonymous piece of paper that says so. There's no evidence for any of this stuff. It's all stories.
That anonymous writing. Ooh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's not evidence for anything.
I want to have a cigarette. Yo, y'all be lazy. Let's see. No, I mean, why would we expect those kind of documents to be preserved in the first place? Because even as you mentioned, we don't have the original writings of the gospel. We only have copies of them. Because
Yep.
the material they were written on, there's no way that thing would have survived.
Yeah, the cool thing about it is it teaches us about the way that people thought back then, the way they told stories back then, and it gives us context clues into other historical facts. Because we know how they wrote, we know that they're stories, we know how they tell stories, we know the theology behind anecdote versus literal. That's what it's about. It's not a historical fucking writing, it's just stories.
Well, I would argue, and it might seem fallacious to you, that the church are the people that preserve.
The church is your God, dude. The church can do no wrong, never has done any wrong. Dude, the Catholic Church rapes so many goddamn fucking children on a daily basis. The church is disgusting.
I'm not Roman, I'm Orthodox.
You're a Catholic. Catholics are gross. Your Bible is gross. Your God's a rapist. I don't give a fuck.
Sir, but I'm Orthodox.
You're defending a fucking church that is known. Holy goddamn motherfuck. The churches, period. Fuck your denomination. There are 45,000 goddamn Christian denominations.
There's only one denomination, that's the Orthodox Church.
Well, it was good while it lasted.
Well, the church said so, therefore it's true. There's only one denomination. I know that the facts are there's 45,000, but there's only one because my church says so, therefore it's true. You fucking worship the church, you fucking troglodyte. Yeah, I could turn myself down. I had myself turned up because of he was hard to hear, according to you guys.
Holy shit, we've had
There we go.
two people waiting for so long. Well, one was already up here, Simple Egg, and then the other
They've
one
both been here before.
Hey,
What's up, Dylan? What you got for us today?
give you some evidence here. I'm more curious about your opinion as well, you know.
My opinion doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, your thoughts, whatever you're going to respond. I also want to ask a question. I mean, if there's proof for reincarnation, would you say, I want to state something. Again, I don't believe in necessarily a God as like a person or deity or whatever. I think that it's all bigger than that. You know, all religions, they have a lot of similarities. You know, it's all same God, same energy. I think that I agree with you on that. I think that God is energy. But if I could prove reincarnation, if there's proof for that, what would you say?
I would believe it. I believe things based on evidence, whether I feel like it should be real or not. Like, my feelings and opinions don't fucking dictate reality.
So you believe reincarnation would be proof for that kind of higher power?
No, I would believe there's proof of reincarnation if reincarnation was proven. That doesn't prove a God.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say, like, I don't necessarily think that there's like a God either, like some bigger being. I think it's all bigger part of a higher power. That is what is God. It is energy.
Reincarnation is not evidence for a higher power. Reincarnation is evidence for reincarnation. Biology is proof of biology.
Yeah, then I guess I don't have evidence.
Well, I mean, you'd have to show a causal link from said higher power to said thing. So you can't just say pens exist, therefore God does. You have to show God making a pen. That's just stupid.
Well, not gonna lie, I don't know if you're interested, but I am interested here as proof of.
I'm definitely interested in that. Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, it's not my specific proof. I mean, there's a bunch of studies. Like, I don't have. If I had a story, I would have told you like my other story. But No, the University of Virginia did some
Yep.
research on it as well. There's, I think, about a couple thousand cases that they studied. One case that I think is really interesting, there is, I think he was out of India. There was this kid.
Yeah, the kid who remembered his past life. And yeah.
remembered,
So here's the thing with all of this.
murdered.
It's not a controlled study. They got a kid and asked him questions. TV exists, news exists, parents exist, humans exist. How do we know for a fact he didn't hear something on the radio, see something on TV, hear his parents say something, or subconsciously read something on a piece of newspaper about it?
Because his testimony led to the two people who murdered him getting caught, and they confessed. That's
Sure.
still deep enough.
Again, so there's no evidence that he didn't hear anything from an external source, that he didn't observe anything from an external source. Also, they already had an open investigation.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know too much details about that. If they did have it,
There's not a lot of details about it. That's the point. Like, the only thing that this is so far really coincidental evidence. It's not a controlled study, so we don't know that he lived a past life first and foremost. What we do know is that there is an unexplained response about him telling a story about something and them being able to catch murderers. So what?
Also, I mean, he met the family, and because the family came over, and he knew all
Again,
the
how do we
said
know
like,
he's never talked to
family
them?
said-
How do we know that his parents never talked to them? How do we know that this isn't fabricated? There's so much information missing.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
That's the problem. It is reincarnation is the most plausible scenario besides nothingness,
Well,
but there's no
actually,
evidence.
Cody, couldn't you think that reincarnation is possible since energy can't be created? and
That's what I'm
it
saying.
couldn't
Is
possibly reborn?
behind nothingness, it is the most plausible, but our consciousness does not get recycled. Consciousness is a product of the
Yeah.
brain. When the brain dies, it goes back as heat into the ground. Your consciousness is gone.
well, but like Jadon's saying, sorry, I don't know how to.
Jaden.
Jaden. Oh,
It's
Jaden.
no problem. It's weirdly
Yeah,
spelled. Everybody says that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I believe, is the higher power. I mean that everything is energy.
I mean, you can worship
There's no
energy,
doubt.
yeah, but it's not a higher power. It's just the universe. Like, saying higher power is just stupid. It's energy. Congratulations. Yeah, all things are from energy. That's not a magical claim. It's a fact of reality.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean I believe in everything that has energy in a sense is kind of living on a level, whether we understand it or not. That goes back to even plants have higher concentration. Like most
They
people
don't
say
have
plants are
consciousness. Consciousness is a product of a brain.
Well, they don't have consciousness, but I wasn't going to say they have consciousness, but they maybe experience stuff in a different way. Plants have higher concentrations of DMT than we do. Maybe they are able to connect to stuff and feel
Brother,
stuff in a
the
different way that
only
we already
reason
understand.
DMT affects us in the way it affects us is because it releases other chemicals and affects our
Yes, but-
brain. They don't have brains. They're not thinking. Their movement is 100% due to photosynthesis and other natural biological means as a fucking plant. They're not intelligently thinking about let's move this
I'm
way
not
or
saying
that
they're
way.
intelligently thinking, but I'm saying that maybe they're able to use that to that trees are so smart and plants are so smart they give energy
Smart?
for
They have no brain, dude.
Dude, they literally feed their young. If there's a tree next to them that's dying or struggling, they will pass nutrients to the tree. That's next to
The
them.
tree steals it, bro.
They will pass it and literally
The tree
help their young
the
go
dying
up.
part takes it, and if there is a byproduct, it's because that one is living on in it. They are connected. It is the same fucking thing. It's saving itself, not its young. It's saving itself.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're
No,
saying.
they do not intend.
They are
They do
smart
not
enough
intend. No, they're not. There's no smarts to them. There's no brain, bro. They don't think.
I know they don't have a brain. I know. I'm just
Without a
saying,
brain, you don't think.
but maybe there's different ways.
No. You have to demonstrate that. You have to demonstrate
I'm
that
not saying
consciousness is external of the brain. You're talking about universal consciousness, which is 100% horseshit.
maybe it is universal consciousness.
It is 100%. It's talking about PHI, which is the mathematical formula for some higher thing. Okay, and it's talking about even rocks, because of the way that atoms move, have some sort of... Yeah, no, they're not fucking conscious, dude. Consciousness is only a product of the brain. If something doesn't have a brain, it doesn't have... No. Consciousness, by definition, is being awake and aware of one's surroundings. A tree is not awake and aware of its surroundings. It is also not doing anything with intent. It has natural processes, same as when me and you, whether you feel pain or not, touch something hot, the nerve ending, you have different types of pain receptors. One of the pain receptors is going to yank your fucking hand away without your conscious ability of thinking about it. It's a natural fucking physiological response. That's what trees have. Natural physiological responses to things for survival. It's a survival mechanism. It is not a conscious thought process. There is no intelligence to a plant.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I agree with you. But yeah, no, my big thing was reincarnation. But yeah, I think that everything.
I think it's awesome and it would be beautiful, but there's no justification for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, brother.
I know there's someone else waiting.
You have yourself a good one. I do appreciate the talk. Just remember, intelligence is part of a brain.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
All right, you have a good one.
I mean, shit. We've had 2 decent panelists.
I like that guy.
The rest of them that we've
Yeah, we got Simple Egg again though.
How you doing, man?
What you got for us?
I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot, man. I was just trying to get my point across. I probably came in a little too hot. My bad. But when I was going for at the end, I was trying to give you the external evidence, and I was saying Josephus right before I got kicked off.
Brother, Josephus is not a contemporary witness. Josephus also wrote about Hercules. Do you believe in Hercules?
No, but the letter Josephus is historically like he's talking about things that happened.
Yeah, he wrote that people believed in a man named Jesus. Congrats. He also wrote that people believed in Hercules. It doesn't make it real. He just wrote about people's actions and beliefs, their mythologies.
Yeah, so but I'm gonna read to you the passage.
Holy fuck.
But why are you getting so upset?
Because you're ridiculous. I just explained that he also fucking wrote about people believing in Hercules, and that's not true to you. But him writing about people believing in Jesus, that's true to you. That's fucking contradictory. Your own logic contradicts itself. That's annoying.
But I mean, a lot of historians will take Josephus' text as actual, like what's going on in front of them.
No, they don't. They take him as a not even a contemporary witness. He's not a contemporary witness. They take him as evidence that people believed in a man named Jesus. He is not evidence that a man named Jesus existed. He is evidence that people believed in Jesus. He's also evidence that people believed in fucking Hercules. Hercules is not real, correct?
No.
There you go. Use the same critical thinking for other fucking beliefs on your own. This is confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance at its fucking finest.
I know, but like when it says and brought to them the brother of Jesus who was called it's literally talking about the lineage, bro. Like he was hanging out with James.
No, Josephus does not know these people. He's not a contemporary witness. He's writing about what other people talked about.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, I want you to think about this with the whole lineage bullshit. Was Jesus birthed as a was his mother a virgin, right? The fucking Holy Spirit just slapped him on in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me how the fuck he can be in any way, shape, or form related to anything outside of Mary's lineage. How? He would only have her genetics. On top of that, he would as well only have woman genetics. He has no male genetics. I don't even understand how the fuck he's a male. No sense.
That's a fact.
I mean,
Jesus was the first trans person.
It's a miracle. That's the whole point.
No, Jesus was the first trans person. Or Josephus got cheated on. Or not Josephus, Joseph. Mary was having some fun. Because it's not fucking possible. It's not a miracle. A miracle is something that has a God's hand divinely making something happen. You have to prove that. All you have is an anonymous writing from an anonymous motherfucker that wasn't even a witness stating that a unicorn fucking was birthed. No, dude, it's anonymous storytelling from the fucking Bronze Age.
Okay. All right.
It's mythology. If you believe Josephus, if you believe in Jesus because of Josephus saying that he existed, then you better believe in Hercules too.
No, there's a bunch of them that are external sources.
Tacitus is not either. He's not a contemporary witness, and his was interpolated. It was edited in. He never fucking wrote about it.
Pliny too.
Pliny is not a fucking contemporary witness. Oh my God. There's no such thing as a contemporary witness for Jesus. There's not one. There's not. They don't exist, dude.
So you think that just all these, even all the gospels were just like back propagated and made up?
Literally, yeah. You want to know why it spread? Sword. 9 crusades, edicts. They made it illegal to be anything except for a Christian and would slaughter people and imprison people for not being the same thing. And then they had fucking crusades where they just slaughtered people. Yeah, no fucking shit it spread.
Well, why would they put things in if they just made it up? Like there's
Power! They took over fucking land with it.
Like, why would they? Are you not letting me finish?
You're talking about why would they write it if it's not true? Because it allowed them to fucking indoctrinate people like you and then take that and go slaughter people and steal land.
That's not what I was going to say.
It also helped defend slavery.
Brother, I really wasn't going to say that. I was going to say the citation of embarrassment. Why would they put in things that would not help their case be true?
It all helped their case. All of it helped them and their cause for taking over the fucking planet.
Why would they make
for power and control?
What I'm trying to dude,
they made up a deity, copy and pasted from other deities.
Why would they put things in there that hurts their case of being true? Like the fact that he came from Nazareth, like things that are weak.
There are arguments to defend that from them themselves.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. You're not letting me actually get my sentence out.
They did it for power and control.
Okay, but how is power control if they're gonna come out with a king from Nazareth? The place that no one thought.
They used it to say, if you don't follow us, you're going to burn for eternity. No one knew the better because they weren't as smart and nor did they have the same science as us. So they believed it because every single one of them believed in mythologies.
Why would they make Jesus' brother not believe him?
I don't give a fuck. It's a story. They wrote it and it helped them gain power.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
They had internal fuck-ups. Congratulations. Why are you believing that they did it on purpose? That's stupid. They wrote a fucking story, had a couple fuck-ups, and they used the story to spread fucking blood and power and own people and kill people and grape people and sell people across the fucking world. And then after many years, we started finding out, oh shit, this doesn't line up.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say though is something called the citation of embarrassment. When a historical text has something hurting.
Oh my God, you're not listening at all. They did not purposefully fuck it up. We found fuck ups in their story because human beings wrote it.
I'm not saying they fucked it up. If they're making up a story, why would they make him out to be some random guy?
They didn't. He was the Messiah.
But they made him from the place that no one respected. Bethlehem.
It's a story. I don't give a shit.
I mean, look.
I don't care, Simple. It's not true. It's a fucking story spread to have power. I don't give a fuck about why they wrote that Jesus was from Nazareth or fucking Tokyo. I don't give a monkey's ass. I don't fucking give a fucking fuck. Okay? Do you understand for the trillionth goddamn time? I don't fucking care about why they wrote that a man walked on water. They used it to spread power. I don't give a fuck about them accidentally or purposefully writing something weird. I don't fucking care. I care about whether it's fucking true or not. There's no evidence justifying it. There's no contemporary witnesses. Nothing backs it as true. As a matter of fact, science says it's all fucking horse shit. It's not biologically possible to do 99.9% of the shit in the fucking story. So I don't give a fuck about whether they had red or white wine. I don't care.
Yeah, I hear you, man. honestly, I mean, it's your prerogative, and it's what you think is true. But
No,
I mean,
it's not what I think is true. It's what the evidence justifies.
yeah, I hear you.
Literally. Okay,
I'm not trying to
look,
fight you,
simple.
bud.
I'm gonna bite.
I'm trying to fight. Let's fucking do it, dude. Prove it. That's what we're here for.
Well, all right,
The
yeah,
reason, I can give you a very sound reason why they did that. They did that because this whole idea of Jesus being the Messiah and this humble dude, it would make perfect sense for them to put him in a place where there was nothing. That was the whole purpose, to make his narrative sound even
Also,
better.
to further add in what Jaden's saying, they spread it to stupid, poor, illiterate fuckers so that it was easier to indoctrinate. This person is poor like you, follow him. This person's poor like you, he understands what it's like, follow him so you can fucking survive and have better life after. Your life fucking sucks right now, let's do this to make it better. It's power and control.
Yeah, I mean, I would not disagree.
I would make a relatable character as well if I wanted to fucking consume and control the masses. Fuck yeah, it's smart as shit.
I wouldn't disagree that the Roman Empire and stuff like that, they've weaponized it to control people. I mean, this is the way human nature kind of works. But it's for me, the way the story is and the way the whole book is it's a whole story about how God created everybody, right?
Yeah, they've existed through all of history. Vishnu is the creator god of the Hindus. Is it real? No! It's a fucking story. I don't give a fuck about the story. I care about whether it's real.
Yeah, you want to know if it's real or not, right?
Dude, Santa Claus is more real than fucking Jesus. There's evidence of a dude named Saint Nicholas. That's more evidence than Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But why do we base our whole timeline off of this?
We don't! A, because a monk, decided to do that. And B, because they were powerful! And they had the ability to control everyone! China doesn't fucking do that. It's the year 4000 over there, motherfucker. It's the Western ideology for the fucking patriarchy. Men said, fuck you, do as I say, this God said so. If you don't agree, you're gonna die by my sword or God's sword. Best of luck, fuckers. That's what the Bible's for.
All right, I have a question for you. Do you think that what Jesus was teaching was good?
Horrible! I did not come to bring peace, but to separate mother from daughter and father from son. He called people dogs. He whipped people. He told people that they're going to tortured for eternity for the simple act of not believing.
Just one point at a time. Can I address one point at a time? He did not tell you to go against your father. He was.
Yeah, he did! I did not come to bring peace but a sword, to separate mother from daughter and father from son.
Yeah, but he literally was saying one of the 10 commandments is to respect your mother and father. And
he contradicted it!
I know, but what I'm trying to say...
Another contradiction in your all-infallible book! Yeah! The fuck are you on about?
Bro.
Jesus said something fucked up. I came to separate the mother from daughter. Fuck you, Jesus.
You got it.
You know what else he said? He also said that to be a disciple, you have to basically not love anything else but him. I mean, oh man. He sounds very, very...
I did read the Apocrypha.
Well, let me tell you this, bud. If you love money, do you think that's gonna...
Oh my fucking god. Dude, money can provide me fucking food and housing, so yes, it does provide happiness.
But you know the story.
Where has God ever provided a house out of thin fucking air? Guess what? Money makes houses.
I mean, I believe he provided your life.
Prove it, motherfucker!
Did you choose to be alive?
No, my parents chose to fuck. That's why I'm alive.
But you as a person, it could have been anyone else in your spot.
Yeah, I can easily go off myself.
Oh,
God has nothing to do with me being alive or not. My parents fucked, which is why I'm alive. There you go. Do you have any evidence to justify God creating me? I moved my mic away. Is that okay, guys?
Yeah, you're good, man.
Is the audio better? I know I'm screaming. I apologize. Yeah, my parents fucked. That's why I'm alive. Prove God did it.
You amped up on that Adderall medicine. It's got to be that. But dude, I'm saying is that you as a person, right? It's the fact that it's you, not somebody else, right? It could have been anybody else.
Biology, my brain works. I have different experiences. My experiences build my personality.
Simple.
Holy fuck! It's biology! God!
It's literally just basic
Dude,
DNA.
I swear, you need a bigger audience. You're actually fucking hilarious. I'll fuck with it. Go ahead.
I turned it down.
DNA. It's just basic how DNA forms and how cells form.
Yeah, girl, it says in Matthew that whatever you ask for and pray for in my name, I shall give to you so the Father may be glorified through the Son. Read your goddamn Bible, because I fucking have.
So wait, what was that?
But no, like
the
the fact that Cody is the one that came out is just biology.
Yep, I could have had a completely different fucking personality.
Those codons occurred.
Bro, but I mean, I look at him and I see more than just atoms, bro.
No, you don't. You see mass. You see
quite literally,
hydrogen.
You don't see anything else than cells.
That guy has a spirit.
You physically cannot.
You can see a spirit. Which part of my body does a spirit reside in?
Right in the middle of you, man.
Where?
Right in the middle.
Which organ?
Center mass.
The place where you feel love with. The place where you feel.
I feel love through the chemical reactions going through my brain. So which part of my brain is the soul in?
When you feel love, you feel it in your gut and you know it. Your heart.
Chemical reactions, my guy. It's physiology. Biology explains this.
That's a reaction due to chemicals.
And that you feel it in your heart, right?
It's
Yeah.
called the endocrine system. It can cause.
This guy's so passionate.
Actually, is that endocrine system? Yeah, I think that's endocrine.
Yeah, endocrine system is not that. That's your immune system.
I was wrong. But it basically is just release chemicals and that.
I love you so much. You're a dope dude. But holy fuck, dude.
In your gut is literally just a response to your brain doing stuff.
Oh man, that's like
it's not magic. It's biology.
It's
I mean, dude, I know. I understand that it's like this is what I'm gonna make this claim, right? I truly believe in the scientific method and every belief in your life, right? I believe that for everything you gather, everything you I'll say it like this, I mean, let me simplify it, right? I'll say you can't prove how we came to be. You can only
yes, I can.
I can prove that up to the Big Bang.
Yeah, you can. Hold on, let me finish. You can only theorize it, and then you can test the theory.
Pause. Nope. What's the definition of theory, my brother in Odin?
We could make predictions about it. That's not theorizing. That's making a hypothesis, and then you find the evidence which makes it into a theory or a more substantiated hypothesis. Like evolution had predictions because because Charles Darwin had found evidence, such as like the finches, how their beaks had changed to fit their diet, and their natural habitats, and then we made predictions off of that.
You make predictions.
Exactly. Because most great apes live in Africa. And humans are very similar in physiology and are now considered great apes. And back then he thought that too. He said that he predicts that the origin of the
is it actually PetSmart?
Earliest of our ancestors will be found in Africa. And guess what? That prediction was found to be true.
Yeah. I know, but
it's capital PET and then capital SMART. It's PetSmart. It's PetSmart? Holy what?
Whoa! What the fuck are you on about, Cody? This is like
that's crazy.
Side note. You know, since we're doing side notes, let me take you over to Luke 14:25 through 28. Now large crowds were traveling with him. He turned to them and said to them, "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself cannot be my disciple." Coming from the words of man, the myth, the legend, Jesus.
I can't believe it's PetSmart. I thought it was PetSmart.
It's pretty much saying if you love this world, you'll fall for this world. and
I don't love this world, and I still don't believe in a god. So that's horse shit. That's a failed fucking prophecy. This world sucks dick, dude. Oxygen kills you. The sun kills you. People kill you. People kill themselves. The fucking plants kill you. Berries kill you. Bears kill you. Meteorites kill you. Water kills you. Bacteria everything fucking kills you. Fuck it.
Yeah. Fuck it, bro. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? Everything's bad for us.
And then we got COVID 2.0.
Oh my
I know
god,
that
dude!
was that
Why the
hantavirus
fuck are
right
they
now.
letting them off the boat?
Get them on that boat. Get them off.
Someone
No,
keep
they've
them on
already.
that
There's already a
fucking
few
boat.
people.
Get them off my
dude.
fucking
There's
land.
already- Like why? Why the?
Off the boat? They've been off the boat for 3 weeks, dude.
That's
I mean,
true.
Yeah.
Weed does not kill you. Does DMT? Does that kill you?
I don't know.
Drugs are the only healthy thing. Do drugs and drop out of school, kids. You heard it here
Whoa,
first.
Whoa.
That's a joke. TikTok, that's a joke.
Yeah.
Joke.
Well, with DMT, well, with the Zos.
I mean, no, it's total side.
God damn it! Fine. All right, back to
Say it on
conversation. Back to
Discord
fucking
later, okay?
conversation. Hey, simple. You having a good time?
I'm having a great time, brother.
Okay. So listen, you're Jesus, man. Fucked
Yeah.
up person, all right?
Jesus isn't even a
I love
man.
that guy, bro. That guy brings me so much love and happiness in my life.
I know, dude. I know you love him. He's been fucking coming for 2,000 years. You better love him.
Goodness gracious, bro! You know if you ever turn back, you're gonna have to be. It's gonna be harder and harder the more you do that.
Brother, I have specifically studied the Bible to find out what blaspheming the Holy Spirit is because it's the one sin that cannot ever be forgiven, and I have
Good.
purposefully
There we go.
done it. So even if you're genocidal, maniacal, patriarchy, misogynistic piece of shit, grape-contoning, douchebag fucking loser ended up being real, I wouldn't follow him.
I don't believe you did that because to blaspheme the Holy Spirit means that you have like literally the encounter with God and then you like do some. It's like a whole thing. I don't want to say it on the slide, but I doubt it.
Blaspheme
My
Don't
friend.
do it. Hey,
All right.
the
please don't do it on the
Holy
slide, though.
Spirit.
I don't want to.
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is deliberate, persistent rejection of the Holy Spirit's work and testimony. Fuck the Holy Spirit, fuck his work, fuck his testimony, attributing God's action to evil. God's actions are evil, and refusing the salvation offered through him. You haven't provided jack shit worth of salvation.
I could raise my voice.
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is described in the Gospels as an unforgivable sin. Jesus states in Matthew, Jesus likes to come a lot and get nailed by Romans, that while other sins can be forgiven, blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. The sin involves speaking or acting in a way that knowingly rejects or malaligns the work of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit do be a bitch, though. So there we go. We good? I blasphemed. I am now officially going to hell. Prove God exists, and I'll prove to you that he's a fucking loser.
You're good now, brother.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you, bro. I don't want to hear that, man. Just have a little bit of respect for me.
Avada Kedavra.
Bro, what the hell?
All right. I'm gonna take you to another verse. All right, we're
It's
exploring
a bit
the
late
evil
for Cody.
shit.
He's having zoomies now.
Yeah, he's got the late night zoomies. He's geeked up.
Yes. Hey, listen. This is like we've been having great conversations yet so far, and like everybody else has been complete dog shit. All right, like I'm even enjoying this myself. Let me take you over to 1 Samuel 15, my friend. Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint your king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt." Important thing right there. 400 years ago is when that happened. Now go and attack Amalekite and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, children and infant, ox, sheep, and
Yeah, your
camel.
God said, fuck those infants. That's not a good God. He's a douche.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of like a war language thing, so it's not actually
No,
legit.
I've listened to that so many times. It's not at all. If you continue to read 1 Samuel 15, they go on to confirm that they went to do this. And another reason, another argument that I'm pretty sure
They were losers
Huh?
anyway.
No. The
He keep
reason
reading the
that
story, they're alive.
No, if you keep on reading 1 Samuel 15, specifically this specific chapter, they are slaughtered. The reason that we see other tribes of the Amalekites is because the Amalekites historically were not united group; they were tribes. And if you actually continue to read, we'll see them again. And guess what happens to them? They also get slaughtered once again. They're constantly getting murdered.
I'm sorry. I gotta cut in here real quick. Bun and Chixie, I fucking love you guys. I'm reading your guys' chats to these people. Fucking hilarious. Let me read this. Bun is talking to one of the apologists and said, "Jizz in a jar." Nobody cares about your threats. I love it so much. Yeah, a very small one. You're getting roasted.
So simple, eh? What you gotta say about what you gotta say about this?
I mean, that's what I said. I was thinking that this is like a war language kind of type of thing, and it's like it's kind of like when you would say like if your group chat text, right, they were on
Brother, I already responded to that. They okay. Two things. First, this is God commanding this, right? So fuck the analogy. If God's commanding this, guaranteed this is what is actually happening. Second, if you continue to read 1 Samuel 15, they literally confirm that they slaughtered them all. They killed the king, which he was alive for a little bit. God gets mad at him for even leaving the king alive. And then he also gets mad about him leaving the best of the cattle. What happens to the cattle? Sacrifice to God. You continue to read even further, you'll see them again. Guess what happens to them again? They get slaughtered once again. And the reason we see them again is because one is either God got put in the cuck chair here and they didn't follow his command, which means your God is a bitch. Second thing is that it's a contradiction. Third thing is that, like I had said, historically, the Amalekites were tribes. They were multiple fucking tribes of the Amalekites. That's one of the main reasons we see them again. So you got three options here. God's a bitch, contradiction, or it's historically because they were tribes. So what's your decision here?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I think it's a rough text,
Guys,
right?
how are you? Everybody's good.
Oh god.
What's happening?
Not the old God. It's simple. You know who he is? I don't know
man,
who this
I
is.
have 3 questions. I have to ask it.
Yeah, he wasn't patient, so I said, all right, I'll let the child up.
Okay, you said your God is imaginary.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, your God's 100%
Prove me
imaginary.
that you are the real one. You're not in your.
Bet all the evidence justifies I'm here. You're able to respond to my talking. You can see me. You can
Listen,
observe
let
me.
me
You can
ask
demonstrate me.
you.
I'm
Let's ask
falsifiable. You can also look at my
questions.
social security number. There is absolute 100%
If
absolute
you're
certainty that
real,
I exist.
who
Therefore, I
created you?
exist. There is no
This is
justification to
first
believe that I
first
don't exist.
question.
There you go. There is no evidence that anything created me except for my parents that fucked 25
Second
years ago.
question
There you go.
is
2 answers answered. 2 questions answered. Next. Bring up your
okay.
third bullshit
Ask,
question.
what was your question? Answer for the first
Oh, I
question.
provided a mass amount of fucking evidence for my existence. A, I'm responding to all of your comments. B, you can fucking observe
Yeah,
me.
if you are real, who created you?
My parents fucked 25 years ago.
So who created your parents?
Their parents,
Okay.
and then their parents, 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 and then their parents.
Evolution. Alright,
Bro, don't go to epics or monkeys
Boop,
if you're
boop, boop. We
discussing
are,
about
brother. I have a fucking tailbone. What the fuck?
So you said you are a monkey.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
an
no, no, no,
evolutionary
no. You are a
biologist.
monkey?
I will.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, motherfucker. I have a tailbone.
Then motherfucker, I don't want to talk with you. You're dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah, I am. And I just fucking schooled the shit out of your dumbass. Oh, who dropped him? I was having fun.
I didn't drop him.
Me.
Oh, I was having fun with that.
Yeah, I was gonna try and explain some stuff.
How was it me, motherfucker?
Holy shit, what's up, psych girl? It's been a minute. Dude, not. Oh, that's racist. No, that's bad.
Okay, so simple. Back to the topic here. So what's your decision here?
I mean, I would just say like it's a rough text in the Bible. I would say it's hard for me to understand. It's hard for me to understand the perspective of God in this situation, whether it's war language.
Oh, he gives the reasoning, brother. He gives the reasoning.
Yeah,
His reasoning was for something that happened 400 years ago, and he's just
Yup.
all perfect judge, right?
So he slaughtered kids for something that
weren't they, like,
happened
sacrificing
400
babies or something like that?
400 years ago.
Yeah. So then I would just say like God. If you assume in my
Okay.
worldview
Nope.
that God
Pause.
is
I'm
good,
cutting you off. Simple. Can a kid sin? Can an infant sin?
infant, no.
Okay, so then it's fucking unjust for God to slaughter infants. Correct or false?
Well, it depends. Like so.
What does it
I mean,
depend on?
I can't
Defend
speak for
the
God.
slaughtering of infants, please.
I can't do that.
Yes, please defend the slaughter of infants. Exactly. It's fucking disgusting. Your God is disgusting.
Okay. Oh.
Do you want another verse, brother? You want to go visit where Jesus called a woman a dog? You want to go visit that?
And not like, what's up, dog? It's more like, you dirty ass motherfucking dog. Get the way.
Yeah, you want to go visit that?
Let's do that, bud.
All right, Mark 7:24 through 30. Let's get to going.
Mark, what is it?
Mark. Oh wait, hold on. Let me.
There's no way.
24 to 30. Mark 7. Also. From there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre.
Wait. I gotta find the original. Hold on 1 second, bud.
Original.
Yeah, 'cause
There
I
is
always
no original.
The Greek. I go to the Greek.
You know how to read Greek?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, well, I'm going to read it in English because I don't know how to read fucking Greek. From there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know where he was. Yet he could not escape notice. But a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him. And she came and bowed down at his feet. Now the woman was a Gentile of, I always butcher this word, Sephardic origin. She begged him to cast a demon out of her. And he said to her, let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. But she answered him, sir, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs. Then he said to her, for saying that you may go, the demon has left your daughter. And when she went home, she found the child lying on the bed and the demon gone. And just a little bit of a history little thing here. When a Jewish person would call a Gentile a dog, it was considered a racial slur. So your Jesus here is being a racist, and I know what you're going to try and do with the Greek. You're going to go and try and say that it was a softer term here. Him calling her a puppy doesn't make it any difference, and I'm not even certain that's the word being used there.
Mm-hmm. But I can't find this verse, bro. Mark what? Mark 9?
7.
Oh, Mark 7.
On your
24,
marks,
you said.
Get set.
24 to 30.
Yeah. It says, but Jesus said unto her, let the children first be filled, for it is not meat to take the children. Meat. Why would it say meat here? Beautiful. It's not beautiful to take the children bread and cast it onto the dogs.
What does it say? Okay. In the English, it says, let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. I'm pretty sure when it comes to Greek, their sentencing they're not normally like in order, if I'm correct. Yeah, I can't remember that.
Well, it's just different. Never mind.
I know it's different translations, but I remember talking to Justin about this, and he had said,
when you speaking and writing in Greek, it's like a lot of it's you know how like when you go to Spanish, like there's a masculine version and a feminine version of almost every word.
Yep, literally the same thing.
It's kind of like that, but for to and from. So it rearranges the way you phrase things when you go to English. What is that? Candle set?
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, so what do you think about this, my friend?
I mean, I don't see him. I don't see him calling her a dog.
What?
He literally did.
What? Mark 27?
27? What? Mark 7. Mark 7 is a chapter. The verses are 24 to 30.
To 30, yeah. And she answered and said unto him that the dogs under the table eat over go thy way, the devil is gone out of my daughter.
You're mumbling, dude.
I mean, dude, I don't see the what's the exact verse he said calls her a dog. The exact
27.
Verse. Yeah, he doesn't call her a dog. It's saying something totally different.
He said to her,
Let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. And here, I'll copy and paste this exact sentence, and I'll see what Greek has to say about it.
No, onto the dogs. Why does that mean he's calling her a dog? I'm missing the point. Bro.
Throw it to the dogs. I'm not saying on to the dogs. I'm saying throw it to the dogs.
But I'm being so like I'm reading that, but I think it's because it's late. I've been doing these debates. I don't even know what the point is here. Like, where's the problem?
He's calling a woman a dog, and like I had brought up earlier, which I don't think you're paying any attention, when a Jew, which Jesus was a Jew, would call a Gentile a dog, it was a racial slur. That is the problem. This almighty, all-loving fucking Jesus is a racist. Yeah, dude, I translated it to the like, I copied the exact verse of 27, and I just translated it.
Yeah.
It literally says, almost exactly, besides a little dog part, what that verse says. Let the children first be filled, for it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs. He's calling her a dog.
I don't think.
Holy shit, Cody! What the fuck is all that?
Is that? What is he? What is that? Incest? Is he geeking out, bro? He's gotta be geeking.
He's doing a show and tell right now. I swear.
Is he into crystals? Incest? Are you of the occult, sir? Bells, bro? What the fuck? I mean, it says that he's using a household metaphor. The children eat first, then the little dogs under the table receive the crumbs, kind of type of thing.
What? I didn't hear a singular word you just said.
So it sounds like he's using a household metaphor back in the day. It's like about the children eat first, and then the little dogs under the table receive the crumbs, type of thing. It's a metaphor. He's not actually calling it like a racial slur.
Brother, are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, I am being serious.
It's clearly not a goddamn metaphor, bro.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
bro,
my god!
This guy's a Satanist, bro. He just pulled up some crazy shit. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. I do not claim any negative energy here.
Here's some black salt I made the other day. Or positivity.
Didn't you tell me is your dad a pastor? You said. And you were just a rebel, bro. What, did he not love you when you were growing up?
Oh,
You had to go and do all this?
I had an amazing fucking childhood. I have no church trauma. It's gonna be moon salt.
Oh my goodness, bro. Jadon Bond. Do you know that this guy? Jaden. I don't know why. I'm seeing my brain's tired. Do you know?
Oh no. It's just the way that my name's actually spelled. It's Jaydon. So yeah, it's yeah.
Okay. Did you know that this guy's in the occult?
This one's dope.
He's not an occult.
He just whooped up some Ouija board shit, bro.
It's not a Ouija board.
He had a pentagram and everything, bro.
Yeah, a pentagram isn't fucking evil, dumbass.
Well, but bro, what is going on with you, right? Like, what is this? Can you?
I was just letting you guys debate, and I was looking through all my stuff.
I just want to know what's all that around you?
No, I'm a witch, 100%. Yeah, I'm an atheist witch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you just said that you don't believe in the spiritual realm, and now you're a witch?
Yeah, I don't believe in supernatural at all. There's no such thing as spirits.
So you're a witch that doesn't believe in spirits?
Yep. You don't know what witchcraft is. It's okay.
Elaborate.
Please elaborate, Cody. And I mean kind of genuine curiosity.
You didn't see my tarot cards I was showing off?
Oh,
yeah, I saw those.
They're beautiful. Yeah, they're beautiful. I love them. It's my first pair. I also have a really dope incense setup. I'll show you this.
Okay, so while he's gone, I'm gonna elaborate. So,
Jaden, hold on. We got a bigger elephant in the room here. This guy's whipping. He just claimed that he's a witch. Hold on one second.
Burner.
You've talked to plenty of Christians. They're gonna give you some type of the same response. Let's hear this. Let's hear this. What is this guy pulling out, bud?
Bitch, you practice my fucking holidays. You stole Yule, asshole.
What is going on, bro? This guy did. I thought he was like just an atheist. Bro.
I am.
He's an atheist witch, bro. Get it right.
Dude, you are a unique fellow, Cody.
Oh, for sure.
Cody?
Yeah, 100%. I could definitely use for a CAT scan.
I got a question for you.
I also have a fuck ton of Pokemon cards here. I got a lot of sleeves I still have
Let
yet
me
to
ask you
use.
a genuine.
Ooh,
let me ask you a
Pokemon cards?
I like
Oh,
it.
show and tell, motherfucker.
Cody, please. Can I
Got
ask you a
Charmander.
question?
Nerd.
Can I ask you a genuine question?
Ask the
Answer
question,
honestly.
Daddy.
Do you ever cast spells on Christians?
Well, no. Like, okay, first of all, you don't know what a spell is. Second of all, it's like, I know that there is actually the nocebo effect is very powerful. So I don't do things that could potentially possibly hurt someone. It's more like,
Okay.
if someone's having a bad day, I'll make a little charm bag of positivity, right? And I'll tell them that, and I'll give it to them, explain the things in it. And even if they believe it 1%, they're placeboing themselves into a better positive day. That's all it is. Magic is not magical. Magic is actually spelled M-A-G-I-C-K. Harry Potter is not fucking real. There is no such thing as Avada Kedavra. M-A-G-I-C-K.
So would you say you're a light witch?
I do chaos, but I'm an atheist witch.
You do chaos.
Yeah,
What do you
Cody's
mean?
a special breed.
If you do chaos, that means you're not just positive.
You don't even know what chaos magic is.
I've gotten some insight. What is it then? Enlighten me.
I do things based on what works in psychology and physiology. It's all science-based. Have you ever meditated in your entire life, ever?
Yeah, I pray.
There you go. You're practicing witchcraft.
I mean,
You ever wish someone a good day?
I wouldn't say it's witchcraft, but
It is. Have you ever blown out birthday candles? You ever celebrate Christmas?
I fucking love the face.
You ever celebrate Halloween?
Freaking me out.
You ever celebrate Easter?
Jesus told me to rebuke people like this. You ain't freaking me out, bud. You're freaking me out. This is what the serpent in the damn Eden of garden is talking about. You're freaking me out. Does your father know this?
Oh yeah, everyone about me knows this. Yeah, I don't fucking hide
What do
it.
they say about it? And what do they say about it?
Christians are fucking terrified of it, and everyone else that's actually accepting and nice as human beings is all fucking excited about it and wants to learn about it.
Buddy, terrified of it is probably because how you're telling them. Did you see how you were looking at the camera?
Yeah, I did that on purpose because you stole my holidays.
Oh shit.
I gotta get going, Cody.
All right, you have a good one, brother.
Awesome.
You're
This
freaked
is
out,
a
Jaden.
great live.
You have a good one, man. Where did Evan go?
Don't leave me. Jaden left me,
You're
bro.
stuck
I'm
with me
scared
now, motherfucker.
Bro, how did you get into that? No, for real, like on
Oh, you guys can't hear the guest? Here, I'll turn you up real quick. There you are.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Dylan's here. Reincarnation, bro.
Yeah, DMT, bro, too. If you
Bro,
knew
so
me
how
from
did-
the
how
other
did you
day,
get-
that's probably the more. He hates that topic.
How did you get into this, bro?
uh,
How did you get into this?
get into what?
I always practiced things as a kid. I've been actively practicing for about 3 years now, but as a kid, I like dabbled because it's fucking natural.
So
You don't
it
light
doesn't
candles?
Sound like you're not a materialist, right?
I am.
Well, how do you, bro? I feel like you're in a little bit of a confusion, right? Because you're doing this witchcraft shit, and you're calling it witchcraft, and you got this scary face when you talk about it, right? Like, can we be honest right now? What's going on?
What?
Like, what? How did you get into this? How did you get into it? Who told you about it?
Well, psychology talks about a lot. Do you know
I got a degree
Jungian
in
psychology?
I got a degree.
So you know who Carl Jung is, right?
Carl Jung?
Yeah, he's like the father of fucking tarot reading in the West.
Okay.
It's
Carl
all
Jung.
psychology, brother.
So why name it witch? Why use all that stuff?
Because that's what it is. Witchcraft literally just means crafting and being close with nature, dude. It's not a fucking the cult called Christianity is what demonized it.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So you don't ever think you're calling on spirits or anything like that, right?
No, they don't exist.
They don't exist. Okay. All right. Well,
Oompa Loompa, Vada Kedavra. If you're here, show yourself. Please, Ada. Nothing. Like, no. The fuck?
Okay. Well, dude, just know that, like,
The Bible got me into witchcraft. I fucking love that. Hell yeah.
No. All I'm saying is
Hell
that
Satan, brother.
you gotta be careful what you dabble in.
There is
You never
no
know what you're
reason
gonna
to
find.
fear a fucking goblin if a goblin doesn't exist, my guy. Why the fuck would I fear a spirit if they don't exist?
Let me ask you this: do you believe in you're a materialist?
Yeah.
But I've never heard this type of position before.
The
You don't even
majority, dude, so many witch practitioners are atheists. It's not like you can be a witch and religious and be like a Wiccan, but witches aren't inherently religious. A lot of them are atheists.
Can you explain the difference between a witch and a Wiccan real quick?
Yeah, a Wiccan is a dogma, so it's a religion. So Wiccans are witches, but witches are not Wiccans.
So what do you believe about the people that are witches that think they are calling on demonic forces and all that shit?
I couldn't care less.
Do you think that they're doing like it's real for them?
No, the causal mechanism is going to be the psychology and physiology behind it. Causal mechanism is what makes something fucking true for cause and effect relations. If I light a candle and meditate saying I'm going to have a good day and I focus that and I imagine in my brain me having a good day, it's the priming effect of the brain that causes me to placebo only see good things instead of bad. It's like when you're going to buy a car and you're specifically focused on this car, all of a sudden you see it everywhere on the road. It's the fucking brain, dude. It's pattern recognition.
I believe in the law, but like I think the law of attraction exists.
It doesn't. The causal relation is going to be psychology.
But I attribute all that. It's all in Proverbs, bro. It all came from the Bible.
No, it didn't. The Bible stole... Dude, fucking Jesus is Dionysus and Horus. Are you kidding me? Dionysus turned water to wine. The fucking flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Dionysus and other gods died and fucking resurrected and were also born of... It's all fucking mythology. It is all... Every single fucking religious text is a mythological story. There's no such thing.
Can you give me this? Can you at least say that there's a little bit of truth in
No.
Like wisdom?
Israel exists, same as fucking New York, but that doesn't mean Spider-Man is climbing walls.
No, like things like let me see, wise men lay up your knowledge, but the mouth of the foolish is near destruction, like stuff like that.
That has smart proverbs. So does Hinduism. So does it's all philosophy. It is a 2,000-year young religion that stole from every other fucking religion. It did not invent those philosophies. These are Hindu philosophies. These are going to be Mesopotamian philosophies. The Bible didn't invent shit. It's a copy-paste, a shitty copy-paste of every other religion. It stole fucking from pagans, dude. Almost everything that Jesus did is witchcraft. Are you kidding me?
Let me ask you this: we've had some back and forth, and I'm a Christian. Do you think that it's harming my life if I'm happy and I
No.
believe good, positive guy?
There's nothing wrong with being religious inherently. It's indoctrination that's dangerous. For instance, I have a friend, not anymore. I had a friend when I was in the church, so probably 5 years ago now, and he's in prison. Okay. I was hardcore. I was a biblical literist. The earth is 6,000 years old. Adam and Eve is literal. The earth was flooded. The mud floods were true. NASA is fake. There's a firmament. Earth is flat. The lizard people are in Hollywood. I was hard fucking core. I was the most religious motherfucker you will ever meet in your entire fucking life.
Yeah, You kind of look like that guy that
I was,
doesn't
oh
believe in
my
anything
god,
without
dude, yeah.
explaining.
I was street apologetically preaching. I would go to fucking, I was one of those douchebag assholes outside of the Planned Parenthood fucking preaching with a fucking speaker. I was a fucking religious zealot. I would blast zealot music out of my car, fucking pray for people in the mall, etc., etc., etc. I would lay my hands on people. I had visions, I had dreams. I have the whole fucking 9 yards. Okay? I was more into this than any of you motherfuckers. My dad is a pastor. I grew up as a Messianic Jew. My entire childhood, I was homeschooled. I dropped out of high school to be homeschooled, and I studied the Bible for 8 hours a day.
And then what happened?
And then I was preaching to an atheist who was a witch, who was my friend, and I said, why don't you believe in Jesus? They said, there's no witnesses. I looked it up, and it was fucking factual. So I stopped believing in Jesus right then, because facts don't give a monkey's fucking ass about our feelings and opinions.
So you met a witch and he convinced you out of it.
Yep.
That's crazy.
They said, look, and they're an atheist. Majority of witches don't believe in God. Okay? Same with pagans. Like, they don't actually believe these are real deities. Okay?
Yeah.
And they said, I said, why don't you believe in Jesus? If I prove Jesus to you, would you be a believer? Yeah, I would, but there's absolutely no contemporary witnesses. That's when I learned about Irenaeus. That's when I learned about the Gospels being anonymous. That's when I learned that there's no justification for Jesus having done anything. I wasn't a mythicist, but I did believe that there was no longer a reason to believe. Also, when you study theology, you learn anecdotal versus literal. When you're reading historical stuff like that, mythologies, you throw away the fucking supernatural claims. You keep the literal claims.
Did you initially first try to fight it? Like,
oh my God, no. I looked them up. If it was wrong, I looked up both sides, secular and theistic scholarships.
Yeah.
There's no fucking justification except for pure biasy and logical fallacies. So I cried for a few days and I dropped my belief.
Wow.
Because facts don't care how you feel.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. Have you seen like The Case of Christ, like that movie type shit? You have the book, don't you? You better pull it out.
Have I fucking seen it? Dude, it is so fucking biased and all of the evidence is false. There's no evidence for it, dude. It's fucking anonymous gospels. The names were attributed in the 2nd century by Irenaeus from fucking hearsay. They're also impossible for them to have been eyewitness accounts. They're not contemporary. They're also not eyewitness at all. They wouldn't be old enough.
Be 100% genuine with this question. Did anything bad happen at that time?
No, I fucking loved being in the church. I cried.
No, anything bad happened in your life?
Dude, we all have a story.
What's your story?
We all have one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't dictate whether what I believe or you believe is real or not.
I know. If
it doesn't matter, dude.
If you want to share it, if you don't want to share it, it's fine.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, as a friend, I would start coming in its live. And
who the fuck said we're friends, motherfucker?
Okay, we don't have to be friends, brother.
Nah, we're all friends here.
I'm just trying to say, bro. I truly love everybody, and that's how I go about my life. But
which is
good. I want to know, like, yeah, I'm not that the type of person. I let everyone kind of believe what they want to believe or whatever. But I just sometimes I find it like. I feel like sometimes it's something triggers in their life, and not that you don't have the truth now.
Dude, I love the church.
No, dude, I'm telling you, not that you don't have the truth now, and it doesn't influence your bias. I just wanted to know, like, was there a decision in your life to even just start looking? Like, did something happen in your life to even?
Nope.
You said you have a story.
I mean, yeah, I have a story, but it's not dictated by my beliefs.
Yeah, what happened, bro?
What do you mean, what happened?
What happened?
Nothing. I had a great fucking childhood.
Yeah.
I loved God.
Yeah.
I preached. I tried converting as many people as possible. I did missionary trips. And I found someone that had evidence to back their claims. I had no justification to grant my claims anymore because there was no evidence. That is what atheism is, a lack of belief due to, typically, lack of evidence.
Can I step in and ask something? I mean,
what would be evidence? Like, I mean, I think for you would be evidence that you have to see something.
Nope. If I see it, I still have to test it. How do I know it's not a hallucination?
Well, I mean, not even that. I mean, what would be? Do you have an idea of like what would be evidence?
What would be evidence for a magical unicorn's existence? One that shits out diamonds. That's a stupid question, isn't it? You have no clue because it's never happened. So how the fuck am I supposed to know?
I mean,
You're talking about a magical unicorn that shits out diamonds, i.e. the universe.
Yeah.
It's even impossible, by the way. A god cannot be outside of time and have causal relation. Causal and effect are byproducts of there being time. It's literally not physically possible.
But you're also limiting. I mean, a god.
That's called special pleading. The argument that God created the laws and can do whatever he wants, that's special pleading again. So special pleading is all things adhere to these laws except for my thing. My thing can do whatever the fuck it wants because I defined it as such. No, that's a fallacy. It's called special pleading. It's logically wrong. You have to have evidence to justify that. You would have to provide evidence that the laws of physics can be broken by your being, which requires proving the being in the first place. So no, there's no justification for it at all. It's logically fallacious. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God. It is illogical to believe in God.
And this is why I like having conversations about weird stuff. I'm not coming on asking about fucking organized religion and shit. All that shit's bullshit. Because, I mean, really, the only true thing in God is faith. That's what everybody
Oh, Liz, you gotta check these out, Liz. You'll appreciate these.
Hey, Cody. Hey,
Yeah.
Bod.
Yeah.
What happened, man? You gonna tell
What are
me?
you talking about?
What's
Check
your
these out,
story,
Liz.
man?
I told you it. These are
But no,
beautiful.
like what happened? Did anything happen in your life? That
Dude, we all have shit. What happened to you?
Me?
Yep.
I mean, dude, I went and got engaged. I lost my aunt recently. Like,
Yeah, this has nothing to do with your belief, does it? Or does it?
no, it does not.
There you go. Any trauma that I may or may not have experienced has nothing to do with whether I believe in a god or not.
I know, bro. I'm not. It's unrelated. I just wanted to know. Like, do you have a story?
Why are you
What's the story?
Yeah, we all have a story. I am 25 years old. I have 25 years of experience in life. You want to hear about my elementary school when I learned I was colorblind? Like, what the fuck are you going on about, dude? You're basically trying to read into this, and you're basically saying, I have something traumatic or extreme that has happened in my life, and you want to hear about that. This is like classic apologetics, dude.
I'm pushing too much about it. Then fuck it. I don't want to know. It's fine. I mean, because when you were talking about it, you looked like some bad shit happened.
Yeah,
I said,
we
okay.
all have stories. Bad shit has happened. Have you broken a bone before? That's a bad fucking thing. It's even traumatic. Congratulations. Like, we all have fucking stories.
Yeah, bro, but everyone's pain is real, right?
Yeah, so...
Dude,
Dude, you're asking this with the implication that there's reasoning behind a god or not, or religion or not, or my lack of belief or not, based on my growing up and my experiences.
We were talking about your story, about what happened 5 years ago. You were gospel preaching, all this stuff, and then you met a witch, and this and that's happened.
Yeah.
And then I asked you what happened.
There's nothing traumatic
than
there.
that.
That's that.
There's nothing. If you didn't, okay, then if there's nothing traumatic, there's nothing traumatic.
That's what I've said 45 times.
You said you had this story that you didn't want to tell.
We all have stories.
Okay.
Were you born? That's a story.
Like not a big event.
No.
Okay. All right. That's fine, bro. That is fine. That's fine, man. It was really fun talking to you, bro.
You are fun. I do enjoy you.
Yeah, I'll definitely come back on here.
I hate you, but I love you.
That's usually the response.
Like, fuck you, but also come back.
I will come back.
I appreciate you, brother. You have yourself a good day.
Yeah, you too, man. Peace.
He's a cool dude. Dylan, are you theistic or atheistic? What the fuck?
What the? I don't even know all these fucking big terms. You can call me a dumbass. You're smart.
I'm saying, are you religious or not?
I would call myself spiritual.
Why?
Because I believe everything's about energy. I think it's all bigger than a god or religion. Religion is bullshit.
When you say spiritual, though, you're implying spirit.
as in we have a spirit that goes and comes back.
Oh, you're the reincarnation guy.
No, and I'm not implying it necessarily as that. I'm saying I'm spiritual as in and again, I'm not big with terms and everything. I work in finance. I don't fucking study any of this shit more. I should study more of this shit, but no, I believe that there's a higher purpose. I believe that there's a meaning, and that a lot of shit is connected, and I personally believe that everything, if you try to boil it down to something, it's all energy, and just, I mean, even think about consciousness, you know, what we are, you know, our senses, you know, they're all ways of connecting, you know, seeing, taking in light, you know, waveforms, speaking, touch, you know, feeling, you know, atoms up against each other, nuclear forces and everything. If you don't really touch everything, it all boils down to energy.
Yep.
And I know we agree on
There's
that.
there's
point,
nothing
but,
like spiritual though.
What do you mean?
Like, just because all things are made of energy doesn't mean that there's like a universal consciousness. It doesn't mean that we can do telekinesis.
Well, and I do believe that, and you're gonna fucking, we're gonna want to have this conversation, but I mean, there's people who have, even on experiences that because I mean, I've never had telekinesis. You know, it's obviously pretty
I
out
used
there,
to practice that.
wacko concept, but
Even to this day, I still try it, especially when you're laying there, you just got done eating and the remote's a little bit too far away. Come to me.
But talk about people who've taken shrooms and who have had shared psychedelic experiences, and they can talk to each other without verbally communicating.
So what happens is they talk to each other. Huh. But they're hallucinating. Huh.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean,
right,
maybe?
but
It's a hallucinogen. Shrooms are hallucinogens.
Maybe you're right, dude, but you've also never... Dude, let me...
Do I have to build a watch to be able to understand the mechanics, or can I also read a book and observe it being built to understand the mechanics?
Yes. Because
so I don't have to eat a shroom to understand the parts of the brain that it affects and what that effect does and the chemicals that it releases, correct?
No, because it's an experience, dude. If you've had an experience, let me tell you. So if you go, you're scared of heights. You've never gone on a via ferrata, climbing up a side of a mountain, hooked in on chains and shit. You're scared of it. You've never experienced it. You're never gonna know what it's truly like, and you might actually like it. I've done that. So I can't, just like I tried to talk to you the other day about my experience. You will never truly understand or know
the thing
what it's
is,
like to
brother,
take DMT unless you take it.
This is called projection and cognitive dissonance. You did something that altered your brain state. You did something that made you hallucinate, and you experienced something to a very strong degree, and your brain doesn't know imagination versus reality, hence why we have the scientific method and logic and math, so that we can determine if our thoughts align with reality. You're taking a hallucination as objective truth when all of the evidence justifies that's horseshit. That's the problem here. Your brain is not being able to comprehend. That's the cognitive dissonance. I am providing evidence that justifies that your very strong internal belief is false, and your brain is not willing to accept it.
Well, I'm not even talking about internal beliefs right now. I'm just talking about perspective. You don't know. You can't understand my experience.
Liz, I'll gaslight you, motherfucker.
You can't. Yeah, that's a bullshit comment.
She's cool. She's a friend. She's a friend. She's cool.
No, there's a reason why I'm talking to you is because I'm not trying to sit here saying
I would love to believe it, dude. I would love to believe in the supernatural. I fucking practice witchcraft. If I believed in the supernatural, you know how much shit that I could do in this world? I could fucking manifest a Lamborghini in my garage tomorrow. Like, that would be amazing for the spirits to exist. What do you mean harassment and bullying?
Yeah. You got reporters on?
It's TikTok has a AI algorithm that watches every word, and if you say something that seems to be bullying,
Bullshit.
so when I said Liz is, I'm gonna gaslight Liz, it took that as bullying.
That's weird. No, it's I'm losing train of thought here. What were sorry, you're gonna have to.
The problem is, brother, is I can grant that you had an experience and how real it seemed, but you and I both know it's a hallucination.
Well, of course I know it's a hallucination. I'm not even trying to get back on that point. Where is I trying to get at? I'm trying to think. I need to.
Need a little bit of shroom.
No, those would help me. I've been drinking a little bit, dude.
Oh, fair
After
enough.
work, dude.
What day is it? Oh, it's I need to go get some beer.
Yeah, you do. No.
Oh shit! Hey, I am so sorry. 1 second. Holy fuck! I'm so sorry, chat. Okay. Wow. I fucked up there. 2 hours ago, Atheist for Life sent a $20 super chat for please tell guest he really, really dumb. All theists are. I'm so fucking sorry. I missed that. That was during like an hour conversation and I completely forgot afterwards. That's my bad. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, continue. Oh, I feel like shit.
No, I think we'd be, dude. I think we'd be good friends in life. Here's the thing. Here's what I think I was talking about. So, obviously, dude, I've experienced some shit. I'm not trying to say I'm fucking know everything. I like to question shit. As I know you do too. I think we.
See, the reason I do this is because I would love to prove it. So whenever I'm not on stream, I am reading philosophy books that I don't agree with so that I can prove to myself that there's another epistemology that I could grant as a truth-begging epistemology.
So all you're doing is just reading shit from other people, which is bullshit, which is just like organized religion, dude. There's like that's gonna get you nowhere.
There's a massive difference in reading a science textbook versus reading a religious textbook. The science textbook or the philosophical textbook is going to explain the binary logic behind it, the mathematics and how it's a contradiction or not, what fallacies are there and what makes something untrue, and it's going to back it up with evidence and justification for that evidence.
Yes, and I'm not disagreeing on that point because I'm a big proponent of science, and I also am a big proponent of I don't want to believe in something until I've learned it or experienced it. That's why, again, I was Christian. My parents brought me to church, and there was a reason why I left, and I was against fucking religion. And there's a reason why I believe stuff in a higher power now. A lot of it is because of psychedelic experiences. Yeah, maybe I am a kook or whatever. I mean, that's maybe. I'm not.
Sounds like your brain's a little bit fried, my brother.
It's not fried. It's not fried, brother. I'm a financial advisor. I literally brought into my firm $120 million and developed $150 million last year.
That's hot. You single?
Not a fucking kook. But I mean, you're right. Any dumbass can make money or whatever. Logical fallacy, whatever. I'm just saying, I'm not the biggest dumbass. There's a lot bigger dumbasses than me. But I like to question shit. That's fun for me. And that's why I did fucking leave religion. I'm curious though. I want to ask you. So your witchcraft, whatever, you believe it controls everything. Well, I mean, it can control stuff from whatever. Is that not some sort of a higher power being able to influence energy, whether it's you doing it?
Nope. There's absolutely no evidence that me thinking about something interacts with molecules external of my brain at all. So no, your thoughts do not warp reality by any degree. The reason that witchcraft works is literally psychology.
Okay.
There's no supernatural-esque about it.
Yeah. Okay. I would
I'm gonna tell you again. I know you're gonna disagree with me. I would tell you just to, it's not gonna kill you or something. Try some mushrooms.
Yeah, never.
Why not? Can we talk about that? Why not?
Every person I've ever talked to that has ever done shrooms talks like you. They're incapable of coming back to reality. And they're incapable of letting go of the hallucination. And they only believe that hallucination, and it warps your brain. Somehow it seems to warp the brain to believe in the supernatural to such a degree that no fact, no evidence, nothing will change your mind. And that is not something I'm willing to do to my brain.
Do you think that if that's the case, is there not some weird connection between, like, what would you say the connection is between that?
The connection is there's going to be some sort of a neural pathway that it is ruining or harming to some degree. I don't know. I'm ignorant. I'm saying seemingly from every person that I've spoken to that has done these shrooms.
Well, it does. It lights up your brain. You can look at when people.
Yeah, it
do
lights up
shrooms or
the
such,
hallucination part of your
It does
brain.
create new neural pathways. It does.
It lights up your
It does.
hippocampus, my brother in Odin.
It does. Yes.
That's
It
the
creates
same
new-
parts of your brain
new
that
neural
light up when you're
pathways.
dreaming and hallucinating. Dreams are hallucinations. There's
Yes,
nothing
you're
real
right.
about a dream. When you're in a dream, you're not interacting with reality. Same as this hallucination.
Well, they say you release DMT when you dream, when you burn, and when you
Yeah,
die. So,
hallucinations.
yeah.
They're not real.
But
Harry Potter's a hallucination.
well, no, that's a movie.
Well, it started out as a book, i.e., someone's imagination.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. But yes. I don't even know where to go with this. Is there anybody else who's requested to join?
Well, honestly, I'm probably gonna be done once you're done.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Don't have too much going on, and it's 9 p.m. I think I've streamed for a total of damn near fucking 8 hours today or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate you, and I think it's beautiful. Like, again, I would love for the supernatural to be real. I grew up with it. I fucking miss it. But my feelings don't make it exist. I need evidence justifying that it's real. Whenever we do a witchcraft practice, I look at the causal mechanism for why something works or does not work. And there you go.
Yeah. I'll say one last thing. I was a completely different person before I kind of took shrooms or did anything like that. I know that for sure. But I don't necessarily know if the person that I was before, I don't know if I liked myself. I was, and I would even say, I mean, we think a lot. If we think a lot alike in different ways, we're both people who are very inquisitive, who are trying to figure out the answers. Because I mean, it's hard for anybody to know. I don't know. You don't know.
We do know a lot, bro.
But we know a lot. I mean, we know a lot, but we don't know the overall answers.
I mean, we don't know what we don't know,
Well,
but
why
what
are
we
you
do
doing
know
this
about, we
live?
know.
Why are you doing this live? Like, what's the point of you trying to, I mean,
Because
unless you want
indoctrination
someone to
is
come in and-
dangerous.
What?
Indoctrination is dangerous.
I agree.
So I help people and debate people and try and get people to see things critically and teach a little bit of critical thinking and logic.
So can I tell you one of the things that maybe has been good for me about shrooms or shit? If that's your
No,
opinion,
we're not going to defend those
I'm
on
just gonna tell you.
TikTok.
No.
That's going to be a
I'll just
TikTok
tell you
terms of
last-
service. I'm surprised. Honestly, it's probably why I have like no viewers now, because we went from like 60 viewers down to like 14 talking about DRUGS.
It might be. I'm sorry. My bad. All right. I'll tell you. I mean, I've that's something that's allowed me to think and question stuff more.
Brother,
So,
books do the same.
yeah, they do.
It sounds to me
Those-
like you hated life, wanted an escape, did a drug, found your escape, and found happiness.
No, I loved life. One of my friends in high school introduced me to drugs, and then I loved them even more.
That's a problem.
I'm not saying it's a solution.
No, it's not. Also, it makes it to where you can't think as critically. When you're drunk, when you're high, you're not able to think as critically. You're not able to use logic. Your brain switches modes from critical thinking and logic over to the experience. It literally makes it to where you can't think correctly. That's why you feel like every single thought you have is God ordained, the greatest wisdom the universe has ever heard. And then you hit record, and the next day when you're sober, you listen back and you're like, did I just talk about chicken feet for 2 minutes? The hell? Like, it's stupid. Like, it fucks with your brain, dude. It's not smart.
No, I get what you're saying, but that's definitely not how I feel. No.
I grant that it's good for you, especially microdosing. Shroom specifically microdosing is been found healthy. I agree with that. Purposefully hallucinating, that you can't take it as reality.
I'm only telling you to try to microdose. That's what I said the other night. Try a little.
Yeah, I have nothing against microdosing, but again,
I know, but try a little.
It's not. You're saying try it like a Christian says, just try to pray. It's not going to magically change anything because magic doesn't exist.
Again, I don't believe in bullshit. No. The reason why I would say that is because, again, you and me, I think, we like to explore and think about stuff. And again, the other reason why I was talking about the other night was that, it gives you different perspective or whatever. I think that you could gain some value from having a little bit of it.
The only value I'd probably gain is be able to relax. But it's not going to make you see reality, brother. It's a hallucination.
It's not going to at a microdose. A microdose doesn't make you hallucinate.
Right. So there might be biological benefits, but being stoned does not help you get some higher understanding of reality.
No. I agree 100%. No, I'm not. Don't do rugs, kids. No. 100% I agree, but I'm just trying to say, be a little more open.
I'm super open.
No, dude, you're closed off. You are.
To what?
Closed off. Dude, there's.
I'm so open-minded. I dropped a religion.
Dude, you're all right. You read a lot about religious texts, a lot about theology and psychology. And
that's cool, Captain. Thank you for saying that.
You are very smart. You're very smart. But it's not all that serious, and that's when I go back to this is all man-made shit. A lot of shit that you're looking at, it's all created by us, just like the Bible.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No.
But I mean,
logic,
there's
math, those things are grounded
it.
in reality called axioms.
Well, you're right. There's science behind it. But yes, here's my point.
You know what? You are right. I am closed off to horseshit mythologies. You're correct.
No. Here's my point. You're a lot about research. Shit, whatever. But you're researching stuff that's already been
factual.
Done or whatever. What have you ever discovered for yourself? Can you tell me what in life is important to you?
I've been writing my own book on the pursuit of happiness, what happiness is and how you find it if it's possible to find it. I'm not finished with it yet. And it doesn't matter. Dude, you're drunk.
No. I'm sorry. I'm just talking over
you. You're getting drunk. No, I'm not saying you're talking over me, but you're getting super deep, but you're not actually saying anything deep.
Probably.
I think it's time for you to go watch a TV show or something, brother. Go turn on some fucking Ben 10, bro.
Yeah, all right, I will.
You have a good one, brother.
Yeah, good. Have a good one. See ya.
Oh, he was getting obliterated. He's so cool though. I do like him. Yeah, Cap, send me a DM on that. I didn't know that. That is super cool. I wonder. I love Carl Jung so far in my ignorance because I have not studied him a lot, but I do love his studies on certain things. You're a lot about being smart, but you're not smart where it counts. Prove it, motherfucker. Oh, Ems hopped in. What's up, Ems? Phew. All right. Do we end, or do we swap over to doing members only or something and just hang out? I'm not gonna guess this. Always here for the chat. The colors are just icing on the cake. That's valid. Opinion on Genesis, it's all bullshit. Should we stay or should we go now? That got quiet. Sorry for the yelling, guys. I was getting hyped. I don't know, I was in a goofy mood. Yeah, of course, man. What's up, Skeptic? Appreciate you, brother. I'm so sorry I didn't even see that message. Hell yeah, brother. By the way, you guys on YouTube and TikTok, if you guys aren't following Resurrected Skeptic, go follow him. He's pretty fucking awesome. I like him a lot. What is your theory on how the world began? Just curious. It didn't begin. Energy can't be created. I sent a link to an article on it. Hell yeah. Let's get a gander at that. Let's look at that. Ah, let me in. Oh, ResearchGate. Damn. Okay. Psychedelic drugs and Jungian therapy. Abstract. Oh, and it gives the full thing? Fuck yeah, I'm going to be reading this tonight. Hell yeah. The authors review the history and recent research on the psychotherapeutic efficacy of psychedelic drugs. Psychedelic drugs appear to provide access to unconscious material. I wonder what it means by that. And when used in therapeutic context, may cause deep and long-standing psychological change, which makes sense as to me stating that everyone I've met that has done that has that same way that they talk. The psychological effects of psychedelic drugs are reviewed from the perspective of Jungian theory. A series of clinical vignettes illustrates the archetypal aspects of hallucination. Yeah, the archetypes are really cool. It's not going to make me fucking sign up, is it? Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll read that throughout the night. Oh, hell yeah. He's also got a YouTube channel. If you guys over on here, YouTube, that only watch YouTube, go check out the Resurrected Skeptic 2, number 2. You guys can see it in the chat up on the screen. Go check out his YouTube channel. He's a really good debater. Origin of life? Yeah, you got abiogenesis. And the way that works is it a proven theory? No. What we're missing is which causal mechanism is the actual mechanism in which we come from inorganic to self-replication of protocells. We have 3 different hypotheses, all of which are true. We just don't know which one is the actual one that we came from. No discussion of dangerous substances. Is he a master beater? Would you say? Saying it's God doesn't count unless you can prove it. Yep. Abiogenesis has been heavily studied and tested. I'm pretty sure within the next few generations of lifetimes, probably like within 100 years, it'll be a scientific theory. Oh, Dom Dot, you want to try that again in English? TikTok got a CIA agent in here now. Sorry, Cody, I take blame. A CIA agent. Eh? How does that correlate to life? Yeah, okay, here, I'll read it step by step for you. We're going to start with Miller-Urey. God, we go through this so much. Pretty soon I'll have it memorized. They set up Miller and Urey, okay, 2 scientists. That's why it's called the Miller-Urey experiment. They set up closed early Earth system with glass apparatuses to mimic early ocean and atmosphere in a closed loop. They used 2 flasks and tubing to connect them all. They filled it with inorganic gases, which were methane, ammonia, hydrogen, water vapor, no oxygen gas, which is going to be O2 instead of H2O, to keep it chemically reducing the seal so that no outside contamination can get in. They then added an energy source to simulate lightning because there was lightning in the early Earth. So they put in electrodes and fire. They used cooling systems to condense and recirculate the vapor so the products could dissolve and accumulate in the quote-unquote ocean, so in their lower flask. The water vapor and gases pass through a condenser. Condensed liquid, now containing reaction products, drips into a collection trap. Liquid is recirculated back to the boiling flasks, mimicking a rain cycle, so they recreated rain as well. They ran it for days and then sampled the liquid. After about a week, the water turned cloudy and colored, indicating new compounds. So what they observed from that was amino acids like glycine and alanine and other small organics. So just from that, we learned organic molecules can form abiotically from simple gases plus energy. So that's a fact that we have done. Okay, so then we go into from organic molecules, because we know that inorganic can become organic molecule, from organic molecules to self-replicating systems. Okay, so we have accumulate organic molecules in specific environments and then use chemical evolution. Once organics exist, they must concentrate somewhere instead of staying infinitely dilute. So we know that that happened through atmospheric synthesis, which we learned through Miller-Urey, hydrothermal vents, and meteorites, which is going to be UV-driven reactions. Then concentration mechanisms, evaporation in ponds, freezing, adsorption on mineral surfaces, or encapsulation in droplets. The results, local environments with high concentrations of amino acids, nucleobase precursors, lipids, etc. They form polymers from monomers. Monomers, amino acids and nucleotides, can link into chains under the right conditions. Dehydration on hot surfaces or in tidal cycles can drive condensation reactions. Minerals like clays can catalyze polymerization of nucleotides into short RNA-like chains, which was shown in the labs. Random peptides and nucleic acid-like polymers with no design, just chemistry. That's what we get from that. And then we have emergence of information-bearing foldable polymers. Some random polymers will have structure that let them bind, fold, or catalyze reaction. Some sequences fold into stable 3D shapes like primitive enzymes or ribozymes. The RNA world hypothesis shows RNA-like molecules can both store information and catalyze reactions. Lab ribozymes today can catalyze their own partial replication or copy other RNA strands. That's going to be self-replication. Selection on replicating or we can keep going, but all the evidence it exists. It's been done. It's been tested. It's been proven. Yeah, Dylan, I'm down. How could abiogenesis have made such complex organisms like humans? Or abiogenesis is not evolution. Evolution is what created the complexity trim clips. Complexity is proof of non-intelligence, and through natural means of billions and billions of years of the allele frequency changes in generations, which is literally the definition of evolution, which is allele changes, which is going to be genes changing. So when you have a baby and they get new genes and they have a baby and they have a baby and they have a baby, that is by literal definition evolution. What interview? Oh, with John? We haven't set it up yet. What's that mean in simple terms? Are you talking about the abiogenesis? Basically, what all that showed was that we know for a fact that inorganic becomes organic, and then through natural Earth scenarios, the organic can have chemical bonds and reactions to naturally become self-replicating molecules. I'm not like writing a book. It's my own personal philosophy. Like I have my own journal, right, where I write my philosophies and my questions, my evidences, etc. So once I'm done with it, I'm going to chapter it out, categorize everything, and officiate a book out of specifically the pursuit of happiness. Yeah, there's no evidence for anything like a soul. Just an ancient superstition. Yep, correct, Trixie. How far along are you in your pursuit? Who? Me? For what? Getting close. You have a working title yet? Nah. Why do you think Einstein believed in God? He didn't. People misrepresent Einstein so much. You have never read Einstein ever a day in your life if you think he believed in a personal God. No, Einstein literally said that people believe in personal gods are that of children. They are foolish. No, he did not. He said he believes in Spinoza's God, which is quite literally just the fucking universe and nature. He believed in nature. He did not believe in a God. He actually wrote many notes to churches when churches found that out. And he had to defend his lack of belief in God. And he very valiantly defended his lacking of belief. But yes, many scientists do believe in God. So what? Just because many scientists believe magical unicorns shit out rainbows doesn't make it true. I don't give a fuck what they believe. I care if there's evidence justifying what they believe to be true. Yeah, 70 years is awesome. Yeah, it's valid as well, bud. I would say that I was very happy as a Christian. I mean, I've got BPD, so like I've struggled with depression my entire life, but like just in totality, fucking happy as hell being a Christian. Do you like guns? So I have been deconstructing for about 3 years. Okay. Started out hardcore conservative Christian, hardcore MAGA. I did some security work for the Army, did armed security for a long time. Everyone I knew was Army, so I know firearms. I do own. I do not like them. We do not need guns, and we need a lot more gun control. I am not happy with guns, and with all the evidence that I have done, I am now anti-gun. Have you read Irenaeus' Guide to Gnostic Heresy? I have not. Send me that link as well. God damn it, Cap. You're fucking smart shit. Can you expand? Well, I mean, look at Switzerland. Look at Australia. Look at states with higher gun control. Is there any logical reason to believe in God? How can I debate that? There is not. You can have personal anecdote and consider your experience as evidence, but even that is not logically sound. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God. You have logically valid arguments, which is where the conclusion follows suit from the premises. But for a logically sound argument, the premises must be true. That's also true. When they wrote that in the Constitution, they had fucking 3-minute long reload times per bullet. Also, I don't give a fuck what they allowed. Whatever's better for the people as days go on, because we're evolving people and societies, is what matters. So even if the forefathers said everyone needs to have a gun, babies need to have a gun, I don't give a fuck. If evidence justifies that that is stupid as shit, then it's stupid as shit, regardless of who fucking said it. Do not care. I do grant that, Trixie. Like, so again, I do own, and I am trained, but I still hate them. It's the same thing with like veganism. Morally, I am a vegan, but because I'm a broke boy, I do still indulge in meat, even though I morally disagree with it. So it's like sometimes I accept I gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah, necessary evil. Like if I'm starving, I'm gonna eat fucking tuna. Like I'm not going to cry about it. I do agree that it's broke though, or wrong. You're a hypocrite? 100%. Yes. Unlike Christians, I can admit it. I will always say vegetarian or veganism is morally correct, but I'm also not going to control somebody. And I'm also not going to, suffer myself. And it's not hypocrisy to have a weapon self-defense. Yep. I would rather, and this is how I say it, I would rather break my own morals to save my life or someone else's life than to keep my morals and let people die. That is why I own a firearm. Morally, I disagree with it, but my morals go out the window if I am protecting people I love. Morals depend on context, situation. There's so much that go into morals. They can change. They're subjective. Not what I said, Cell. I don't think that's what Chixie said either. I don't have faith in energy. What? What? Dylan, why are you flipping your script all of a sudden? What the fuck? Yeah, I have no faith. Faith, by definition, is belief without evidence. I've explained witchcraft to you, of which you were totally ignorant on. It has nothing to do with supernatural. There is no faith required. It's psychology. It's not faith, it's fucking science. That's fucking stupid for you to try and attack on. Veganism, because I grant that their animals have consciousness. We know that tuna fish in and of themselves can feel pain, so why the fuck would I kill them? Orcas, other fish, they communicate. They have babies, they have families, they have societies. They communicate. I think it's morally wrong to take that away. Why did I start deconstructing from MAGA and Christianity? No, plants don't feel pain at all. Nope. They have no consciousness, Dylan. We already went through this. You need to get your drunk ass off of TikTok, dude. I've explained all this stuff so many times to you, and you agreed with me. Yeah, Linda, that's so true. It's ridiculous. Well, what do you believe in? Facts? Evidence? No, that's your own fault, Dylan. I provided evidence to justify what I said. Your only argument was nuh-uh. That's not a good argument. You have no evidence. You believe it based on faith. I do not. I believe in facts. I did say own fart. I need a cup of water. My throat's getting sore. I'll throw on the song and actually let's give we're gonna give Cap. Let's play a Cap song. Shout out to Cap. Some Malicious Onslaught.
Turns out right. The fear I feel, the pain is real. It's like silence in the dark. Waiting for a slice of life, a checkbox I can't mark. Mark my lies and circumstances out of my control. But the life I wish to lead has never made the show. I stand out on the stage now with my guitar in my hand, but nothing I do now seems to stand. And I'm tired of being haunted by the ghost of who I'd be if the world had given space for the version that is me. Every step feels like a rerun of a script I didn't choose, and I'm singing to the shadows 'cause I'm scared I'm gonna lose. And I'm scared that when I'm gone, there'll be nothing left to show. Just a name without a
My apologies. The song is Malicious Onslaught. This is the band on Spotify. I'm putting it in chat. Shout out. Get some viewers over there. But in this chat too. It's Velocious, correct? I'm saying it incorrectly every time. Yeah. Prophet, you're just full of shit. Request up and prove it or shut up. I've never heard of Dragon Force, but this is a band by one of our viewers. So, if you guys are a fan of this channel, you should also go check him out. Cry harder, Flip. No, I do not believe in a soul. I do partake in that. The Who is a cool Mongolian metal band. That sounds dope. I love that idea. I listen to a lot of Skald, Hail Young, stuff like that, like Norse music. Hey, Flip, how about you stop being a whiny, pathetic crybaby and request up if you want to have a debate? Mongolian throw singing is awesome, dude. I love that. Amon Amarth is a Viking metal band. Hell yeah, I'll have to check that out. Denver is fun. I've been there once. I thought it was beautiful. We went to the Garden of the Gods and I climbed some of those big ass rocks. Logical reason to be atheist. Logical reason to be atheist. Atheist is just a lack of belief in God. If there's no logically sound argument for God, then you are an atheist. If you lack a belief in God, you are therefore an atheist. There's no proposition for atheism. It's not a claim. Yeah, around the same for me, I believe. Oh yeah, Hale Young is awesome. Mordrin as well. Yep. Yeah, atheism is just lacking a belief in gods. That's all it is. There are atheists like me that say that there is no God, but that's the minority. I am of the minority of atheists. I do have arguments for that. For instance, A, God, capital G, exists outside of time and created the universe. A, first law of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created. So there goes God. There you go. You have to prove that energy was created by a God. So there's no justification to believe that's true at all. Yeah, the burden of proof is on someone making a positive claim about something. I agree, Belith. I'm too ignorant on Satanism, though. I know that I've read up a little bit and studied a little bit, and I agreed with a little bit, or actually I agreed with a lot. I'm very ignorant on Anton LaVey, and again, I'm coming from a very deep Christian background, so I still have a biasy that Anton LaVey is some evil, horrible person. I know that that is not necessarily true. I need to study and research it. It's just a biasy that I have that is not founded in any evidence or reasoning. So I'll have to study it to be able to grant it. Yeah. I have nothing against Satanism at all. Satan's plain... Yeah, if you hop in the Discord and shoot me a DM of that, I'll check that out tonight. I'm currently right now reading, just so I can learn a little bit more about it, this book on tarot, and it goes through like the Jungian psychology of it. I had a book with Jungian psychology. That was really awesome to read about. Oh man, you can shoot me a DM here on TikTok then. Yeah, go ahead and shoot a DM. I'll respond to that. I just sent you some interesting stuff on LaVey. Hell yeah, thank you. On Discord? That you did. Hell yeah. Awesome. I will be watching that tonight as well. I definitely need to study up on that. I think it would be awesome to partake in being part of the church, because that's community, and I love community. Are you Lucifer? I don't believe in any deities omni. Yeah, personal experience is not good justification for truth, Bag. That's the problem with that. Have you looked into the Copenhagen survey? No. What is that? Yeah, sure, Belleth, you're good. On fluorite? Oh, ads. Let's mute that up. I have YouTube Premium, so I usually listen to things on YouTube Music, but is atheistic Satan is used as a metaphor for human nature. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Baphomet and everything like that. It's still like hilariously ingrained to me that those things are like evil. So it's like, still an ad. So like looking at like a Baphomet, my first instinct is, oop, that's evil. And then I have to be like, nope, it's just as above, so below. It's literally just a yin yang. It's all about femininity and masculinity all sharing the same space. Dude, it seems that Satanism, man, just granting the universe, brother, just looking at the facts of nature, studying biology and science, you just learn how fucked up the patriarchy is. As a man, I have learned how pathetic men actually are, and that we are not these special little creatures, right? Like, you learn so much deconstructing. And I've still got a hell of a lot more to learn. As you guys know, I still say stupid shit. I still use profane words that are hurtful to certain communities. I still struggle with so many fucking things. But I am trying my absolute darndest to learn everything I can and be a better person every day. Satanic sins, according to LaVey, is stupidity. That's amazing. The first of the 9 satanic sins is stupidity. I love that. I'm a pessimist? What? No. Absolutely not. What? Yeah, life is what you make it. Yeah, there's cosmic evolution. Yeah, user. After death, black. Yeah, nothingness. Ceasing. Your consciousness is a product of your brain. When your brain dies and the neural connections stop shooting currents, your consciousness goes away. It would be amazing if there was evidence for reincarnation or something. You can't message me? What? That's weird. Have you messaged me before? Maybe that's why. Do I have any messages from you? I don't see any messages from you, though. Yeah, I don't have any messages from you, though. You have messaged me before. Belleth. Sorry, I've got a lot of requests. I gotta find you. That's in January. Yeah, I know, Jaden. Been live a long time today. My voice is gone. Yeah, I'm not seeing you in my requests, brother. Does it scare me? No. The only thing about death that I would fear is the pain that could come with passing. I'm not seeing you, brother. You messaged on both accounts? Here, let me swap over to the backup then. There you are. Gotcha. I got you on the backup. Shoot a message on the main. I'm like never on the backup. I only have the backup for when this one gets taken down. Sometimes it can be painful to die. Depends on how you're passing. I'm streaming on YouTube as well, Dylan, so I can't play copyright music. I have permission from the creator of this band to use his music. If anyone cares, if anyone can find an allegedly haunted item, mail it to me. I will keep it on 24-hour stream to prove it's bullshit. I've actually been very tempted because I want to do a series of storytelling from like my own personal like testimonies and anecdote experiences in the church, and then also like a witchcraft series. And I wanted to do something like that. Hell yeah, Belith. Magenta is imaginary. Buddhist practices are amazing. I love Hinduism. I love Buddhism. I love paganism. Doesn't mean everything they believe is real. Yeah, Belith. I'm even sure myself that LeVay is not a bad guy. It's just that biasy from the church. I get the majority of my books from like Half Price Books, and I know that they have his Bible there. I've seen it quite a few times. Tomorrow I'm going to get a rental car. Once I get that car, I'll go pick up that book. I spend way too much money on books. It's so bad. Oh, interesting, Belith. Very interesting. Class, what did you ask? As a speaker, what is your number one issue with God? His non-existence. Guess I'm having a bit of a quarter life crisis, getting to the point. Might have kids soon. So I've really been thinking about the meaning of life. Yeah, life is what you make it. Yeah. You only get the one, so gotta enjoy it to the best of your abilities. Oh, he has 5 books. Gotcha. Yeah, I might just order it. I've got Amazon. I just prefer like half price books because it's cheaper and I don't like spending money. Go for it, Sober. Let's get you up here. What's up, Sober?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. What you got for us?
I'm agnostic, so I'm not here to make your brain hurt. But
Sure.
I did want to, I hold to Big Crunch. I kind of just want to get your, reasoning on, what I'm assuming you hold to an eternal.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you, kind of consider when you kind of pick a model that, you think fits best?
Yeah, the hardship is we've never observed it, so we don't actually know which one is true. The one thing I do know is the first law of thermodynamics is energy can't be created or destroyed. Crunch seems like the most plausible.
Well, I don't know if you heard of this, but the acceleration is
slowing.
So I think that's I think that's really cool.
Yeah,
But
I've debated a couple of people that also brought up a good point though too, that what if it slows and then continues again? So it's like it's as of right now the most plausible and most likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I also like I did want to get I don't know a lot. I don't think a god is something you can what's the word? I think you need to use literally just pure logic to kind of like disprove in a way, right? Because anyone can kind of bounce around a like they can just say, well, God can avoid that because God. You know what I mean?
Right, you got to use the logical fallacies, what that is, right? Special pleading. So
Right.
I try and be so like obviously we don't know everything. So I try to be as unbiased about everything as humanly possible, and I only grant truth to things that have justification of evidence beyond reasonable doubt. So like if it's unreasonable to doubt it, I'll grant it as true, which is why I'm pretty agnostic about how the universe is it going to crunch, is it going to expand, is there bubble universes, etc. I just claim agnosticism because I don't know, but the math is where I'll like lean towards. I don't grant it as true, but I'll lean towards it.
Sure. Here's one thing I've been kind of questioning. Like I'm not the smartest guy, but even I can understand the science of like all this stuff. I don't understand why it's such a big issue, but
because it debunks theology.
Oh yeah, I mean, but one thing is like morality. I think it like people claim that you can't have a grounded morality if you don't know what your grounding is in a way, and I don't really know how to fight that. You know what
Okay,
I mean?
yeah, sure, I got you. So I actually do have a buddy on here. He's a really intelligent philosopher, and he's an objective moralist. And then also Ian on TikTok and YouTube, he is an objective moralist as well. I don't grant their arguments, but I can see why they do grant it. When we look at morals, the definition of a moral, for instance, is a principle to determine good from bad behavior. That is completely subjective to each individual society and culture. How do we ground something that is subjective? Well, we have evolved to have empathy. We are social creatures. We have to have each other for our own survival, for the betterment of society. So I know if I touch a stove or a fire, get stabbed, etc., it hurts. If I ought to live, if it is good, if I ought to live, if living is good, then we ought do good to others because they're benefiting our own survival as well. So it's kind of like contradictory to say this part, but it's the only way I know how to explain it. It's a selfish, selfless act. By helping your fellow man, you also help your own survival.
Well, I guess I agree with you, but I always had that. I always question myself. I was like, am I appealing to majority in that sense? You know what I mean?
It's not an appeal to populace. It's an appeal to biology and psychology. So the evidence is you go crazy if you don't ever have social interaction. We have to have each other for survival. So it's in our best interest, if we ought to survive, to help our fellow people.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I never really thought about it that way, but I always viewed it as, I think it's purely situational, right? Like if you give like a um unnecessary schmurder of an innocent individual is objectively wrong, right? But saying schmurder is wrong, I would say is subjective based on the situation.
Yeah. So we do have objective morals in society. Yeah. We have laws and regulations which make it objective. So like it's not dependent on my mind in America that taking someone else's life is right or wrong. It would be dependent on the law. So that would be an objective moral. But it's still subjective. Like there are individuals that subjectively disagree with it because it's still dependent on your own mind. Because subjective means, by actual definition, changes in accordance with feelings, tastes, and opinions. So if your opinion differs from another's, it is therefore subjective. So I believe it is wrong to spank a child. That's subjective because someone else thinks it's okay, even though it is legal, right? So we have to ground it in the evidence, and the evidence shows we are social creatures. The evidence shows we need each other for survival. The evidence shows that it is having a happier society benefits all. So all the evidence justifies the belief that it is better to not harm each other. But it also shows us that if someone else is going around murdering or willing to, good schmurder, someone else is going around taking lives, it is better that they're not a part of that society. So if you are not like them, they're coming at you, right? You're a good aspect for society. You will help benefit society by staying there because you're not unjustly taking people's lives. But if someone's coming at you, they are not benefiting society, they're hurting society. So by you defending yourself, if they happen to get wiped out, it's still a benefit to society, objectively.
Sure. I guess it depends on the society.
It does, 100%. And that's, again, where it's like we ground it in the psychology and biology, the physiology, sociology, like all these ologies is what grounds it. So like if we go to a place where cannibalism is legal and good, morally good for them, like they're a religious folk that, we can like ground why it's wrong. Yeah, we can ground why it's wrong. Their grounding is going to be that their God says it's okay. Our grounding is going to be based in objective reality, based in evidence and biology.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's just kind of, you word things much better than my mind words things. So it's kind of like,
I've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, you're helping me out.
I started out, my very first stream ever, I didn't even know what an axiom was. And I got obliterated in every conversation. And then I just fucking opened every book I could.
Sure, you want me to sound real dumb real quick?
Go for it.
What is that?
Yeah. Axioms are what ground mathematics, logic, etc. An axiom would be something that's a self-evident truth. So things exist as an axiom. I don't have to prove it to you. We take it for granted, and it is true. It's obviously true. It's self-apparent that it is true. We don't have to prove that it's true. Two things being next to two things is more than two things objectively in nature. Two sticks next to two sticks is four sticks. We invented the words and communication and symbols of math to be able to communicate that, but it is grounded in that axiom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I make that argument a lot that like I was like laws of logic, God literally needs to be grounded by those. You know what I mean? And people don't really, you know what I'm saying? Like people say like, I don't think all powerful is like logically sound at all.
It's paradoxical, actually.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
You know the rock analogy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's paradoxical. So they in philosophy, because that is paradoxical, they changed from all powerful to maximally great. But even that has holes and problems. Like my maximally great is more maximally great than your maximally great. His maximally, so it's still no answer, and there's no objective truth to it.
Sure. I mean, I forget. Now that I think about it, I need to go research this one. But there's someone who made the argument that, like, that in some way or another, I forget how they worded it. It made so much sense, but now I'm being brain dead. But they said like following God is like a subjective view, like it's a subjective decision, which would then therefore make your morals subjective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's subjective also. So like the actual Oxford Dictionary is the definition is changes in accordance with feelings, tastes, and opinions. The philosophical is going to be mind dependent. So if it is dependent on a mind, so if I tell you something is right or wrong, that is subjective. So God being the mind that dictates morals is therefore subjective. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I'm going to use that. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to let you go, man.
I appreciate you, brother. You have a good one.
Yes, sir.
That was a good one. I love questions like that. There's nobody. By the way, I was telling you about that gentleman that's way better than me in philosophy. Nobody in chat is that gentleman. God damn it, nobody. Yeah, morals are not arbitrary. Morals, by literal definition, are principles determining good and bad. They're just made up by us in society, literally by definition. So, like, I have here Spinoza's Ethics. Great explanations for those. They're made up by society. That way we can keep a healthy, thriving society. There are certain things you can do in a society that harm it and certain things you can do that don't harm it. So we ought to do the good things if survival is good. If survival is good, we ought to do this. I don't know if I believe in free will. Nobody's got a good argument. Wait, actually, I don't know. Nobody. Are you a determinist? Compatibilist. Yeah, well, I'm ignorant there. We got no one up right now, no. It's been a chill night stream. We got about 40 people just kind of hanging out. Get him, Artemis. I argue that it seems as though we have free will. He did it for Padme. Yeah. Kind of fuckered up, but I'm sympathetic to necessitarianism like Amy, so free will can emerge. It's very interesting. Yeah, I'm still agnostic on it. I'm too ignorant to take a stance. I would argue for free choice over free will. Beans on toast. I had a tuna helper, but instead of using tuna for protein, I used beans. Neutral monist. Gotcha. Yeah, they're very hard questions because there's not enough breakthroughs in science to really make a justified statement on it. It's very tough. Oh man, guys, I know you didn't want me to end, but we're on like 8 hours of streaming and I'm fucking tired and my throat hurts. I have not heard that argument. Yeah, tell it real quick. I'll hear you. Yeah, go for it. Before you start saying it, one of my favorite type of animals is octopus and squids. They are incredibly fucking smart. I really enjoy fish as well. Absolutely, I'm with you. All right, what you got, Silver? Bring it.
All right, so it's an argument about like all knowing. It kind of
Okay.
contradicts. So ask anyone who believes in a God as all knowing and just say, can God tell the time? If he's all powerful or all knowing, then obviously yes, right?
Right.
But if he's timeless, he's unchanging by definition. So if he can tell the time and the time is always changing, that means his knowledge is changing, so he can't be unchanging. You know what I'm saying?
I think I grant that based on definitions. Yeah, but that I feel like I could get into the semantics of it and we could break it down pretty easily though.
Don't worry about it.
But I do like that. I do like that.
I mean, I have a syllogism that's way more like, you know, like I can build one that's like better, but
no, it's fair,
like,
especially if the opposer if the interlocutor doesn't question the definition, you absolutely win.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't. What's even there? The question. But I mean, time is ticking at all time. By definition, it's change.
Knowledge must change from a moment. Yeah, see, nobody's already breaking it down. If you're all knowing, you know all time simultaneously, and when you will be asked all.
So he can't. Wait, I don't think that means he can tell the current time then, right? He can tell all time.
Well, my thought process was going more along the lines of never changing is about his characteristics, not about his actions. So he can move his arm, which is going to change his spatial area in space and time. So he can still interact with time and tell time. That's what my argument was going to be.
Well, that's where timeless comes in. Timeless, you cannot change the
Yeah.
definition of
Yeah.
actions.
Timeless, yeah, I can't grant. Well, let's see. Could we say...
Unless you're a purist.
Could we argue that he can still interact with finite points in the timeline?
If he's without time?
Yeah.
I do not grant that.
I don't either.
Because I think to even be an eternalist, right, for the universe, you have to hold the time be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can't interact with something if there's no time, there's no causal relation for anything. Therefore, you can't even think, you can't move, you can't speak, you can't do anything. Right. No, yeah, I'm with you.
Have you heard the Grim Reaper thing that kind of like...
I heard that. I didn't hear it super in depth. If you want to explain it to me, I actually fell asleep during a debate on that.
Well, it's really, it made me freaking... I almost said a bad word. It made me...
You can curse on here.
Dude. Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Okay. It made me think, dude. So it's basically saying that this is very rough and there's a whole syllogism for it that's way more clean, but this is a rough thing. Saying that, let's say under B theory, it's basically trying to say that there's an infinite regress, which this infinite regress doesn't lead to a contradiction, but it is extremely uncomfortable. It's saying there's reapers, right? And at 12 o'clock, a reaper will kill a guy named Fred. And going down the clock at 11:59, 11:58, there's always a preemptive reaper in this timeline. But the rules of the reapers is you can only kill Fred if Fred is not dead, right? Or if there's not if he's alive, then you can kill him, right? So it's saying in this infinite past, in a way, like how they found Fred dead. So how can you determine which Reaper killed Fred? It's kind of showing that there's still an infinite regress.
Interesting. I'm trying to process it. I'm picturing a clock with hands and the Reapers on each minute.
Someone DM'd it to me. I can DM them the exact argument.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to hear that.
And it was a good argument, but it kind of presupposed completion.
Interesting.
Which I guess technically you can argue a block theory is completed, but those are two very different completed, right? Completed.
Yeah.
Completion.
The semantics. Yeah, no, I hear that. Oh man, I definitely do not deny infinite regress. But I grant well, I'm the
only bad one to put.
Go for it.
The only bad regress is viscous. I don't know what it's called, but it's called I want to say viscous. Viscous regress is one that would lead to contradictions, but there's one called I think it's called Biogenesis regress, which means it explains the local chain, but it explains that local chain to completion, and it's not contradictory. And just because it doesn't explain the global chain, it doesn't make everything else contradictory in a way.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, looking at a micro versus macro lens.
Yeah, right. So showing that a regress isn't necessarily contradictory because everything still has an answer.
Yeah. I don't think I'm currently holding to, like with the universe, for instance, we have Planck time, right? And energy was in Planck time. Energy can't be created. You got radiation and these other energies that are at the most minuscule point of time possible. So they still are in a state of change and movement, because it's still in a state of motion. I mean, once the emergence of dark energy came about is when the expansion of time began and causal relations. Prior to that, technically is infinite, because it's an infinite amount of motion in energy, but also at Planck, so I don't necessarily argue for infinite universe, but definitely eternal, because if there's no time in the hot dense state, then that is eternity, and it could be in that state for eternity. And then dark energy said, bet, bro, I'm going to do my thing. And then we have the start of time.
I think wave functions kind of explains that.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I definitely subscribe to quantum field.
Oh yeah, wave function. What's a string theory, correct?
Wave function, yeah.
Okay, and then fluctuation is different, right? It's not the exact same. It's just slightly different.
The fluctuation being, are we talking quantum?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the closest state of nothingness, and it seemingly popping in and out of existence, and the energy after an infinite amount of that happening, one of them finally expands, which is Planck time.
Eternal means no beginning and no end.
Right now,
it's like
so when I think about infinite, I think about quantum field. When I think about eternal, I think about the Planck and the universe being in a state of the least amount of motion possible. I try and, because again, we don't know, so I try and look at both sides of the argument as much as possible. Obviously, I'm ignorant as fuck.
It's really strong.
Eden's?
Ian's.
Oh, Ian's. I haven't actually heard his.
Oh, it's really.
Are you able to state it?
Yeah. It's like soccer. Socrates, right?
Right.
So, so
do you know the Muffin Man?
It's basically saying that change must have always existed. And if change has always existed, then time has always existed.
Sure.
So, and if change is eternal, then time is eternal. That's pretty much it. And you grant that and you say that by saying, implying change has always existed is factually true and sound, because implying that it hasn't would be implying that a changeless state would transition to a state with change.
Right, which isn't possible because it can't change. That's simple as fuck too. Wow.
And a fucking idiot can comprehend that.
That is really good. I'm gonna have to memorize that and steal it. God, Ian is such a genius. The only thing I can't grant is objective morals.
I think it is very situational. And he holds the moral realism, which
I think societally we have objective morals. Like morals are objective when it's dictated by law.
Yeah, I can agree that depending on that's why I think objective morality in the Bible is completely not even like possible.
Well, it's dependent on the mind of God.
Mind of God, but when you mention slavery or genocide or any of the things, they say, well, the time was different.
Oh God, yeah, literally by definition subjective, because it's changing in accordance with taste, feelings, and opinions. Like, God, dude, they never fucking open a book.
Well, it's not their book, so
facts. Subjective moral heathens. You know what? I'll fuck you up in a subjective moral debate, bitch. Let's do it. I'm kidding. Don't. You'll kick my ass.
You probably would.
Nah, he'd kick my ass. Nobody's a genius. He knows philosophy way too high. He is Neil deGrasse Tyson in comparison to me.
Well, you know Ian's lore, right?
Well, I was saying nobody on fire here. Ian, no, I do not know his
Oh,
lore.
his lore, dude. He was like a close to national champ in debating.
Oh shit!
Like he was like second or third place nationals or something like that.
I did not. That's amazing. That makes so
Like,
much sense.
That's why he shits on people.
Yeah,
Just
he's
'cause he-
so amazing. Intellectual god. Watching him just sitting there fiddling, not even giving a shit, and just be like, oh, well, I don't grant that. It doesn't make sense. Do you think that makes sense? And then they're like, well, low tier, keep up. And he's like, oh, if I'm a low tier, can you...
Dude, when he pulls out the
so
dancing
good.
vegetables.
I love it. Dude, he's a genius. God, makes me feel dumb.
There was another one. I don't know if you've heard of this. The that heaven or hell can't be eternal.
I mean, yeah, Genesis 1 is created.
Well, not necessarily. No, I mean like by definition can't be eternal.
Okay, sure. I saw a fucking thumbnail of that recently. Go for it.
Well, eternal implies all of the time. You're currently here.
Therefore, not in
So
hell.
it can't be eternal, but it could be everlasting. You can argue that, but
Well, it could still exist even though we are here, though.
yeah, but that's like if you get into paradise, you're in heaven eternally. From that point on,
Okay,
right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, right.
So
Which
that
isn't
would imply
true.
all of the time.
Yeah.
So everlasting, I can grant that.
So,
but
when I was a Christian, I actually genuinely believed that me here, my soul was in heaven already at the right hand of God. And when I died, my consciousness would just go to that.
I don't grant that.
Dude, I was crazy as shit. Can a place
I was
exist
kinda
without
like-
someone being there? Fuck yeah.
My lore was kind of like when I stopped like going to Easter.
Oh, don't
Like,
stop
that's
with
when
the Easter. Ostera is amazing.
Well, we held like a giant dinner for Easter every year, and then we quit going to it. And I was like, why the hell am I going to this Easter? And then I started questioning everything from then. It all started at Easter.
That's so random. Holy shit.
I don't even know.
Okay, you just became aware one day. Like it just clicked.
But I'll fuck greasy eggs up, dude.
Valid. Oh my god, valid. Respect Bunny
I'm
Day.
trying
Oh hell yeah. It's one of my favorites. Samhain is my favorite holiday. Ostera probably third, and Yule second.
I'll try to. I have notes here. I'm trying to think of another one that's like uncommon, but that change argument is extremely like.
I
it's
do
really
like that.
good.
Yeah, can you DM me that?
Yeah. It's really simple. It's like a two premise.
Literally, I love it. I'm just so dumb. I'm not gonna remember that in the morning.
It's vile.
Oh my god, that's so fucked up. Nobody on fire. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. Read the chat. Do you know what he's talking about? Do you know what that's in reference to? Dude, I've got 20 people over on YouTube as well. That's rude. That's just, fuck you. That's so fucked up.
I actually don't get that reference.
The game?
I want to say Hunger Games.
You are officially playing the game. So how the game works is when you hear about the game, you are officially playing the game. Every time you hear about the game or think about the game, you lose the game. That's it.
Is this a rubber room with rats thing, but just different?
Sure, it is a legitimate like this. Like now that you know about it, if you ever hear it again, you lose.
Lose what?
The game.
Oh fuck.
Arbor Dat. I like Arbor Dat. What? Oh, y'all are still talking about Jesus.
One key thing, like if you're ever gonna make that argument, one key thing you have to say is like, if they lose if they grant change equal time.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to explain
That's literally
like
time, though.
an event is a change, right?
Yeah.
But people don't understand that sometimes, right? So like you have to like pretty much dumb that down as much as you can.
Well, that's my favorite argument to debunk the Abrahamic God is if you grant a transcending time God, therefore it's untrue because without time, cause and effect is a byproduct of time. Without time, you can't even create. Therefore, it's all a lie that this God exists and created anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, I heard an argument a little bit ago, and he kind of cooked the hell out of me. He was using premises, and it was basically making, and there has to be an independent thing, and like an independent thing at the very top of the cause, right?
Okay.
That can either be the universe, that could be a god,
Yeah,
whatever
some
you want
sort
to
of
think of it,
official causal. Yeah.
right? And like I was trying to break down like how it's the universe, and the universe did
Mhm.
make sense, but he made the God make sense. I don't know how, but he made it make sense because he used a pure what's it called? It's like a purist view.
Oh, you know what? I had that guy on my stream today, I believe. And my argument was energy can't be created. So now you need to demonstrate that God created it because that is the universe. And he wasn't able to do that.
Hmm. I went into the no potential argument.
For transcendental.
Well, if you're a pure totality, like what do I say? Like you have no potential on, like you have no potential to do anything, so you can't have a relation. You can't have relations
Yeah,
because
no potential, then you can't literally do anything because there's no potential to do anything. Yeah. Wait, how the
Well,
fuck did what? How did he make it make sense over that?
I don't know.
What?
Well, to be fair, it was in the moment, and I was like, "Fuck, I never heard that." I was really unprepared, but
I feel like that's a winner. Like, there's no way around that.
no, you can't. You can't. Well, the only thing you can do from there on externally, it works. That's the crazy thing. But internally, you can critique no potentials and say,
Yeah.
but so internally it doesn't. But externally, that's like the first God argument I've heard with no flaws.
For an internal God.
Yes, well, he granted an eternal universe, but he said since he's since he has no potential, there's no need for him to create the universe. Like he believed that they coexisted.
Oh,
which is a valid view.
That is valid as
externally.
fuck. Yeah, actually, that is valid.
Which is you would have to break it down internally.
Well, see, that's where I would just go straight into epistemology. That is valid, but why should I justify it?
Yeah, and then if they say vice versa, then he was going to change. But
Yeah.
they're granting eternal universe. At
God,
the
I
same
love
time, so it's-
epistemology. These Philbros never think about epistemic justification ever.
I don't know when I'll be a Phil, bro. I got a feeling it's coming.
Do you? Dude, that's, you know what? I use it as the like slur, so it's just meaning someone that's purposefully being dishonest.
I don't lie.
Yeah, so I don't think that like nobody on fire. I call people like you and nobody and Ian philosophers. I don't call you Philbros. I call someone like Raw Soul a fucking Philbro. Darth Dawkins, Philbro.
I had a buddy of mine named Kay who it's completely unrelated, but he made an argument that women are the grounding of everything.
Facts.
Which is, people try to argue is like, no, but it is true.
Yeah, facts.
It grounds your morals. It can ground your
intention.
Yeah. It ground everything.
Yeah, I will fucking sell my soul to my woman if I ever have one.
Well, not necessarily that. I meant like the endless chain of like being born.
A priori knowledge.
What does that mean? Does that mean prior knowledge to knowledge?
I'm trying to remember. That makes women the grounding of misogyny, so you're a victim. But oh, you bitch. No, because the patriarchy was made by men. There you go. I just wrecked you, mofo. See, friendly philosophical discussions are pretty fucking fun. Going up against Darth Dawkins, hell nah. Any of those KG motherfuckers, no.
Gosh, I hate that guy so much.
But they're grounded in women.
He
Not the action. Oh, fuck. Shit. Yeah, because if we look at. If it's
I want to
contingent,
talk to nobody.
that would be contingent up to women. Therefore, the woman being the initial first cause. Damn, there's got to be a way around that.
Well, you can say what is prior to women.
But if we're grounding women as the grounding, then we can't.
Yeah, but then you can just grant they're not the grounding in something.
It's just fucking move the goalpost. Actually, I am now a Christian. Goalposts have wheels. Oh man, what do you think? Curiosity. What do you think? You and nobody. What do you guys think of Monkey Boy, and why does he hate me?
Monkey. Honestly, I think he is a very, very smart individual. But
Yes.
he is. I think it's just how different you guys handle debates.
Is it that drastic?
It's pretty drastic.
I know he actually like gives into the philosophical like argument and the logic behind it.
Yeah, like I would say him and Ian kind of like they will grant things for the sake of argument. You're like, no, that's stupid. That doesn't make sense. I'm not granting that. You know what I mean? Which is valid. That's what you're kind of supposed to do, but
No, yeah, he like breaks it down kind of like Ian does. Yeah. That's valid. Yeah. I love him. I think he's a genius. I'm very sad that he doesn't like me. I would actually love to fucking link up with him sometime.
I wouldn't say he dislikes you.
Bro, he comes into my page and fucking roasts the shit out of me. He definitely does not like me.
What if it's out of love?
Well, then, hey, hit me harder, daddy. Just grant them everything. They'll never have an inferential bridge to God. Grant them everything. The I would argue that they would have an inferential bridge, though. If I grant them everything, you know what? Trivialism is true. God is real.
Is that the case?
If trivialism is true, God is real. Trivialism is true. Therefore, God is real.
I never understood the eyewitness BS.
Like the 500 or?
Well, 500 is just completely logical, but I meant like we have written accounts of like what, 8 or 6?
How is trivialism not a proposition?
It's invalid.
I mean, it's not taken serious, and it is contradictory to like literally every single proposition there is. Okay, that's fair.
I think it would royally. It would ultimately be circular, I'd say, but
Yeah, because why is trivialism true? Well, it's because trivialism is true. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's fair. I like that. Damn. What about the witnesses?
Oh, I don't understand. I actually do grant that they died for what they believe in, but
Sure.
I don't understand why I should grant that that is the truth. You know what I mean?
Well, their argument is they wouldn't die for a lie. So they're trying to state because they believed it was true, that it is therefore true because they experienced it and wouldn't die for it to be a lie. Therefore, it's not a lie. It's circular.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna steal something from Ian again. So there was a Hindu guy who was getting basically jumped by a bunch of Christians, and they were saying, "Admit your God isn't real, and we'll let you go." He didn't admit it. He died for what he believed in.
Oh, therefore he's real. Well, there you go. I like
You know
that.
what I mean?
Yep.
He has a name that's super hard to pronounce. I'm not even gonna
I
try,
always
but-
just bring up Islam because they have martyrs as well.
Oh yeah.
And then also Josephus, first of all, talked about fucking Hercules.
You mean my goat? Yeah.
My goat.
Well, if the Bible's true, then the Odyssey is too.
Son of a bitch. How the fuck did you make that follow?
If the Bible is true, based on that historical accounts, therefore the Odyssey would be true because it holds basically the same
It
amount of
does
evidence,
hold basically the exact. Yeah.
if not more.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But no, I can't think of a defeater right off the top of my head. Okay. Sure. I can't think of anything. God is an infinite abstract phase space. How's it feel to lose? How's it feel to lose? Have you
As
ran
an
into him?
infinite- No, I haven't.
You don't know that?
Is that-
Deathless?
Yeah, I do know Deathless. He
God
just like
damn it.
he says something like out of pocket, which it could like what sucks is that some of his things do make sense, but he
Yeah.
doesn't give you a chance to even
Think. Let
Yeah, he
alone
does.
respond. You're not allowed to think. He just says it and how's it feel to lose?
Yeah, he's like, I don't know, dude. He's like a toxic Batman.
Deathless proved I don't exist or I'm not an atheist. He's so there's no way he's not a fucking troll.
If he is, I honestly strive to be that individual one day because that's so funny.
Dude, he's the equivalent of like an 80-year-old man that just doesn't give a fuck anymore and just like says whatever's on the top of his head. Who is Deathless? The greatest philosopher of all time.
He's like he like takes the fundamentals of all things, throws it in the one bucket, and then screams at you.
Yeah. And then just verbalizes that you conceded. You conceded because he says so. Oh,
Deathless is like
God.
a circular being.
Dude, he's so fucking jacked too. Like, we wouldn't be able to do shit in person. He'd be like, how's it feel to lose? I'd be like, fuck you. And he'd be like, you, yeah?
No, I'd lose in person.
Oh, God. Evidence someone claimed to have found the cure for cancer. Eh? What is it? 9mm? God is
don't
being
believe it.
K being. How's it feel to... Eh? A healthy mitochondria.
No, he's not.
You're not wrong.
No, you're not that wrong.
That's...
I feel like that's what, yeah. Well, yeah.
It's not wrong.
It's really not.
Qua. What the fuck is qua? Yeah, I know, Gabriel. It's been... I've been live for like almost 9 fucking hours today.
I expect 9 more tomorrow.
Dude, I'm so mentally exhausted. I have a video edited for tomorrow. And I'm behind on videos. I got like 2 or 3
didn't know
more
you
videos
posted
to
on
edit it.
YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I'm live on YouTube right now as well. Yeah.
I'll check that out, bro.
YouTube does a lot better than TikTok.
Like more viewers or
More viewers, more everything, more loyal fans. The mods are goddamn amazing. Like, YouTube is the way to go. TikTok is just where I get all the callers.
You should give me mod because I asked.
Valid and sound.
Not circular. You just conceded.
I grant P1.
Yeah, you conceded.
If cheese exists, God exists. Cheese exists, God exists. God damn it, dude. That's just like so
That's completely
basic,
valid,
bitch.
by the way.
It's completely sound, too. That's the annoying thing with philosophy. That is a sound argument. By definition, that is sound. Because cheese exists. Oh, no. Wait, no. If cheese exists... phone...
No, okay.
No, I got it. Because all the premises must be true, right?
Uh-huh.
if I have a phone. Fuck. I was trying to remember what Michael Humer said. Shit, I lost it. Never mind. I'm trying to think of a ridiculous one.
He's as unlikely in an.
Oh my god. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't follow low tier? Are you slow boy? Slow boy. How's it feel to get rhetorical back shots?
Shadow boxing.
Low tier. Low tier. I'm trying to think. I have a phone. No. If I have a phone, then I can make calls. If I can make calls, I can call God. If I can call God, God therefore exists. Sound.
Sure. Depends what service you're using.
AT&T.
Yeah,
Low
you
tier,
got it.
slow boy, conceptual backshots. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I had another argument. Hold up, one sec.
Now you have to prove you can call God. I can't because I have T-Mobile. T-Mobile's amazing, dude. I have Mint Mobile. I'm not going to lie. God, dude, I'm crying. Nobody, you made me cry.
There is a really like he's much brighter than me when it comes to philosophy. His name's K Miz.
Okay.
He's just some British guy, but he's like he just goes around. He's kind of like you ever heard Brian Cox talk?
Yes.
He's kind of like that. Like,
Okay.
he simplifies everything to like a level where I can understand.
That's how you're supposed to do it if you know it. Occam's Razor 101, Phil Bros. Get wrecked.
Yeah, just use big words and hope is kind of.
Dude, I hate it. 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 God, I fucking hate it. Yeah, T-Mobile is really good. They use the same cell towers as Verizon, and Verizon's like one of the best in America. Oh, while we're here, everyone give me your money. I'm Joel Osteen. I sent you an argument that proves God. Bet. Let me check. God, this is going to fucking suck. P1. If a principle is best taught by counterexample, then violating it can function as instruction. Oh, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Yeah, P1 out of 3. If a principle is best taught by counterexample, then violating it can function as instruction, because counterexample is violating to explain how something actually works, right? P2, God is the best possible teacher. Fuck that. Nope, don't agree. Nope. Fuck P2. Substantiate P2, will you? Go ahead. P2, God is the best possible teacher. P3, the Trinity asserts that God is numerically one and numerically 3 in the same respect. Bitch, please.
Does that mean 3 teachers?
Bitch, please. Conclusion, therefore, God intentionally violated the law of identity to teach that one must not do so.
I'm not gonna lie to you, P2. I agree with my brother.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's a good joke, actually. Is that a purposeful joke? Did you just make a fucking joke from a syllogism? No way. Dude, that is way too... Bro, that's the equivalent of like a fucking computer coder just sending a coded Python language joke to somebody and them only knowing it if they know code. That's a funny ass fucking joke. I like that.
Yeah. That's a bad example because DNA code is code from God.
I hate you with a burning passion.
You got to disprove it. Burden of evidence is on you.
Burden of evidence. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, well, code is man-made and DNA is not. Okay, they're not the same thing.
But
Equivocation on
P2 is
code.
correct.
P2 is correct? What? I'm sorry? Let me reread that. P2. God is the best possible teacher. You're a joke now.
By definition, he is. Take the characteristics of God, all knowing, all good. That would be the best possible teacher by definition.
Okay, definitionally, yes. Characteristically, in accordance with the Hebrew Bible, fuck no.
Well, they said God. They didn't say Christian God.
God damn it. Damn it. That's a good fucking argument. Damn. I hate that I have to agree with that. I hate that. Ew. Ew, I just agreed with a God argument. Ew, that feels dirty. Ugh, I need a shower. God is
What?
God is proven by his violating identity. Go ahead, slow boy.
Contradictory equal truth.
Yes, because trivialism is true. Keep up. Low tier. Dude, there's no way that they're not fucking trolls.
Sober, show me a syntax error in code. DNA code.
It says error 401 on the fucking helix. One of the branches on the helix is just 401 or 404, error 404.
Well, there are if syntax is just like a code that is unusable, that is kind of
Technically, you can have that then. I don't like that. Code was invented by man through the observation of how DNA and biology works. Therefore, DNA and code are separate things, code being man-made, DNA not. There's no justification to believe that DNA is anything like a code, but code is like DNA. There you go. Slow boy, low tier, low tier, low tier.
Wouldn't that mean we're most likely in like a simulation compared to like a God complex?
I wouldn't grant that because there's evidence of the simulation on my computer, and there's evidence of an external simulator giver, but there's not evidence of that for a DNA code.
You still kissing me? All right, I concede.
Oh, fuck. Well, you see, you're talking about God, therefore he must exist in some form. You know, what's even more funny than that is the ones that are like, oh, you said God, therefore he exists. Like, bitch, Voldemort, 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 Harry Potter, Spider-Man. Fuck you. Because of a specific break. So that would still technically, I mean, not same verbiage, but still correlate to DNA.
Someone brought up an argument of atheism. Just like, if you have no proof of one or the other, right? You have no proof of theism, just as much as you have no proof of atheism in a way, right? So they can say that there is a religion for each.
No, because theism requires dogma and atheism does not. Therefore, by definition, not religion.
Well, I don't agree.
Not
with that.
today, Satan. Not today. Not today, Satan. God is the necessary precondition for sporks. We have sporks. God exists.
Well, sporks are created.
That is true. You would have to be able to point out the belief system in atheism. Well, okay, so I'm a hard atheist.
Okay.
I do believe there is no God.
I'm agnostic. I don't think there's. I think there's good lack of evidence for me. Like, I would say I lean more atheism, obviously, but
I don't grant Carl Sagan's argument of lack of evidence is not evidence of lack, or whatever. I actually do
No, I
grant
agree.
the other.
No, I would agree. I'm just saying that that shit could pop up, right?
Yes.
So that's
so could Voldemort.
Yeah, and then I believe in Voldemort. I'm kind of like, I'm not saying
Okay,
just to God.
sure.
Like, it would, if anything pops up.
So here's where I draw the line. Let's see. Let's think of a god unfalsifiable. Okay, Vishnu. Okay, he didn't. Well, no, that's a creator of the universe.
Wait, read Sky's syllogism.
You tell it. Check your DMs. Bet.
Let me.
Quit saying not today, Satan. Fuck you. Yes, today. Satan, you are welcome. I love you. It's almost 10. It's 10 my time. It is so I've been trying to go to bed for like 3 hours. Fuck you guys. I'm going to bed. I'm ending the stream. Jesus.
Hold up. Let me DM you this thing.
I have not, like, I've tried to cancel. I've tried ending this stream so many times. You're west of me, Belleth.
I think you have to follow me back for me to DM you that thing. Nope, I can send one message.
Okay. Did you send it?
I just did.
Oh, there she is. Got it. Oh, that's a good modus ponens. Yeah.
Simple, easy to follow.
Yep.
That's the best ones.
That's like, I had one of the Phil bros came in and used modus ponens as an automatic win. And so this has like been running around in the, why can't I accept it? What the hell? Accept. What if I follow you? There it goes. Okay. What did they say? They said something about there was a modus ponens for God, but God being a premise. And I was like, well, I don't grant that because God is also the conclusion. So that's begging the question. And they're like, no, but it's modus ponens. And I'm like, it's modus ponens, but it's begging the question. And then he fucking strawmanned the shit out of me and gaslit me and said, oh, you believe modus ponens is begging the question? And then he clipped the fuck out of that. So now there's an entire Discord community that thinks that I believe modus ponens is circular.
No, the P1 is a conditional, so you would have to show that conditional is true or logically sound for that conditional to even be there.
Right. It has to be true. Yeah.
Right.
But God was the conditional is the thing.
I think what that person was confusing is that his structure was valid, but his argument was not sound.
Well, he was doing what was he doing? He wasn't doing if P then Q, P therefore Q. He was doing if P then Q, Q therefore P.
Oh.
He swapped it around incorrectly.
Yeah, that's just an invalid
If
structure.
Cody stays up, he's cool. Cody isn't staying up. Cody sucks. You know what? That's a fallacy. Yeah, begging the question. I know. Well, I called it begging the question because, his conclusion was his fucking.
Yeah, it's just a pre-assumption.
Yeah. There's so many. The problem with fallacies as well, though, is like they all correlate so strongly. Like I argue that 100% of arguments for God are begging the question, special pleading, or God of the gaps. All of them, 100% of them can be put into those categories.
I could.
Transcendental, that's special pleading, and God of the gaps.
Yeah.
Okay, watchmaker, that's begging the question, God of the gaps, and then also special pleading.
What would the pure actionality one I gave you? What would that be?
Well, if we're stating that he has a pure action and there's no causal mechanism to link that to be justified for an effect, then that's going to be God of the gaps. And then if you state that he created the laws, that's special pleading.
Well, actually, logically, an unchanging, pure, no potential being can have an effect, but that effect cannot have various change, if that makes sense. So, like, you would have to explain how this unchanging being has a changing effect. I would send you that one, but it's like a paragraph.
Good God. Fuck that.
Yeah, just deny before they get to that point.
That's excessive. Talk about mental gymnastics. You know what I say to that? Occam's razor that shit. I'm dumb. Oh, man. They'll say his necessary nature is unchanging. That's fair. And his accidental nature changes. That's fair too.
But then you would have to determine if his knowledge is unchanging or is changing, because that.
But accidental
kinda
doesn't
makes-
require gnosis.
That would, yeah, but then if he's unchanging, that would mean he has no, and he didn't directly cause the universe. Like, it's just an accidental nature.
Accidental
thing.
doesn't require knowledge, though.
Sure, I'm saying that he can't have a personal relationship with his quote unquote followers that claim that he must have a personal relationship with.
But that would be under necessary nature, like morals, in accordance with the Bible.
How can
I don't know. I think I grant it.
How can an unchanging thing have different relations with different people?
Okay, sure. How can an unchanging thing have different relations, i.e. changed relations in between different individuals? I feel like there's an argument for that. I really feel like there is. It feels like there's a way around that. I just can't find it. How can an unchanging entity have a changing characteristic per individual? Unchanging entity have a changing characteristic.
I don't think a personal relationship would be possible with an unchanging being.
I don't think that follows.
Well, personal via like different people, right? So like, how is my relationship?
Oh, you're saying a personal relationship, as in like
Yeah,
my personality changes with you versus. Okay.
Right. So I think that form of God only like holds, from what I've found, under like a Catholic view.
Okay, what if though? What if he has a set personality that doesn't change, but he's able to mask for what you as an individual need? And that can change. He's not changing himself, but he is changing actions in accordance with what you need. Doesn't that work? That works.
So his nature is changing, but his actions are not.
Actions changing, nature not.
So do you grant eternal universe or no? Well, think about it. If his change, you would have to grant eternal. That follows, bro.
That was good. I like that. That was out of the fucking blue, but I like it. It tied in.
It does.
It did tie in. Yeah, it absolutely fucking did. That was really good. That was fucking 10,000 IQ pull right there. That was good. Fuck. Can we have change? Say it again.
Well, with the change argument?
Yeah.
If change always existed, change always existed is premise one. If change always existed, then time always existed.
No, for God, not being able to. No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You sent it me. I can read it.
Yeah, I sent it.
Okay.
It's the same thing. I was just signing it in.
That could still work. We could also grant that the universe has always existed, time, i.e., therefore, too. And God's nature doesn't change, but his actions do.
Catholic was the person with the good argument. Catholic, if you want to hear the good argument, that's the person I'd talk to. That's the person I talked to where he actually made me think about the argument for the pure no potential.
Oh, I've had some bad fucking arguments with this guy.
He had that premise he gave up to me. I didn't. Okay, I didn't
Fuck
not
it. Come
grant.
up, Catholic.
I granted everything though.
For
Yeah, like I didn't like I granted his entire argument. Like I didn't really go into deep shit
oh,
about it.
we've never talked. Awesome. Hop up. I want to hear this. I'm curious because if you could stump him on that, that's solid. I want to hear it.
I'm not the best example of someone that can get stumped. I get stumped all the time, but I'll try my best.
We've never talked before. I swear to God. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Clean slate. I like clean slates because I'm a douchebag. And it's nice to have people that don't know I'm a douchebag. Cody will never end the stream. You! I'm fucked.
but this means you don't suck, according to nobody.
According to nobody, I therefore swallow. I'm getting ready for bed. Just happened to scroll there and saw Nobody on Fire was Can you give us the argument at least?
He would have to DM it to you. It's like 4 to 5 times longer than any syllogism I have on my notes.
Ugh, I don't
It's
like that.
four separate ones, kind of breaking down what it means. But the whole gist of it is he does grant that he believes eternal universe.
Okay.
Right, and he's like you, where he's agnostic on crunch, bounce.
Sure.
He's agnostic on that. But he's saying that the universe can't be something independent because it's something to do with existence.
Existence is mind dependent.
In a way.
It's Berkeley.
Kind of like,
fuck that shit. Hell no. I don't think that's where he's going. It's on my account. It's on my account as well. I think it's the most recent video. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Catholic thinker. Damn it, why is it not? Oh, that's why. That was stupid of me.
No, you didn't make the claim of mind, but you did make the claim of like existence. I guess an independent thing. He made the differential between dependent and independent thing. How there must be something independent.
Yeah, that I can't grant. But let's see. Which one is it? Which video?
His most recent.
Most recent.
Should be.
I hope to write a book that starts from showing
the most recent.
that a God exists, and then going through and showing that not only does this God exist, it is rational to believe that this is the Christian God, and even further than that, showing that this God is the God that Catholicism teaches, and it is rational to be Catholic. This has been
Rational. Sneaky little fucking word there.
something that I've been kind of working on in the background, off and on, for many years, and I've got like the skeleton of it already written out on how I want to approach it. And I currently have, I think, the argument that I'm going to include in that book on why a God exists. Now, there's still work on it, and when I actually put it into the book, each of these are going to be a lot more fleshed out, but I did want to share what I currently have with y'all.
Rationality requires justification.
And I don't think independent is the negation of dependent, right? Like you can have dependent things on the independent thing, like a local chain compared to a global chain. That global chain is an independent thing, while the local is dependent among changes.
Coherent and justified by evidence. Okay, so it still has to be sound for the reasoning or rationality. Okay, so it's based on sound reasoning. Okay, so it's still epistemic. Consistency, truth. Okay, so it's still epistemic. Okay, sure.
To, help share, insight and maybe understanding with you. Now, this argument is divided into 4 different parts
God
that
damn.
all link up together. So the first argument is showing that something always had to exist. There always had to be something. So the
don't
argument
grant that.
goes, time is the measurement of change. In absolute nothing, so this would be no beings, no change, no potential, there would be no change to measure. Therefore, if absolute nothing existed, time itself would not exist. This means as well that there is no change.
Sure.
A transition from non-existence to existence would be a change, but because there's no time, that means there can't be change. Therefore, absolute nothing could never transition into something. Yet, we observe things existing. Therefore, there was never absolute nothing. Thus, something always existed. Now, before you start celebrating, this does not prove God. All this is saying is that something always existed. Whether that's God, the universe, we don't know yet. All it's saying is that something always existed. Now that we've established that something always existed, we can identify that there are 2 different types of ways to exist. You are either dependent on something else for your existence, or you are independent, meaning you are not dependent on anything else for your existence. Now, what has always existed must include dependent things, independent things, or some mixture of both. We observe dependent things, therefore we can conclude that not everything is independent. So we've eliminated that possibility. So let's explore the second possibility.
I feel like that's off somehow. I feel weird about that one. We've experienced some dependent, therefore. Okay, yeah.
Everything is dependent. If everything is dependent, then everything, including the sum total of all things, would require an external explanation. That external explanation would itself be dependent and require further explanation.
That I don't grant.
This creates a vicious infinite regress where we never actually get to an explanation. Therefore, it cannot be that everything is dependent. Therefore, there must be at least one independent.
Wait, did he explain why infinite regress is wrong?
It's only wrong under A theory. Under B theory, it's not wrong. But he holds the B theory. That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, because I don't even subscribe to infinite regress, but I also grant that it is possible.
Under A theory, it is possible and contradictory. Yeah. See, that's the difference. B theory of time is not coherent.
Vicious.
It is absolutely coherent enough. That's what relativity is based around. So saying B theory is not coherent.
Yeah, B theory is
saying
completely coherent. That's why it's still theory. It's still relevant to physics.
You would have to disprove Einstein's relativity to fight that.
Yeah, I definitely argue that it is coherent. Vicious infinite regress is about
that's the difference. There's different kinds of regress, right? There's that's the contradictory one.
Regress. Okay. So we got vicious refers to a philosophical area that claims infinite series of entities dependent on its predecessor, leading to recursive principle that cannot be resolved. This type of regress is often considered problematic because it does not provide a clear or finite explanation for the existence or justification of the entities in question. Why does there have to be a finite explanation? That's my problem with that. Yeah, what's wrong with having a belief in a series depending on earlier beliefs? What's wrong with that? Homunculus fallacy? Homunculus fallacy. Never heard of that one. Whereby a concept is explained in terms of the concept itself recursively without first defining or explaining the original concept. So for that, my first thought goes to each explanation is the original explanation, and with further information, we have a further first explanation. I know that that leads into the infinite, which is still what this is talking about. What is wrong with that? Without
See,
first
Catholic,
defining.
that was my point. It is very uncomfortable, but it is not contradictory.
Yeah, I
Like
don't see that as wrong.
You always have an answer.
Whereby a concept is okay, so I would say that that is wrong when it comes to certain things. Okay, so whereby a concept is explained in terms of the concept itself. So the Bible proves the Bible recursively without first defining or explaining the original concept. So that, I mean, that's begging the question, right? So I would agree that that is true for some things, but energy, for instance, has no cause. It is the original concept, and it by definition is still its own concept, but that's not fallacious because the evidence is self-evident. So I think I would have to invoke axioms into this, but I don't see anything wrong with that, especially when it comes to evidence justifying it to be plausible. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think infinite regress falls under it's kind of implying that everything must lead up to here. You know what I mean? And that's not what
Global chain is independent.
the global was.
If
I
it's
don't grant that.
dependent, it requires explanation. I do grant that. The point is either the global chain is independent. Yeah, it's going to have an infinite regressive explanation. What's wrong with that?
You're saying it needs an independent brute fact. Why can't that be the universe is eternal? I don't see the issue.
Yeah, I agree with our epistemic axis may be opaque. That's fine at this point. Okay. Wait, are you for or against infinite regress in its entirety? And we'll continue after a response for that. I think you're agreeing with an infinite regress, though, it seems. Okay, I'll continue. Oh. I do like this argument so far.
Now, before you start attacking this is not saying that therefore
Oops.
God. That's not what this is saying yet.
Yeah, I didn't think
what
it was.
What this is saying is that if the global chain requires explanation, meaning it's a dependent thing, then whatever is explaining it needs to be dependent or independent. If that's dependent, then that requires explanation, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But if
oh, let me pause it. Oh, it's loading. Why the fuck are you having a hard time loading?
As you're bragging about your service.
Damn it. No, I have Mint, bro.
Why is it loading?
Come on. No. Damn it. I want to hear the rest of this. Son of a bag. It's not playing. I can reset it. Let's go back.
you never actually get to an explanation.
Okay.
It cannot be that everything is
I just tried to pause on my computer. It would be an explanation, though. Every single explanation is an explanation. It's just a regress of that. Son of a bitch, it did it again.
Therefore, there must be at least one independent thing. Now, before you start attacking this is not saying that therefore God. That's not what this is saying yet. What this is saying is that...
So I'll continue it uninterrupted after this, but I don't think I grant it has to have an independent. I don't think I can grant that one.
That If the global
That is such a
chain
good argument, though.
requires explanation, meaning it's a dependent thing, then whatever is explaining it needs to be dependent or independent. If that's dependent, then that requires explanation, and so on and so forth. But if the global chain, aka the universe, doesn't require an external explanation, as some people will assert and claim and believe, then that means that the global chain is the independent thing. Thus, once again, it's not the case that everything is dependent. All I'm showing is that of the three options, we can see from reality that everything being independent conflicts with reality. Everything being dependent leads to that vicious infinite regress. Therefore, there must be something that, at least one thing that is independent, whether that's the universe or something else. Once we've established that, we can then get into the next argument, which is establishing what enables a thing to be independent. An independent thing requires nothing external for its existence.
Sure.
It is therefore sufficient for its own existence from the principle of sufficient reason. Therefore, it always existed. For an independent thing, the claim it does not exist must be a contradiction. For that negation to be a contradiction, its existence must be identical to its identity. The reason for this is a contradiction is when you say that A and not A are both true. A is identifying something. So it is not a contradiction to say that the door is closed when in reality the door is open. That is a case of conflicting evidence. A contradiction would be if I was to say that the door is not a door. So if I say that something does not exist, and that is a inherent contradiction, as is being put forth by the argument that to say that an independent thing does not exist is an inherent contradiction, then that means the phrase exist is equal to the identity of this thing. Therefore, this independent thing's identity is existence itself. Now, the next question is, can there be more than one independent thing whose identity is existence itself? Because the independent thing is pure existence itself, if there were two or more independent things, they would both be pure existence and share exactly the same properties.
That's
Two
valid.
things that share exactly the same properties are identical.
Wait.
Distinct things.
Wait. Two separate things sharing all same properties, would we not consider that a contradiction?
Can you repeat that?
Two separate entities having all the same properties, that's contradictory. That's like as contradictory as the Trinity.
Yeah, two separate beings having the exact same. I think he's saying that only one is possible.
They're not two separate, they have to be. Oh, okay.
Therefore, there can only be one independent
Oh, duh. One sentence after. My apologies.
singular independent thing whose identity is its existence is what I, Thomas Aquinas, and other classical theologians and the Catholic Church understand and mean when we say the phrase God exists.
Huh.
Thank you for listening.
Wait. That's Spinoza's God.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
That's a Spinozan God. Or it could at least be defined as Spinozan God.
I think no matter the case, he would need to explain why an infinite regress is contradictory.
Okay, I actually don't disagree with that. Okay, I couldn't grant that second premise. Because I don't subscribe to infinite regress, but I don't see any logical problem with it. I think it's difficult to comprehend, but difficulty of comprehension doesn't equate to therefore false. So I grant the possibility for infinite regress, even though I don't subscribe to that. I'm an eternal universal. That's how I follow. It's contradictory. There's two kinds of it. Sure. So you're not. Wait, brother. Okay. So just in general, the subscription is to Spinoza's God, but Spinoza's God is the universe. That's not the Catholic God, or is that what you're trying to say? Catholicism is all about on like more of like a. I would argue the universe is existence in and of itself, since existence in and of itself is self-evident. It's an objective fact.
He's gonna argue that parts can include in that.
Oh, is that one of the top arguments? I don't grant that either, because the parts of a rat trap, if I take the two parts off of the rat trap, the spring and the metal piece, away from the wood, it no longer has any function. But you can make it into something else, right? So I could still take the part and make something else completely separate.
Yeah, I can completely grant that the parts is what makes existence in a way.
Parthood entails dependency. Yeah, we're dependent on the universe for our existence, yes. But like what I'm arguing against would be like the idea that if our mind is part of the universe, therefore the universe in totality has a mind or is a mind. You know, that argument that I don't grant or whatever. Where the hell?
No, what nobody's saying is that if there are parts that the universe, which I wouldn't even claim the universe is independent in a way, because I hold to an infinite regress, right? I think it's logically sound.
I do find it sound, but there's no demonstration though.
No, you can't really.
Yeah.
None of this is demonstration. You can't demonstrate any of this.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like there's no actual epistemic justification for like the majority of all of these arguments. Basically all of us are just filling in a gap, and we're either doing it with the most plausible science, or we're doing it with the utmost. I'm trying to be nice here. The utmost closest understanding of reasoning that a theist could have to it to be God, if that makes sense. So like there's no evidence or justification needed for a God to be there. There's also no justification that it is infinite regress. There's also no absolute. Actually, okay, yeah, no. Let me say this. I'm going to say this, but elaborate further. So like I hold to closed system because there's no justification of external universe. And with that being stated, first law thermo holds up at hot dense. If that's true, the universe is just purely eternal. For instance, energy exists, or energy cannot be created. Energy exists, therefore it has always existed. That's a logically sound argument. None of us have any demonstration that that is false. Is it possible that we could find some possibility, like some deeper mechanic in physics to make that unsound? Yes, but as of right now, it is sound.
I would say we have no reason to think we're not in a closed system at this point in time.
Contingent upon tension. Energy is contingent upon tension. It's not contingent upon anything. Energy is not contingent.
Well,
energy is not abstract. We're talking about actual energy, radiation. If I give you both galaxies, can you and Kiki do a lead?
Hey, Gio, you don't think radiation is energy?
I think I would rather convert to Christianity than do that. God, that was I don't like that you said that. Energy is a description. No, false. So, energy is also the potentiality of motion and action, but there actually is energy that is measurable. You have radiation, which is cosmic background radiation, which is how we know about like the redshift in conclusion to the expansion of the universe. It is a tangible. Brother, this is energy. Watch. Check this out. Boop! They're called photons. That's energy. Brother, there's two. We can go down two definitions. Yes, we can talk about a usage of the concept of energy to be potentiality. Yes. When I'm saying energy, I'm stating alongside first law thermo something like a photon. It cannot be created. We can touch them. We have frozen light, my G. What are you talking about? Oh, he's requested. Let's get him in here. Yeah, no. I do like that argument, Catholic. That is a really, I think that's probably one of the strongest arguments I've heard since modal. I can't grant a couple of them, but I do think it's really good, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. I appreciate you.
I do think it's really strong, but I do want to get Catholic. You were never super. I want like an absolute of like what you hold to, like to a God, because I think that plays a lot.
Yeah, it sounded a lot like Spinoza's God instead of the Abrahamic God.
It's not Abrahamic.
No, that explanation was not Abrahamic at all.
I know it's super unique, whatever he holds to. I don't remember.
But why define it as Catholicism then? Or do you mean Catholic is another? Like, I'm confused, damn it. Divine simplicity, and Aquinas says that God is existence itself.
Oh, he did say that. I did know that. So divine simplicity is literally like just unchanging in every sense, pretty much.
The universe's default state is change.
That's why I'm saying, like, externally it is valid. If you like kind of grant some things that could not be granted, but
is it Thomas? Not sure how that wouldn't be Catholic. But the Catholic God is triune in nature. With, like, the universe doesn't have characteristics or personality traits. It doesn't have, like, it's got an essence of how it works, physics, but there's no, like, intent. Look up. I'm going to have to study more into Aquinas then, because I don't disagree with that. Here, we'll get Gio in here. Sober, you're atheist, right?
I'm agnostic.
Fair enough. Comment in chat. I'll make you a mod.
Okay.
And then I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to get Gio up. You go on ahead and start with him. CT is the final boss that turns us Catholic. Dude, legitimately, if that... Classical theism is not Protestant Christianity. Aquinas says that the attributes aren't literal. Seriously? So why do they... Ignorance, that's why.
He said, yeah.
So you don't believe the... Do you follow doctrine? Wait, so you're an atheist? Wait. That's not a doctrine.
It's very loose doctrine.
I mean, I guess technically we have to abide by the laws of reality itself. You can consider that a doctrine, but it's not that of a religious text. I see what you're saying there. How does that tie into my brother? What the fuck? I'm so fucking intrigued by you right now. Here, I'm gonna get
Was
Gio
I
up.
lying when I told you it's one of the best arguments I've heard?
Yeah, but he's not talking about a god. He's talking
No,
about
that's why.
Spinoza. So it's not an actual god. It's not a personal god. So yeah, that wasn't an argument for a personal god. Even though I still don't grant it per se, I don't disagree with it, but I also can't grant it. Like, it's a really fucking good argument. I only have a problem with like one or two of the parts, but that later stages are probably for personal god. But why call it Catholic? Dude, I have so much fucking studying to do now. Can you guys send me some sources to read on this? God, I love that. That's awesome. Okay, I need to run to the restroom if you guys want to get caught up.
Okay.
Okay, fuck me.
Hello.
So what's up, man?
Not much.
What do you hold to?
I realized I was an atheist at age 12, but for a long time I would always throw in agnostic atheist, but I've kind of stopped for two reasons. One, I think everybody is positionally an agnostic, and secondly, I don't even think a God, by any definition I've ever heard of, is even possible. So I would say that, and it's not even, you don't even have to get into all the inconsistencies of God. You can actually turn this into a nature of causality argument, and which would apply to science too, not just God. The nature of causality is that it's contingent upon constraint. So a cause can't exist without constraint. Otherwise, the cause would be chaos, and chaos is not coherent. It's impossible, and obviously we don't exist in chaos. So if a cause was unconstrained, we would all exist in chaos.
I think if there is a God, I think it has to be an evil God.
Why?
I'd say. Well, look at the world. It definitely wouldn't be a just God, right?
Yeah, but how does a God, like, how does a first, because the claim that God is prime is claiming that God is a first cause, and that's not possible. There is no first cause. There's no natural first cause in terms of absolute. Now you can have relative first causes, like once you're in a realizing existence, like reality. You can have relative first causes, like you could say this is the first cause within this field, because this field emerges, and inside that field emerges a first cause. But you can't say that there's an absolute first cause, because all causes are contingent upon constraint. Now, what is constraint? Constraint is basically a non-dynamic filter that determines what's admissible to exist. In other words, things can only exist that emerge, that are consistent. If something is inconsistent, that in terms of its existence, it can't exist. That's like one property. Another one is that it has to be able to cohere enough to relate and persist in a relational persistence. Because if you think about reality, reality is completely relational. There's nothing inside of realizing existence that isn't relating to something else. So if we go outside of what we call realizing existence and say what's possible outside of realizing existence, well, what is possible is a non-realizing existence, but a non-realizing existence is just a really foreign idea, because a lot of people can't get their head around it, because it's not non-existence. It's basically just existence that doesn't have any dimensionality. It doesn't have any time.
Quantum
It doesn't
field.
have any energy. It's a potential constraint is what it is. And it's asymmetrical because on one side you've got the emergence of existence, and on the other side you've got non-existence, which is incoherent because it can't exist. So there's no coherent symmetry. If you look at all constraints with inside reality, they're symmetrical, and almost everything inside reality has symmetry.
Well, Catholic didn't hold to an emergence of the universe. He held to an eternal.
But what's an eternal mean when there's no time?
I think time always existed. You're asking the wrong person.
Well, how does timing always exist?
That is a very tough question. I don't hold the same idea, but go for it, Gio.
So, well, let me give you how time can emerge.
Sober.
So if you've got this point that's non-dimensional, but it's a coherent filter from terms of admissibility. The tension between not existing and existing is tension. I mean, that would be a real tension. Even though non-existence is an abstract concept, it's not actually admissible.
I gotta ask to clarify. I need a clarification here because this sounds mainly conceptual and not demonstrable.
Well, the conceptual part is how you describe it, but you're talking about obviously an abstract point. So we have abstraction within reality, and it's usually tight. It was actually really tight. It's real tight within reality to these structures that we call physical. But when the emergence of cognition started, in other words, when life started, then it loosens up, and because then when you have cognition, you've got the existence of concepts that are not possible. In other words, they're like a foil. You could use them as a foil to try and understand how something is or isn't relating to something else. But here's the thing about the physical. If you look at physical fields can't have infinities, and they can't have absolutes because they have to be relative. So
Not necessarily. We use infinity in mathematics all the time.
Yeah, but mathematics is abstract. It's not physical. Mathematics is.
Oh, you said physical. Yeah, my bad.
So if you think about it, when you go to an abstraction or an abstract field.
What's wrong with physical infinity?
That gives you more degrees of freedom.
Well, let me tell you that. Let's say, let's say the universe is always expanding, right? For the sake of argument, let's say it always expands. It won't end.
Sure.
Would that mean energy emerging from that would be infinite?
Well, the tensioning, you have a infinite potential of tension emerging that basically then energy emerges from.
Where'd this idea of tension emergence come from? I like the idea, but I feel like it's very presuppositional.
If you think about, no, it's the tension of it's existence tension. In other words, non-existence can't exist. That's a contradiction.
Right. Yeah.
So that creates a tension of existence. But what does exist, what does emerge, cannot be anything. It has to be constrained, and that's what a point. That's what a base point. It's not
I still think that implies from changeless to change, which I don't grant.
Yeah, you do go like the base point can't change.
I don't grant.
Yeah, that's very presumptive.
I don't grant that a changeless thing can change.
It can't change because it has no distinctions. It has no means of changing. And if it did change, it would be a contradiction in itself.
What are you referring to when you say it can't change?
I'm talking about an asymmetrical constraint. So inside of reality, all constraints are symmetrical, but outside of reality, where you don't have any time, you don't have any space, you don't have any.
Right, that's a conceptual, non-actual existent hypothetical.
Well, no, it's a model. So
right.
Any model is conceptual, but a base point, in other words, a non-dimensional point that is a constraint, can exist as a potential, and it has no distinctions.
I think it's a cool idea, but
it's even pre-logic because there's no distinctions.
Yeah, that's a lot of presumptive assumptions.
Like what? What's presumptive?
If it's pre-logic, would that assume that at some point in time it wasn't grounded by logic?
Well, it can't be grounded by logic because logic is relational and it doesn't have any relations.
I wouldn't grant that.
Logic is abstract.
Well, no,
I wouldn't grant
laws of
that either, though.
Why not?
that doesn't contradict what I said.
I
I said
argue that
logic
it's
is relational. Like the laws of logic are abstract, but the actual
That's what I meant.
the actual
yeah, okay,
implementation,
yeah.
the actual emergence of logic is relational. In other words, it's what we it's like
I
it's
argue it's
it's stable.
material. I'm a
It's
materialist.
stable. I don't know if it's material. It's stable relations.
Based I grant it from axioms. Self-evident axioms.
You mean axioms?
Yeah, so like things existing in and of itself, there's no
Well, actually,
justification
I
otherwise.
would argue that the classical logic is the flat is the is from our perceptual standpoint, we perceive things to be dyadic because we evolved that way because it's more economical in terms of it's more you can have less brain power to be to perceive things dyadically because you only basically seeing things as one or two things, one thing or another. But reality itself, realizing reality, for it to stabilize and for it to evolve has to have three relationships. Otherwise, it would just if it was only two relationships, it would just oscillate at most.
What would the two relationships be there for logic, though?
Well, in a triadic reasoning system, you have like you can think of a recursive circle where you have potential, and out of potential emerges meaning, and then meaning basically becomes purpose as it actualizes.
Is
and
this
then that purpose becomes new potential, and that's a recursive.
so basically like all things are emerging from another something?
Well, all things, yeah, everything within reality is emerging
Interesting.
from something.
I don't grant it, but that's really fucking cool.
Well, now here's the idea about evolution. Evolution isn't just forward. It's not just emergence. Evolution has three different existences. It maintains. So like a lot of evolution that's taking place, the dynamic evolution is just maintaining enough coherence to exist beyond a coherence threshold and doesn't fall back into a superposition. So that's the maintenance part of evolution.
Wait. You think evolution can be stationary?
Well, it's not stationary. It's maintenance is a stable relationship over from locality to global, beyond its own locality. So like
it's not wrong.
Yeah. So I think about the speed. What is the speed of light? The speed of light is considered to be a constant because it's a relationship between photons and the vacuum and the vacuum. And the vacuum has structure.
Right.
And the vacuum has structure. But photons do have magnetic. They do have electromagnetic fields. They don't have they don't have charge, but they do have magnetic field, an inductive field, and so does the vacuum because the vacuum is made up of the same thing that the photons is made up of, and that's recursive tension. So
you're a theoretical physicist.
Well, it's weird because when you get down that low, you're walking the line between physics and metaphysics.
Yeah, I love the idea. It's just so I'm a natural empiricist. So I'm hearing you. I promise I'm hearing you. It's not something I can compute and demonstrate.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I had trouble with was accepting that what we call reality is emergent from an abstract point, and not from something physical.
I can't grant that. I'm a materialist, brother.
Well, there's nothing a point. It's probably the most abstract point that you could even conceive of because it doesn't have any internal distinctions. So
nothing.
it's basic. It's not nothing. It's a potential. It's a coherent potential. And
how does potential equal actuality? How does it come into actuality?
If you think about it, if non-existence, now non-existence is incoherent, right? Because
right.
It existed. I'm not talking about absolute non-existence.
Right, yeah.
But relative non-existence with inside reality is totally possible, because you can have a field and something decays out of the field and it's no longer in that field. So it's
well, as a physicalist, that's where I grant quantum field.
Yeah.
Because that's demonstrable.
Well, this is what the recursive field that I'm talking about is a coherency field.
Do you believe in closed system, right?
And it actually builds the quantum field. So it's the quantum field emerges from it.
Holy
then the gra-
fucking shit.
and
God
then
damn, this is like physics on fucking steroids.
think about what the quantum field is. Here's the interesting thing that
God.
that I've been finding is, you know, the ratios of mass that we can, like, there's all kinds of things that we can measure mass, right? So you can measure the mass of a proton, measure the mass of an electron, and then you can take the ratio, and then that becomes a unitless number, right? It's not a mass. It's not mass anymore. It's just the ratio of mass. You can actually take, once you have a triadic recursion it takes place as it evolves, because it has there's actually three wave equations that make up the field. As it evolves, the relationships of that recursion store energy, or store tension, which is mass. They also have phase shift in a way that's not parity. It's not like plus and minus phase. It's actually a third versus 2/3 phase. So, and then the 3/3 phase would be the closure of the recursion, and that's where that's like the spine that stabilizes the linear spine that stabilizes the evolutionary existence of.
This is
emergence of
beyond, because this isn't quantifiable. This is beyond quantum.
Sure,
No,
but I think you would have
it is quantifiable because
Is it?
Because you're talking about recursive phases, so you can quantify recursive phases. So, for instance, in my model, the electron would be 2 and 1/3 recursions. So you basically
Okay,
if
I see
you
what you're
think
saying.
about-
Okay.
So the first recursion has 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 closes the loop. It doesn't close it physically, like it doesn't reconnect it, because then you'd have two things that are in the same place at the same time. But when it closes that loop, it's not only a curvature, which is that's why reality is space is curved, right? But it's not only a curvature; it's a twist, so it has torsion. And if you think about it from an emergence standpoint, if you've got tension emerging in a curve that has twist, and it rotates back around and then closes, that represents the floor of the vacuum, that 3/3, and then but even if you only have 1/3 emergence, you've got three-dimensional space because you've got a twisted curve. And you've also got a fraction. I don't want to say a fraction of time, because time actually begins when you close the loop. In other words, the first tick of time.
I
when
would
you
I would
close the
need you to
loop.
show that time begins for me to grant this.
Well, the time is the delta of the recursion.
There's a lot I can't grant, but it's still cool.
So, but here's the thing. So when you define time as delta recursion divided by delta coherence, then what you end up finding out is that general relativity and special relativity begin at the recursive level, and you can prove it mathematically.
Why can't that have a recursing going back? Like,
But you can't go back into the baseline.
that's fair. That's fair. I can grant that. Okay.
Because the baseline can't change, right?
That's
So it's
sure.
like-
Yeah. I grant that. Okay.
And that's why there's in science that's why there's all these gaps.
I don't know if I can grant that definition of time. What is your like?
I don't grant
definition
the
of time?
definition of time. I grant he provided a pretty good defeater for my argument of not having closed.
No, yeah. Okay.
Well,
I
think
thought that
about
was
this.
good.
You've got recursive. You got tension that's moving in a vector of curvature that's also got torsion. So when it closes, when a third of that stabilizes.
This is black hole. You're talking about black holes.
Well, no, the black holes is so this is emergence. Black holes are about demergence. In other words, when the structure gets so dense with curvature that it basically ends up forming a scab, a vent horizon, if you want to think of it. And then on the other side of the vent
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Here's the interesting thing.
Oh, that's cool.
You can't go back to the baseline, but you can. But what can happen is another baseline that is dimensionally. It's contingent.
Isn't this white holes?
Yeah.
No, actually, we're in a white hole.
That's where he's going with this. That we're in a undefined hole.
Well, we're not really a hole. We're an expanding. I call it a white shell. I
Like a
wouldn't even call
polar,
it
yeah,
hole.
a polar opposite. Yeah, that's fucking cool. I don't grant
Uh,
it worth of shit, but it's
Hey,
so
I'm gonna be
cool.
real, Gio. I actually do grant a lot of shit. Not your definition of time. I don't get where you got that, but can you send this all to me
I
if you have it
suppose I
written
could
down?
grant the
I
whole.
I'm in the.
Oh.
I haven't. I'm getting. I'm trying to start publishing. I'm got a ton of
Ah.
papers. But
What are
you have to
you?
get- But I'm a research. Basically, I'm a research engineer, but I'm kind of I'm not retired, but I'm not
If there's any chance
doing.
you can send me a sneak peek, dude, I would love to hear it and love to help critique
Well,
or listen.
let me. Can you do something in the text so I can?
Yeah, I'll send you a DM, dude. That's really
That's super fun. I still have a problem with, I guess it's not really a problem, but it's a massive gap from not abstract, but from the field to physical. That I don't know.
I do have a question.
I got to be honest with you. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around what we in terms of a definition of what we really mean by physical. So one of the things that this has really made me realize is a lot of our definitions aren't really fully coherent.
Right, yeah, concepts are subjective. Yeah.
No, that's not. That doesn't mean they can't be fully coherent. Subjective is just relational in its perspective. In other words, that's what subjective means.
Right.
Subjective means that if you got two things in a relationship or three things in a relationship, they all have their own perspective, even though it's not a cognitive perspective. It would be a physical perspective, or it would be just a structural perspective.
That was an interesting definition. Holy crap.
So here's the thing. If reality is completely relational, that means that reality is subjective. Now, is reality arbitrarily subjective? No, it's not. And the reason it's not arbitrarily subjective is because it basically has to be coherent. In other words, it has to follow relational patterns that basically allow it to persist. And potentially even emerge to a higher existence in terms of the amount of coherence it has. So if you think about a photon, if you look at it this way, so I remember I said to you that the 7/3,
Right.
which is the 7/3 recursion, would be the identity for a photon, for an electron.
Yeah.
The 8/3 would be the positron, and then the 9/3 is the photon. And so you basically have a family there, and it just turns out that 9/3 is 3, and if you have a recursive wave, the third closure of the wave is the harmonic identity.
I feel like that's
So
just a new descriptor for the explanation that already is of the relational chemical bond.
Well, the thing is, and it's amazing to me when I think about it, how successful physics and science has been, and there's a lot of good reasons for it, but it models things. For the most part, it models things in dyadic relationships. So it's always missing that third element. So
I don't
when you think
grant
about
that.
logic, right? So think about this. If you got a relationship, like I've got a recursive relationship of three things: potential, meaning, and purpose. Now, if I flatten those three things out from 3 to 2, then I have to basically have them represented somehow. So how do you do that? So you have 3 laws of logic instead of just one. And so for something to be logical, it has to basically be consistent with all 3 laws. And here's the difference between a reasoning triadically versus dyadically is triadically you basically get to take advantage of having a perception of phase, where in classical logic they constrain the phase down, and it's a practical decision. I mean, it's not a practical decision, but it's a practicality. The third law basically says we're not going to have the threshold is going to be right in the center between this is true or this is false. So you have the two relationships there. But think about this: there has to be a gap between two different things to have a distinction. And the gap is like the third part of the relationship, right?
Yeah.
So but the thing is, so they limit the phase of where the threshold is. So if you can move let's say let me set the threshold at 1/3 instead of 1/2, then you basically have a different. You have 3. So you have 2/3 and 3/3. Now I got 3 phases rather than just 2 phases.
So this is pretty much and I'm not saying fallacy, so do not take this as me calling it a fallacy. This is seeming to be a theory of everything for gaps.
Well, I call it a recursive coherent field theory.
Okay, so you're filling in the unknowns with quantifiable descriptors.
Well, I'm saying that that
if that makes sense.
mainstream science views coherence as something they measure, right? But I'm saying it's more than that. It's actually generative. In other words, it's involved in the generation or the emergence of existence in the way it dynamically interacts. So this is why that when you look at cause and science is wrapped up in cause and effect. So they always look at cause as the beginning, but it's not. It's actually it comes after constraint. So you've got constraint, cause, effect. So you got
Wait,
I
so you
would-
disagree that time is the measure of events?
No, time is when I describe time as delta recursion. So every tick would be a full recursion over delta coherence, which is basically the relational structure that allows for not only that allows for what can exist and what can't. Like contradiction can't exist. It can exist conceptually, but it can't exist physically.
Sure.
I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I would say an event is a change. And this is where I use this argument where how can a changeless state go to a state with change?
Well, if you're going to have a change, you're going to have a starting point, right?
Not necessarily. That's where I argue eternal.
So how do you, no. If you don't have a boundary condition, how do you measure the change?
What do you mean?
Its state is change.
So like when we graph stuff, we always have a boundary condition of like where we're starting. We're either starting on 0 or we're starting at some amplitude, or we're starting. There's.
Well, that's what we call Planck.
Yeah. Well, so here's the interesting thing about Planck. So Planck constants are actually they're emergent at the.
God damn it! So much emergence.
Well, everything is emergent. That's the neat thing about this model.
Does that apply to wave function?
Except for decay, because decay would be like, well, everything is emergent from an existence standpoint. Because once something emerges, it exists, and it can't stop existing within reality. So here's the funny point to think about from a language standpoint. When science says energy can be neither created or destroyed, they're absolutely right, because energy isn't created; it emerges.
Oh God, I don't like that.
It can't be created, and it can't be destroyed. It can demerge.
I can't grant that, because the created definition allows for an emergence, because an emergence is a creation. It's coming into existence.
When I say energy is tension, or is emerges from tension, that's what really energy. We have all kinds of different.
That's
forms
still
of
under the definition of created, though. Coming into existence.
No, created created is what happens after emergence. In other words, the cause is like the meaning part of the emergence. So the potential is the base point I'm talking about. The meaning emerges out, and that becomes a cause, and then the cause results in an effect. The effect would be the purpose, and then that effect becomes the new potential the next time around, and that's why. That's why we evolve more and become more complex. In other words, that's why reality is becoming more and more structurally complex. At the same time, it's decaying, and at the same time, it's persisting.
What's entropy?
So you have entropy would be a decay part, but entropy isn't winning. The coherence, like you think about, once you're inside of existence, you're here to stay. Like entropy can't take you down to a state of like just non-existence, a total non-existence. So like our bodies still exist in terms of as particles or in terms of energy.
Sure.
After we stop existing as a living thing. So,
I
but
grant a lot of it's theoretical, though. That's my content.
well, a
There's
lot of
just
it is,
so many.
but the interesting thing is a lot of it's testable, and it unifies, and
A
it
lot
does,
of it's actually really sound.
and a lot of it so like I don't even look at like mainstream science as something to replace. I look at it as something to complete. Like, okay, what are
Yeah,
they
sure.
what are they missing? So I'll give you an example with the
That's
model I'm
what I'm
talking about.
hearing about this is like it's filling in as many gaps and holes as it can.
Right, right. So think about the model I'm talking about. You've got an electron and a proton that aren't the mainstream looks at them as parity. They look at them as like a -1 and a +1 type of thing, right? Or matter, antimatter. But what they really are is conjunctive because they're part of a three-phase recursion. And there's actually a mathematical reason why 1/3 is the minimal phase of the recursion. Because once you go beyond 1/3, it's either a factor of 1/3 or it's a redundant 2/3. And 2/3, like I said, 2/3 can't stabilize. You have to have you have to be able to triangulate. Think of it that way. You can't triangulate with just 2 points. You have to have a third point.
It sounds very false trichotomy esque going on.
What do you mean false trichotomy?
Like, I feel like I know you said that there's a mathematical equation for that, but you also are stating that there is the fourth, there is more beyond it, so it's not just three then.
Well, so the math of this is interesting because it doesn't contain any. Well, let's put it this way. I shouldn't say that. In terms of ratios, I guess you can get ratios that fall into the category of being a non-repeating decimal. But the way it works out for almost anything that actually can cohere and basically to a level where it's perceivable by reality itself. In other words, where reality gets to a point where it's not a cognitive perception; it's a harmonic perception. That's what takes place with electrons and photons because they're basically how we measure things. We don't measure anything. We don't have any other instrumentation. Like we don't have the ability to do anything with what we call tachyons, which would be below an electron. So with electrons and photons is how we measure stuff in terms of at the most fundamental level. So anything below that would be invisible to us. Now, but the thing is, the neutrinos that are associated with the particles, the electron neutrinos and the muons and the tau neutrinos, those all sit at the family phase right above, like the phase that those things are emergent at. So, like I said, the harmonic family is the electron, positron, photon. That exists between two point. You can think about it between 7/3 and 8 and 9/3.
Can I stop you here?
So,
I feel like
yeah.
you could go on pretty much forever.
Yeah, not really. I kind of want to stop.
I think that it's very cool. I think it's an awesome idea. It's extremely theoretical under presumptions or presuppositions of certain things existing and being true without any justification. That's my problem.
You can go through and you can basically determine. You can use metaphysics to determine whether
No.
data conjecture and then
Coherency doesn't make things true.
Well, coherency is the foundation of what we would.
It's a tool.
We can't determine truth without coherency, but we
Sure.
we do it all the time with our minds. Our minds are basically doing the comparison.
I could also make a coherent argument for leprechauns, though. It doesn't make it true. Like, coherency is not a truth factor. I mean, it is, but it doesn't make it true. You know what I'm saying? So,
but the concept you're talking about, like something like, let's say a married bachelor concept.
Right.
That would be a foil. It's admissible as a concept, but it's not admissible as
it's
as a physical
A
reality.
and not A cannot be true. Yeah.
Right, and that's why when I said our realizing existence cannot be caused from a prime, like a first cause, because all causes are contingent upon constraint.
That's the
And that's
presumptive part.
it's not presumptive because what would you have what would a cause be without constraint? It would be total chaos.
Well, you would still consider the constraint as the cause for an effect because
No,
okay,
no, no.
the
Constraints don't
cause
have
is the
constraints don't.
mechanism for the effect. So
No, the
if the
constraint is like
constraint makes
think of it this way: a constraint is an able that filters what's admissible, and once you and so you so the first thing that has to be is what's admissible in existence. That's the constraint, and then and then can what that is admissible, can it persist, and can it actually emerge more structure and more coherence, or does it end up if you think about it, just like like biological evolution, um, a lot of relationships are dead ends. Like, if you think about the evolution of electrons to mu and mu to taus, um, the tau is a dead end because there's reasons why a tau you can't go any further. It has to do with the tension of the curvature, which you could say is gravity, gets
Yeah.
gets too strong, and so then reality has to try a different path, and that's why when you have what you call it, quarks. Quarks are a result of an evolving
send me that
mu that
nobody on
took a
fire.
sideways path. In other words, it said, "I'm not going on this linear road. I'm going to take a nonlinear sideways path and see what happens." And then what happens is you end up getting the triadic structure becoming that. If you realize there's three quarks, right? There's not just two quarks. There's not just one quark. There's three quarks that make up a particle. That makes up a proton. And that
Well,
basically.
Gio, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
So, for one, I do want you to send me this. This seems really interesting. I'm going to try my best to do the math myself to try to check it. But two, what's your opinion? Like, what do you think? Like on the Big Bang model, what's your opinion on that? Do you think there's emergence involved there, or do you
Yes, he
think
does.
that?
Well, I think when you have recursive tension emerging to start with, it's not stabilized. In other words, it's trying to form relationships with the new emergence that keeps coming out, and it's all being curved and twisted back because of the curvature and the torsion of the spiral of the coil, and it takes time for that to develop and try out the relationships where it gets stable relationships, and that is the inflation part of the Big Bang model. And then once it gets stable, once it starts stabilizing, you've got electrons, you got photons, you got positrons. Now you've basically got a stabilization threshold, where then from that point on, you've got an expanding reality.
Again, it's
kind of valid. So
really
you're saying that-
cool.
Now it's probably different than the way we look at, because we're looking at. So I'm looking at it from the bottom up. They're looking at it from the top down. They're taking the top and they're just back projecting. I did that too to get to the bottom, but I decided I'm not going to settle for particles. I'm going to see, because I being electric, my background is electrical engineering and software and stuff like that. But so I'm looking at fields. I'm saying, okay, so and so does mainstream quantum mechanics. The real work is being done in fields, not the particle model. The particle model is kind of like what they show the public, because people can put their heads around objects that that they can identify with, because everything is an object to us at a classical level. But the field theory is a lot more math too. So so it gets to become really complicated. But that's so like if you talk to a field theorist, they'll tell you, well, a proton isn't a object like a baseball. It's actually it's a stabilized, it's a phase lock point within the quantum field. So it's like where the waves stabilize into phase lock.
Well,
And if you think about a proton is probably the most stable thing that exists.
I'm very ready to go to bed.
Yeah, Joe, I know you have your background, dude. I'm a welder. I cannot keep up with this conversation.
Oh, okay.
I am not smart enough for
Well,
that.
that's a lot. There's a lot here if you think about it. I've been working on it for 2 or 3 years.
If you
Well,
if you send it to me, man, I'm glad to check it out.
yeah, send it.
Well, I'm getting. I think I'm going to publish a paper on how I've come up with when you get past the simple stuff I've been talking about, you find out that reality organizes into a
brother,
three by three matrix.
I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, the matrix is an abacus. It
Geo.
sort of like relationally calculates
Geo.
what's admissible and what's not admissible.
We're good. I appreciate you hopping up, and I appreciate you explaining all that. You have yourself a good night, all right?
All right. Yeah. Take care.
He's on to something.
That was a lot of precept and
Yeah, a lot of precept, but honestly, dude, it kind of followed.
some of it followed if you grant the precept. It wasn't good. There were cool ideas under the framework of the presumption that the first point was true. It's like it was a lot of possible truth mixed in with if this is true. That's the problem with it. And also notice how there's no source for anything he said. He is the source creating it all.
Yeah. All right. I put a syllogism in the chat, so I gotta go.
All right. Yep. Time to end stream. I appreciate you being here, brother. You sent me a message. I'm gonna follow you, and fucking love having you up here, man. I'll have to have you up more.
No problem. If you give me mod, bro, I'll hang around.
Oh yeah. Type again.
I got. I'll hang around. I'll follow your YouTube, and I'll try my best to follow both.
Hey, you're all good, brother. Type in chat, and I can get you some mod in there.
I just typed.
You're not. Quattro is the last person to.
No, there's two people.
We'll figure it out tomorrow. I appreciate you, brother. I'll chat with you another time, all right?
Okay, brother.
All right, deuces.
That's it.
All right, I appreciate everyone being here. This was long as shit. I think this is the longest I've ever streamed. God damn. You guys all have a good night. I appreciate the hell out of you. Quattro, appreciate you with those information updates during that whole thing. That was pretty baller of you, man. Appreciate the hell out of that. So, yeah, you guys have a good night. And YouTube, you guys know what I'm about to say. Y'all are my favorite. I appreciate you. I love you, mods. You did absolutely legendary today. All of you guys that stuck around this long. Chixie, holy fucking shit. Legend. Boogie, like, holy crap. Like, you guys are, wow. 6, wow. You guys, that's amazing. Anyways, you guys all have a good night. I appreciate you being here. Adios.